The Wedding Lullaby. One Night to Forever, Book 2. Written by Melissa McClone. Text copyright 2018 by Melissa McClone. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa McClone. To my agents Annalise Roby and Christina Hogrebe for their help, support, and encouragement, and to my husband, Tom, for all that he does each and every day for me, our 3 kids, and pets.
Prologue. Talk about a lucky roll of the dice. Henry Davenport's canary-eating smile said it all. The only thing missing from his baby blue tuxedo were yellow feathers. I do believe I've outdone myself this year. You have. Brett Matthews grinned at his best man. He stood next to him at the front of the Love Dove Wedding Nest, a cheesy hole-in-the-wall chapel in Reno, Nevada. But no one expects any less from you. Henry was the epitome of the idle rich, a billionaire trust fund baby with nothing better to do with his time than watch his inheritance grow faster than he could spend it. The guy acted like he was still in college, not 32, the same age as Brett. Every year, a group of Henry's wealthy friends and acquaintances met for a bacchanalian celebration on his birthday, which just happened to be April Fool's Day, and 2 of the partygoers partook in an adventure dreamed up by their host extraordinaire. This year, the birthday boy wanted to throw the tackiest wedding of the century. A roll of gold dice had selected the bride and groom for the one-night marriage. Brett had rolled a pair of 6s. His intended, the same. Now all they had to say was, I do. Henry had provided everything from the gaudy apparel to the ice-cube-sized garish wedding ring to the high-priced, highly qualified lawyer who had drawn up a paperweight-worthy prenuptial agreement to protect the vast fortunes of the parties involved and oversee the annulment proceedings. Not that Brett's wealth came from family money, as most everyone else's did. He managed billions with his investment firm, but his personal net worth was from fresh-from-the-mint new money. But for once, that didn't seem to matter to anyone. Henry jabbed Brett. It's not too late to bow out. A $50,000 penalty fee to one of Henry's favorite charities allowed guests to say no to participating in whatever he'd conjured up for the evening. Forget taking the out. Brett couldn't. That wouldn't be in the spirit of the celebration. Henry's smile widened. You've come a long way, Matthews. Brett had. His entire life he'd wanted to show the old money kids he'd grown up with that he was more than the illegitimate son of the Davenports' housekeeper. Thanks to Henry's invitation this year, Brett was getting his chance. He should be past the niggling sense of insecurity, but despite everything he'd achieved in his life, he needed this acceptance the most. He was about to marry the society princess herself. Laurel Worthington was a fun-loving blue blood who graced the Chicago society columns and pages of Town and Country on a regular basis. Okay, marry for one night only, but this was his in. His ticket. His dream. He'd met Laurel for the first time this afternoon, and she was perfect, the kind of woman he would want for a wife, beautiful, refined, and connected. Maybe he could convince his bride to go out with him after they annulled the marriage. If they did date, telling people how they met would make a good story. The sequin-clad Elvis impersonator, who would be officiating the ceremony, tapped him on the shoulder. Ready? Brett nodded. Elvis played Love Me Tender on his guitar. Cynthia Sterling, maid of honor and friend of the bride, sauntered down the aisle in sparkly silver stilettos. The full skirt of her bubblegum pink satin bridesmaid dress swayed, and the crinolines underneath rustled. Last chance to jilt your bride, Henry whispered. Brett ignored him. Ignored the pounding of his heart. Ignored the sweat dampening his collar. This is it. As his bride stepped into view, he sucked in a breath. Laurel should have looked ridiculous wearing bridal apparel even thrift stores wouldn't accept, while carrying a bouquet of silk carnations that had seen better days. But she didn't. He'd never seen a more beautiful bride, despite the puffy sleeves and linebacker-worthy shoulder pads. She was the type of woman he dreamed about dating, loving, marrying. Talk about icing on the wedding cake. Brett grinned. Fate had brought him and Laurel together, and he had zero complaints. She flashed him a shy smile, and his heart melted. Out of your league, Matthews. Not any longer. Ryland Geyer, a member of the U.S. ski team and heir to Geyer Gear, a sportswear brand, stood next to Laurel. Wearing a lavender tuxedo, he held out his arm to the bride to escort her down the aisle. This is it. This is really it. With slow steps, she followed the path worn into the carpeted aisle. Her polyester lace gown hugged her luscious curves. Her wheat brown hair shimmered with golden honey highlights beneath a rhinestone tiara with a 10-inch puff of tulle veil. When she reached the altar, a grinning Ryland waved her on. Laurel extended her arm to Brett. Her sparkling blue eyes met his. A rush of anticipation surged through him. He wanted to forget this was all an act. Swallowing the lump lodged in his throat, he took her hand in his. So delicate, so soft, so lovely. And his, for tonight. With a genuine smile, he faced the officiant. Thanks to a roll of the dice, Brett Matthews had made it. He finally belonged. And he would make the most of the opportunity.
Chapter 1. She'd made it. Over 2,000 miles. On her own. Laurel smiled, one of the few real, teeth-baring smiles that had graced her lips in almost 4 months. If she didn't feel dizzy from the exhaust fumes of the TriMet bus pulling away from the curb in downtown Portland, she would spin around and celebrate. Making the trip from Chicago and arriving in one piece was a huge accomplishment. A success she should be proud of. If only there hadn't been so many failures. A mist dampened her face. Laurel hadn't expected rain in late July, although Oregon was known for its wet weather. She quickly wiped the water away. She refused to let anyone think she'd been crying. Her days of tears and feeling sorry for herself were over. She had too much to do and too little time to wallow in self-pity. Raising her chin, Laurel took a step toward the building in front of her. Somewhere inside the cement and glass fortress was Brett Matthews. Brett. Laurel's stomach cartwheeled and then did a flip. Not an easy feat considering the circumstances, but the sight of the building where he worked made her anxious and nauseous. Nickel-sized raindrops exploded from the darkening sky, splattering on the cement. So much for a light afternoon shower. A few more minutes and she'd be soaked to the skin. Time to get inside. She couldn't afford to catch a cold or worse. After a quick adjustment of the tote bag on her shoulder, she rolled her suitcase along the slick sidewalk, careful to keep the luggage steady. Her 2 bags contained everything she owned, everything left from a life that no longer existed. But Laurel wouldn't look back, only forward. She wanted to make a fresh start, pave a new future. All she needed was the chance. A chance she needed Brett Matthews to give her. The glass doors opened automatically. She stepped inside the high-rise, shook off the water, and glanced at the building directory. It only took a moment to spot Brett's company, Matthews Global Investments. I'm here. I'm really here. Full of purpose and resolve, she hurried to the elevator. As the floors whizzed by, she combed her fingers through her wet hair. It desperately needed a cut, something she hadn't done in months. No doubt she looked like something the cat dragged in. She smoothed the wrinkles from her blouse. Not much she could do about the soiled hem of her pants or her scuffed shoes. The only things intact were her fingernails. Her mother would be proud Laurel hadn't bitten them to the quick. Instead, she'd spent the long bus ride filing them to perfection in between restless naps and daydreams. Not exactly a professional manicure, but her weekly visits to the salon were over. No more highlights or brow waxing or... Ding. The elevator doors opened at her destination, the 12th floor. As she stepped out, she found herself in a lobby, staring at the name Matthews Global Investments displayed in platinum lettering on the wall behind a reception desk. Welcome to MGI. The smartly dressed receptionist smiled. May I help you? No time to prepare herself. Not even time for a calming breath, much less time to turn around. Laurel hesitated but only for a moment. I'm here to see Brett, Mr. Matthews. Your name, the receptionist asked. Laurel Worthington. The woman scanned her computer monitor before eyeing Laurel. Do you have an appointment? No. May I ask what this is pertaining to? Laurel swallowed. As the receptionist waited expectantly, Laurel felt lightheaded under the scrutiny. A kernel of panic lodged in her chest. She hadn't thought this out enough, but she had to say something to guarantee she would be allowed to see Brett. She had to see him. I'm his wife. The receptionist's expression went from detached to stunned. His wife? Oh, no. Had Laurel really said that? Heat rushed to her cheeks. Ex-wife, actually. Adjusting her headset, the receptionist snapped her jaw closed. She pushed a button on her phone. Danielle, Mr. Matthews's ex-wife is here. Visibly interested, the receptionist waited for what seemed an eternity before speaking again. I'll send her on. Yes. Brett was going to see her. Excited, Laurel balled her hands. Now, to remain calm. Stick to her plan. Say what she'd come to say. Go through the double doors. His assistant, Danielle, will show you to his office. You may leave your luggage here. Laurel didn't want her suitcase out of her sight, but she didn't seem to have a choice. Thank you. As she reached the doors, she tried to regain her composure. The doorknob felt cold beneath her palm. Holding on to it a moment longer than necessary, she let the coolness chase away the heat of her embarrassment. Ready or not? Laurel opened the door. Hi. A perky blonde wearing a navy dress with matching pumps greeted her. With her fashionable necklace and stylish earrings, she was dressed for success. I'm Danielle Taylor, Brett's assistant. I don't mean to be personal, but are you really his ex-wife? Yes. Laurel caught a whiff of Danielle's jasmine-scented perfume, wondering how personal Brett was with his charming assistant. Not that it was any of her business. I'm Laurel Worthington. Nice to meet you. Danielle smiled. He never told us he'd been married. Laurel wasn't surprised. Men had a way of forgetting her. Her ex-fiancé, Charles Kingsley, had. Our marriage was a joke, an adventure, brief. Danielle led her down a hallway past several doors and conference rooms. The stunning decor was what Laurel expected of Brett and his company. From the thick sapphire blue carpet to the gleaming cherry desks, the subdued elegance and rich atmosphere left no doubt about the success of the business. She envied the way Brett had built MGI on his own. Danielle stopped in front of an office with Brett's name on the mahogany door. Laurel inhaled sharply. She wanted to touch the letters. Imagined her own name engraved there. Please make yourself comfortable. Brett is in a meeting and will be with you shortly, Danielle explained, showing her in. Would you like a cup of coffee, water, or a soda? No, but thank you. If there's anything you need, please let me know. Danielle closed the door. I need my life back. I need my head examined. I need Brett. Laurel swallowed a sigh, sat on a leather wingback chair, and tapped her toes. Wanting to get this over with, she stared at the door, willing it to open. How long would his meeting last? Moving her gaze around the room, she did a double take at his desk. Brett's office surprised her. Not the decor, but the order. Everything on his desk was in its perfect place, from the files and laptop to his pencils and pens. Not one piece of paper was out of alignment. No yellow sticky notes anywhere. She hadn't expected Brett to be so neat and tidy. Not when he'd left a trail of his clothes strewn on the floor as he'd made his way to her in the honeymoon suite they'd shared on their wedding night. Not when he'd skillfully removed her wedding gown and not so gracefully chucked it across the room. Not when the bathroom had appeared as if a tornado had ripped through after a jacuzzi for two. But their marriage had only been for one night. One short, but oh so glorious night. If only the feelings had been real. Upon waking the next morning, she'd realized she'd mistaken the warmth and security of his arms for something more than a stolen moment. Given her situation, being swept away by him had been easy to do when she'd been wanting an escape from her problems, but that didn't change the facts. Exchanging vows and wearing a gold band didn't mean he wanted her for more than a night. So what if he'd been tender, generous, and giving? So what if he'd made her feel safe, cherished, and loved? So what if she still saw his smile when she closed her eyes at night? Those things meant nothing in the light of day. What she and Brett had shared had been nothing more than a fantasy. No matter how much she wanted to believe in love at first sight and finding a romance to last a lifetime, love couldn't exist between two people whose only common bond was a few hours spent in bed together. Even if those hours had been the most incredible of her life. What she was here to accomplish had nothing to do with a make-believe marriage or the magical night spent with Brett. It had to do with the future. Her future. Brett Matthews might be a stranger, but he was the only one who could help her. Seconds passed like hours. She touched her stomach, wishing she brought something to eat and could nap. But this wasn't the time to be hungry or tired. She had to be strong. The door opened. Laurel? Brett's voice sent a shiver of pleasure down her spine. Although they had only known one another briefly, a familiar, comforting feeling washed over her as he stepped inside his office and closed the door. The sight of him made her head spin and her mouth go dry. She was reacting like a teenager, not a 25-year-old woman, yet she couldn't help herself. The ends of his deep brown hair curled slightly and brushed his collar, making her want to twirl her fingers through his hair one more time. He'd been clean-shaven in Reno, but now he had a neatly trimmed beard. The look suited him. He wore navy slacks, a long-sleeved white dress shirt, and a tie covered with endangered animals. She'd seen him in a tuxedo, and she'd seen him naked. Laurel struggled to put this new image of Brett Matthews, successful financial advisor and author, into perspective. He was more attractive than she remembered. Maybe not movie star gorgeous, but he was handsome and 100% male. She wanted to throw her arms around Brett and ask him to make everything okay, but she knew better. Laurel needed his help, but she could only rely on herself. Hi. It was all she could manage to say. He frowned. Did you have to tell them you were my ex-wife? No, hello, no, how have you been? No, I've been thinking about you. Not even a smile or a hint of a grin. It slipped out. I was afraid they wouldn't let me see you. I'm going to have a tough time explaining this. Sorry. But she hadn't come this far to be sent away. They'd been married and though not for long, so she hadn't exactly lied. He studied her. I thought you'd be with Henry and the squad, touring the vineyards of Bordeaux. Laurel no longer belonged to the squad. She'd lost track of most of them and their travels over the past few months. Friendship only went so far in certain circles. Many had blocked her on social media and their cell phones. Only Cynthia, Ryland, and Henry had returned Laurel's texts before her cell phone service was cut off. I decided to pass. Maybe next year. She shrugged, even though next year she'd be lucky if she could afford a bottle of red table wine. You never know. No, you don't. Brett leaned against his desk and raised an eyebrow, bringing attention to a small scar above it that gave him a dangerous, bad boy look. Maybe that was why she'd found him so appealing in Reno. A bad boy on the outside, a teddy bear on the inside. What brings you to the Rose City? He asked. She'd rehearsed this moment a million times. Taking a deep breath, Laurel concentrated on his milk chocolate eyes. Eyes that belied the strength in his jaw now hidden by his beard and ruggedness of his nose. A nose that must have been broken at least once. His appearance suggested he would be more comfortable hiking in the mountains or riding on a horse than making billions in the stock market and telling others how to do the same. I came to see you. She forced out the words. Really? After all these months? He sounded surprised, and not in a good way. Laurel nodded, trying not to hunch and hide. She'd expected a warmer welcome. It's been, what? Almost 4 months since Reno? His tone was razor sharp. All that time without getting in touch, no email, phone call, or letter. How dare he? She grimaced. Those things work two ways. His jaw tensed. Besides, we never said we'd keep in touch, she added, trying to lessen the growing tension between them. He held his chin high. Yes, they do, and no, we didn't. Laurel expected he might be upset, but this angry man was nothing like the one she'd shared a bed with on their honeymoon night. Still, he was her only hope. She had nowhere else to turn. I planned to, but when I got back to Chicago, my life fell apart. Worse than I could have ever imagined. Laurel stared at the carpet. This conversation wasn't going the way she'd planned. She wanted to tell him the truth, that she and her mother had been and still were sinking faster than the Titanic, but she couldn't. Pride wouldn't let her admit what had happened, what her own stupidity had allowed to happen. How could Laurel explain just when she'd thought things couldn't get any worse, her world imploded? That she found herself not only responsible for herself, but... She met his eyes. Family matters required my full attention. Not the whole truth, but not a lie either. Brett's gaze bore into her soul. She shivered. Not since their wedding night, when she'd stood before him offering the only thing she had to give herself, had she felt so vulnerable. I'm sorry I didn't contact you sooner, she admitted. I'm sure you are. He folded his arms across his chest. So? The accusation in those two letters made her stiffen, but she hadn't come all this way for nothing. She met his steady gaze. What? Which are you going to tell me about first? Being broke or being pregnant?
Laurel's wide, topaz blue eyes told Brett he'd surprised her. Good. He'd wanted to do that, but her genuine shock took away any pleasure he might have received. Why you knew? She asked. How? As if a noose had tightened around his neck, his throat constricted. He'd been feeling this way ever since learning the truth about Laurel Worthington from a private investigator a month ago, and then having the man follow her ever since. I heard a few rumors, so I checked them out. I don't understand. She wet her lips. You knew I was pregnant, but you never tried to get in touch with me. Find out if. Every single nerve ending stood on end, wanting to know the answer to the question he needed to ask. One that had been on his mind non-stop since finding out about her pregnancy. Is it mine? His tone was harsher than he'd intended, but he couldn't control his emotions. Not around her. At the flash of hurt in her eyes, Brett knew the truth, but he still wanted to hear her say the words. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Why didn't you check it out yourself? At least she hadn't lost her spunk. The silver spoon set never did, not even when they hit rock bottom. That trait must be something that came along with their trust funds. He was happy she still had a spine, however fragile she appeared. After what she'd been through. He hardened his heart against the thought. Brett couldn't afford to let down his guard, to allow emotions to override logic, not even for an instant. Because with Laurel, that was all it took. An instant of weakness to bring a man to his knees. He'd been that man the night of their honeymoon, and he'd played right into her hands. A tough lesson to learn, but one he wouldn't allow to happen again. Is it mine? He repeated. Yes. She met his gaze straight on, daring him to contradict her. A baby. His baby. Hearing about her pregnancy from a secondary party had been one thing. Having her sit in his office and confirm the gossip was another. He felt as if his head might explode. As reality sank in, he tried to summon a protest to keep her from realizing how deeply the truth affected him. His chest tightened. He struggled to breathe. A father. He was going to be a father. A thrill shot through him. He would get the chance to right the wrongs of his own childhood. Give his baby all he'd lacked growing up. Brett had decided what he wanted to do, had planned to go and see her in Chicago as soon as the current work crisis had been resolved, but those plans seemed inadequate and inappropriate now. His lawyer had warned Brett that Laurel would want him to support her in the manner to which she was accustomed. Writing her a blank check had seemed like the best way to ensure he was a part of the baby's life. But Brett didn't want to be a weekend dad. That wasn't good enough for his child or him. But before he remedied the situation, he needed a few answers. He took a breath to calm himself. How did this happen? Her "are you kidding me" expression almost made him smile. Brett, you know. We used protection, he fired back, cutting her off. Yes, he'd been overcome with desire for her, but he wasn't stupid enough not to use birth control. Laurel flushed. Nothing is foolproof. He gritted his teeth. Did you want this to happen? She stared at the carpet before raising her gaze to his. No, but my world was falling apart. Maybe subconsciously, I was searching for a way to keep things together. Subconsciously? She couldn't have planned her salvation any better, and he couldn't have been a more willing participant. Be careful what you wish for. In Reno, he hadn't known she wasn't the woman of his dreams. She wasn't wealthy, refined, and connected. Not any longer. She was nothing more than a fraud. The baby is yours, she insisted. You're the only one I've ever been with. Despite her previous engagement, he'd suspected she'd been a virgin on their wedding night due to her lack of experience and the way she'd reacted to him. But she'd been so strong and sure of herself that he hadn't wanted to dampen the mood, the romantic fantasy, so hadn't called her out. The PI also hadn't discovered any lovers before or after her trip to Reno, only a former fiancé who kept his distance from her. I believe you, Brett said. She tilted her chin as if she couldn't care less whether he believed her or not. I suppose I should thank you for that. Don't bother. Her expression didn't change. If that's what you want. Old money through and through. She might not have a penny to her name, but the wealthy attitude remained. What a fool he'd been. She'd been so sweet, his blushing bride. Being with her had made him feel as if he belonged, and he hadn't wanted to let go. Imagining their marriage to be real, to be permanent, had been so easy to do. When they'd reached the hotel room, the pretending should have stopped. But as he'd carried her over the threshold of the honeymoon suite, taking her to bed had seemed like the next logical, the most natural, step to take. She had wanted that, too. Now she was pregnant. Broke. And his responsibility. He had to give her credit. For someone who'd lost everything, she appeared remarkably unchanged. Her wet hair resembled molasses rather than the caramel he remembered, but the color brought back memories of the heart-shaped tub they'd shared. He forced the unwelcome image from his mind. She didn't look pregnant, but he couldn't tell much with her seated. The changes, if any, were subtle. The bottom of her wrinkled shirt covered her waist and stomach. The buttons on her blouse strained slightly over her chest. He wanted to touch her belly to convince himself a baby, his baby, grew inside. Anger darkened her eyes. See something that interests you? He shrugged. Have you located Daddy Worthington, or is he still living it up in the Caribbean on what's left of your inheritance? Your rumors were right on target. She clasped her hands together and then placed them gracefully on her lap. He seems to have disappeared. Along with his barely legal plaything, all of 19, I believe. Laurel frowned. Why are you doing this? Being so mean. What did I do to deserve? Why did it take you so long to tell me about the baby? She stared, her features composed. Ever the heiress. My mother needed me. There were debts to settle, things to sell. Excuses. None of which he bought. Not when she carried his child. Brett stood, giving him even more of a height advantage with her sitting. Maybe being on his feet would stop his insides from twitching. I'd say notifying me about the baby was as important as any of those other things. She flinched. Her hands fisted until her knuckles went white. Did you forget how to use a phone? You knew I was pregnant. Why didn't you contact me? Laurel's voice carried her anger and frustration, but he didn't answer. He wasn't sure what to say. When he'd returned from Reno, he'd picked up the phone more times than he wanted to admit, but he couldn't bring himself to call her because she knew how to contact him. As the months slowly passed without a word, he'd realized the obvious. Laurel had thought she was too far above him to call. It had happened before. But after hearing mutual friends joke about her finances and pregnancy, he'd hired a private investigator in Chicago. Since then, he'd received daily reports on her activities. After learning her mother had lost the family estate due to foreclosure and Laurel had sold her condo, he'd been ready to step in until he found out she was heading via bus to Portland. To him, the PI had ridden with her the entire journey to ensure she arrived safely on his doorstep, but the guy had lost her when she'd gone into the ladies' room at the bus station and missed her exiting. "I figured you'd contact me if you needed something," Brett said finally. "How diligent of you." She sounded unimpressed and hurt. "Seems we're both at fault." He rubbed his beard. "But your timing is interesting considering the recent article on me in Forbes and my book hitting the New York Times list." Her expression hardened. "How dare you imply?" He rolled his eyes at the indignation on her face. "A Worthington to the end, aren't you? Even though the Worthington name is worthless thanks to your father and his reckless style of living and loving. You make it sound so sordid." She sighed. "Okay, the situation is sordid, but what's it to you?" His gaze snapped to hers. "You're the mother of my child." She stared down the length of her perfect nose. "Thank you for acknowledging the child as yours." Her "I'm better than you" attitude made him want to toss Laurel out of his office. But he couldn't. She was carrying his baby. Penniless. Life in ruins. He clenched his hand. "You were my wife. Our marriage was annulled, so we weren't really married. I shouldn't have called myself your ex-wife." He still couldn't believe two total strangers could have ignited so much passion and longing, yet parted company without so much as a hug or a handshake. "How about my one-night bride? How about we don't define it?" She pressed her lips together. "Fine." Leaning her head back, she rubbed her neck. "Look, if I had anywhere else to turn. Here we go." What a pathetic joke. He forced himself not to laugh. Now she wanted him. When she didn't have two nickels to rub together, she would settle for someone like him. His jaw clamped. Never had he imagined working so hard to build a successful life for himself, only to marry someone in a position far worse than he'd ever been in. He wasn't happy about what he needed to do, but it was too late for regrets. He'd been a willing partner on their wedding night. Thanks to a roll of the dice, life as he knew it was over. But that wasn't their innocent baby's fault. Unless he took certain steps, the past was about to repeat itself. He wouldn't fail his child the way his own father had failed him. Brett had to do the right thing, the only thing. He had to marry Laurel. His child needed a father, his child needed a family. Before Brett offered marriage, however, he wanted her to ask for his help. Beg for it. "Tell me what you want." "I want a job." "Right." He saw right through her lie. "You traveled halfway across the country to ask me for a job. And to tell you about the baby." She bit her lip. "Telling you I was pregnant over the phone wouldn't have been proper." She was worried about etiquette now. "What else do you want?" Her lower lip quivered. Medical insurance to cover the pregnancy. He'd fallen for her lies in Reno. Never again. Brett waited for her to say something else. She didn't. "That can't be all." Her forehead wrinkled. "Why not? What more could I possibly need?" His money. A band of gold on her finger. More of his money. Walking away wasn't an option. He wasn't his father, so that left Brett with no other choice. He was in this for the long haul. His gaze locked with hers. "That's really it?" Laurel nodded. If she wanted to play it this way, He was game. Fine, I'll give you a job with a full benefits package. You'll supervise a small staff, organize and host events, and perform philanthropic duties with various organizations throughout the city. You'll receive a top-notch health and dental plan. I'll toss in a clothing allowance and a car. Sounds perfect. Her eyes sparkled. What's the position? My wife.
Chapter 2. Wife? He wants to marry me? For real. Laurel's pulse picked up speed, and her dry throat got even drier. He couldn't be serious, but the intensity in Brett's eyes said he was. She wet her lips. 3 months ago, she would have given anything to hear him propose marriage. 3 months ago, she would have said yes, without a second thought. 3 months ago, she would have wanted him to bail her out of financial ruin. But all that had changed. She had changed. With a child came responsibility, financial, moral, the works. She hadn't planned on having a kid so soon or alone, but now that a baby was growing inside her, Laurel had to do right by her son or daughter. She wanted to be the kind of mother her child could respect. Not the kind who needed handouts or a man to justify her existence. Marriage wasn't the answer. Brett might be the father of her child, but she didn't need a knight in shining armor, make that a tarnished one after how he was acting today, to rescue her. She didn't need to be rescued by anyone except herself. Laurel would make it on her own, prove to herself she wasn't like the other women in her family. No, thanks, she answered, her voice strong and solid. She had zero doubts about making this decision. His dark brows furrowed. What did you say? No, she repeated. I don't want to marry you. You're saying no? His voice went cold. To me? I am. Laurel didn't know much about Brett Matthews, but she'd upset him. Okay, maybe not upset, but the creases on his face told her she'd frustrated him. Good. He frustrated her, too. She hated the way he studied her as if she were an annual report and he didn't know whether to buy or sell shares of stock. Hated him accusing her of getting pregnant on purpose. Most definitely hated having nowhere else to go. Why, he asked. Where should she start? Laurel wasn't stupid. She understood the benefits of marrying a man like Brett. Financially, she would be set for life, but Laurel had learned an important lesson from her parents: whoever controlled the purse strings controlled the relationship. It had happened with her own father. She wasn't about to put herself in that position again. Especially with a man as wealthy and powerful as Brett Matthews. Besides, her child didn't need wads of money, a trust fund, or a huge inheritance to be happy. Money was transitory. Here today, gone tomorrow. Her child needed love and a positive role model for a parent. Those were the best things Laurel could give to her baby. I don't want your money. For the first time since she'd arrived, Brett laughed. You expect me to believe you came all this way for a job? I do. Her voice remained calm while she seethed inside. How could she have slept with him? He was the most aggravating, insufferable. She fought the urge to storm out of his office. Self-preservation kept her sitting. She needed his help getting a job, or she would be homeless. If I wanted charity, I would have stayed in Chicago. I'm offering you marriage, not charity. Marriage for the wrong reasons, she countered. I've done that once. I won't do it again. I'm marrying you because the baby needs a father. That's reason enough. No, it's not. Sure, she was pregnant with his child, but Brett didn't like her, let alone love her. Both her paternal grandmother and her mother had married for money and position. The women had both suffered when their roles as trophy wives ended abruptly due to their spouses trading up for younger lovers, though Grandmama had been given a mortgage-free mansion and a substantial alimony payment as part of the divorce settlement. Laurel had made the mistake of getting engaged to a man she didn't love. She wouldn't make a bigger mistake by marrying Brett. She wouldn't be like the other Worthington brides, who married for financial security and comfort. Baby or no baby. No one has to get married these days. His lips tightened. People may think nothing about having a child out of wedlock, but that's not what I want for my baby. Marrying you is the honorable thing to do. Honorable? The word left a bitter taste in her mouth. Honor had died with her great-grandfather's generation. I won't be an absentee dad. His mouth twisted. We have to get married. The baby needs a father. Says who? She tilted her chin. Lots of women raise children on their own. I can do it, too. Disbelief filled his gaze. You plan to raise the baby by yourself? His skepticism annoyed her. She pushed back her shoulders to sit taller. Yes. He exhaled through his nose, or maybe he'd intended to snort on purpose. What about a nanny? Someone to clean up the messes and smells? Someone to take care of the baby while you're out, flitting about here and there? My days of flitting about are over. She touched her belly. The action was the only thing that brought her comfort these days. Most nights, she fell asleep terrified by what tomorrow would bring, but she had no choice except to keep going. She couldn't fail. I love this baby more than anything. Dirty diapers, spit up, and all. A vein throbbed in Brett's neck. You could be the greatest mother ever, but a child still needs a father. Your point being? He pushed out his chest. Your baby has a father. Please. He couldn't be serious. She laughed, more a reaction from nerves than being amused, but maybe he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. My baby has a sperm donor. She met his furious gaze with one she hoped equaled his. The line had been drawn. You're wrong, Laurel. Brett walked around his desk, sat, and opened a drawer. He pulled out a pregnancy book. No biggie, she had one of her own. Reading, however, wasn't what made a good parent. He removed 2 more. Unbelievably, he stacked 3 on childcare on top of those. She shifted in the chair. A bit premature, don't you think? I believe in being prepared. Okay, so he probably knew more about being pregnant than she did, but that wasn't a big deal. He must be the type of person who had to know everything about every subject, but knowing wasn't doing. And none of that mattered right now. She was here for one reason and one reason only, to get a job. She couldn't forget that. See this? He waved a file folder in the air. Now that I know the truth, I'll have my attorneys finish preparing the necessary documents. Though they'll want a DNA test before making anything official. Papers? Lawyers? DNA? Her heart plummeted to her feet. Forget about the job and medical insurance. Brett had redrawn the line with hidden landmines in her path. You may be the one who's pregnant, but that baby is as much mine as it is yours, he continued in a harsh, businesslike tone. Don't ever forget that. Laurel couldn't lose control, not now. Maybe she couldn't afford to fight him if he wanted full custody, but she'd do her best. She hadn't been born on the 4th of July for nothing. She would go out with a bang, fireworks and all. No test. What? She was hungry and exhausted. The initial adrenaline rush carrying her to his office had vanished, but she wouldn't give up. With every ounce of strength she had, she stared him in the eyes. You either believe the baby is yours or you don't. Somehow, she managed to keep her voice from shaking. If you want to sue for custody. You think I would? She motioned to the file. Aren't those custody papers? The corners of his mouth fell. It's my will. The air whooshed out of her lungs. He studied her. Is that what you think of me? Of what I would do? The hurt in his voice made her straighten in her chair. What am I supposed to think? Anything but that. Our child needs a mother and a father. This child will have both. She couldn't bring herself to say our child. Not yet, maybe not ever. We just won't live in the same house. At least I made the overture of relocating, which is more than I can say for Daddy. His lips thinned. I'm talking about a family, Laurel. A father doesn't make a family. His nostrils flared. I'll concede that point, but neither does a mother. Confused, she pushed her hair behind her ears. She hadn't come to Portland to get a father for her baby, much less a husband for herself. Yes, she and Brett had shared a wonderful night in Reno. He'd been warm, gentle, caring, but they didn't love each other. She'd assumed he would help her find a job and make a clean start. Truthfully, she thought Brett might be more interested after the birth, but Laurel hadn't considered how big a role he'd want to play in her baby's life. That would make him a part of her life, too. Sharing a child, sharing memories, sharing a life. I have to go, she said, panicked. Where? I need to get something to eat. He stood taller. I'll go with you. But don't read anything into this. He grabbed his jacket, laptop, and keys. You need to eat, and I'm driving you. For the baby's sake. For the baby's sake. Everything she had done these past weeks, months, had been for her baby, and nothing was working out. In fact, it was getting downright complicated. What was she going to do?
Brett was only trying to do the right thing. Why wasn't that good enough for Laurel? His family may not have crossed the Atlantic on the Mayflower or been listed on the pages of the social registry, but she was the one with no money, no home, and no job. What would he have to do to convince her to marry him? On the drive to the restaurant, the atmosphere in his car was as chilly as a February morning, and the cold wasn't blasting from the air conditioning. Recognizing the scent of her perfume didn't help matters. The light floral fragrance suited her perfectly, and the smell transported him back to watching her dressed the morning after their so-called wedding night. She dabbed the perfume behind her earlobes, on her wrists, and in the hollow between her breasts. She'd thought he was asleep and was sneaking out before he awakened. She hadn't known he'd been up since dawn wondering what to do and say to her. Laurel had taken care of that for him by leaving a note on the pillow next to him. He'd read the letter so many times he had it memorized. Every little girl dreams of her wedding day, complete with her own Prince Charming. The ceremony at the Love Dove Wedding Nest Chapel might not have met those expectations, but last night exceeded them. Thank you for making my dreams come true, even if it was for only one night. I wish I could stay longer, but family obligations require me to return to Chicago. P.S. Thanks for the wedding gift. I love the snow globe. Sure, she did. Brett knew better than to believe anything she said, then or now. In Reno, he'd thought she would be the perfect wife. So much for perfection. Yet, he couldn't deny his attraction for her. An attraction growing by the minute, as crazy as it was to believe. After parking at the restaurant, he helped her out of the car. She stiffened at his touch, but he wasn't deterred. As he led her inside, his hand resting on the small of her back, she stayed tensed. He swore under his breath. The Ice Maiden routine had to stop. Once they were seated and ordered dinner, the tension between them didn't improve. The din of voices from the other diners, along with music from the piano in the lounge, kept their lack of conversation from being overly awkward. A brush of her leg against his sent sparks flying, but she merely apologized, dismissing him without a thought, and sipped her water. Water wouldn't cut it for Brett. 3 fingers of whiskey sounded about right. He wasn't a big drinker, but Laurel could make a man do things he normally didn't do. He settled for beer, a local brewery's award-winning summer ale, and tried to figure out his strategy. He hadn't gotten this far in life by taking no for an answer. Things weren't going as he expected, or rather, maybe they were. He'd deluded himself into thinking Laurel could see beyond her upbringing and former station in life. Both in Reno and now. Truth was she'd hurt him by leaving without saying goodbye, and by not contacting him after she returned to Chicago. That had nothing to do with the baby and everything to do with him. He shouldn't care. Not now. The situation had changed. This wasn't about her or him. The baby was the bottom line. His ego might be bruised by her rejection, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. She had to marry him. His baby needed a family. He would do whatever it took to make that happen. Even lower his standards to marry her. Now about us getting married, he said finally. She massaged her temples. Let's not repeat that mistake. He flinched. Mistake or not, I'm concerned how you intend to care for our baby. I told you. She sighed. Some women choose to stay at home. Others choose to work. I'm going to work. You're pregnant. You shouldn't be working. Laurel frowned. Pregnancy is not an illness, although some misinformed people think it is. That's one reason I came to you. She didn't have a clue. About life. About him. Don't roll your eyes at me, Brett Matthews. She pursed her lips. I didn't travel this far on a whim. Do you think leaving my hometown for a city I've never been to was easy? Do you think I wanted to spend 3 days riding on a bus? Everything she did surprised him. Why didn't you find a job in Chicago? She toyed with her napkin. I had a job, but it didn't work out. According to the PI's report, she'd been fired from her position at an exclusive department store, but no reason for her dismissal had been given. I searched for another job, but due to my father's stellar reputation preceding me, I couldn't find anything that paid more than minimum wage. I thought you would be able to look past my current condition, so I could start over and make a new life here in Portland. You really want to work? I really want to work. She sounded serious, but believing her was difficult. The woman he'd been with in Reno had been a pampered heiress who didn't have a responsibility or care in the world. Well, she'd pretended to be one with her top-notch acting skills and lies. Do you have a degree? A BA in art history. Not the most marketable degree to make a decent paycheck unless she had artistic talent in the field of counterfeiting. Any special skills? I'm an excellent shopper. Your one skill is to spend money. Don't frown. It's a skill, and it helped me get a job. She sounded so earnest. I worked for 2 weeks as a personal shopper at a department store. I was good at what I did, too. What happened? I got fired, she admitted. Why? She sighed. Tiredness, tardiness, morning sickness. One day, I didn't make it to the bathroom in time. Needless to say, despite receiving a brand new pair of Prada slingback pumps, my customer wasn't satisfied. The higher-ups at the store weren't pleased either, considering I was only a trainee and on probation. Have you worked other jobs? He'd bet before the stint at the store, she'd never had a job in her life. She probably lived off her daddy's credit cards. After graduation, in college, high school. She stared at her glass of water. No, but I'm great at event planning. Parties are my specialty. I've also chaired several charity events. No wonder she couldn't find a job in Chicago. Laurel Worthington had no marketable skills. There has to be a job for me somewhere, she added. How could he hire her for a real position? Yet, she seemed determined to find a job. Something he'd never considered her wanting to do. How much money do you have left? She hesitated. Enough. He doubted that given she'd pocketed 2 dinner rolls when she thought he wasn't looking. Any assets? The edges of her mouth turned up slightly. Do my suitcase and tote bag count? There. He saw a glimpse of the fun-loving socialite he'd wedded and bedded in Reno. Are they filled with family heirlooms, jewels, or works of art? No, only clothes, a few things for the baby, and a couple of knickknacks. Mementos I didn't want to leave behind. The momentary light dimmed from her eyes. I liquidated everything else to pay the creditors. Why didn't you file for bankruptcy? Your debts would have been forgiven. You might have been able to keep your condo and your car. I'm not my father. Her lower lip quivered. I take responsibility for my problems, not catch the first plane to the Caribbean. I don't want my baby to grow up thinking a Worthington runs away when times get rough, or that it's okay to take the easy way out. I have to do it right. My name is the one thing I can give to the baby. The baby is a Matthews, too. But that hadn't occurred to her yet. What about your mother? She's living off the generosity of friends in hopes of finding a wealthy husband who will support her and her spending habits. You could learn something from your mom. I have. Laurel raised her determined gaze to his. And I'm not about to forget it.
Maybe Laurel had learned more from her mother and grandmother than she wanted to admit. The strange civility at the table with Brett was reminiscent of the final days before her father took flight. However, she controlled her temper, allowing Brett to take the lead when dinner arrived. Laurel knew the main reason. She hadn't eaten in a nice restaurant for months, and she'd been too hungry to let the tension bother her. But that didn't make the atmosphere any less strange or disconcerting. The romantic setting, flickering candlelight, sweet-smelling fresh flowers, soft music, contradicted the hostility brewing between them. They weren't a couple on a date, but two almost strangers eating at the same table. Avoiding what needed to be said. Ignoring what they'd shared once. Pretending they hadn't created a baby together. Laurel was only too happy to pretend, but with a full stomach and the plates cleared from the table, she needed to get down to business. It's getting late. She leaned toward him. Are you going to give me a job or not? I'm sorry, but... But what? You don't understand. I can't just... Hire me? Not wanting to cause a scene, she lowered her voice. You own your own company. Why couldn't you? I run a business, as you so aptly pointed out. There are organizations that will help you. They offer job training programs for women re-entering the workplace or making career changes. Charity organizations, he meant. So that was how he saw her. Someone to be tossed to a group that helped the poor, unemployed, and homeless. The same as everyone else she'd known and had once considered a friend. Writing a check or attending a $500 plate benefit in support of a worthy cause was easier than helping someone they actually knew. I've never been in the workplace, so re-entering doesn't apply to me. I haven't been abused, in rehab, or living on the streets. At least not yet. That's who those organizations cater to, and I'd never take services away from someone in a far worse place than me. She took a breath and then another to keep her temper from spiraling out of control. Obviously, I made a mistake coming to you, but I thank you for your time. Only the knowledge everything she owned was locked in his car kept her from storming out of the restaurant. She clenched her hands. Blinked away the tears stinging the corner of her eyes. If you'd drop me off at Henry's on your way home, I'd appreciate it. Henry is in France. How could she have forgotten that? Laurel pasted on a smile. That's right. I don't know what I was thinking. The waiter placed the check on the table. Thank goodness. Laurel didn't want to hear Brett tell her memory loss was a common symptom of pregnancy. She had other concerns. Where would she sleep tonight? When did the next bus head north? And how far could she get away from Portland on the money she had left? She reached for the check at the same time as Brett. I'm not letting you pay, he said. When he wouldn't release his hold on the leather folder, Laurel gripped tighter. That makes two of us. She wouldn't let him ease a guilty conscience by paying for dinner. Besides, she didn't want to feel indebted to him. Why are you being so difficult? He raised an eyebrow. I'm the one who's being difficult. If she'd seen this side of him in Reno, there wouldn't have been a honeymoon night. Let go, please. You let go. You and I aren't on a date. She kept hold of the bill, even if it meant they were both acting like children. We've never gone out on a date. Just had a wedding, a reception, and great sex. Now we're having a baby. A modern relationship, wouldn't you say? Great sex? Laurel tried not to grimace. Had she really admitted the sex was great? His gaze softened. It was great, wasn't it? Why had she said that? Now his ego would get bigger. Shrugging, she attempted to pull the check folder toward her, but Brett wouldn't let go. He was the most annoying, arrogant, chauvinistic man. We can't sit here all night. Then let me pay, so we can get out of here. I'd rather spend the night. With me? I knew you'd come around eventually. His grin surprised her, reminding Laurel of their wedding ceremony when he'd smiled the whole time she'd walked down the aisle to him. For a moment, she'd almost believed the wedding was real, with love and a happy future in store for her. That the marriage vows spoken would have meaning, and her groom would love her every day of her life, staying right by her side no matter what. For richer, for poorer. The phrase had filled her with a comforting warmth. The same warmth that had carried her through the reception and grown during the elevator ride to the honeymoon suite. But nothing had been real. She must have been delusional. Too bad she couldn't chalk up the reaction to drinking too much champagne. He laughed as if this were a joke. I'll pay for dinner, and then you can agree to marry me. Her stomach nodded. Brett might be tall, dark, handsome, and rich, the type of man she wouldn't want to bring home to meet Mother because she would force her to marry him on the spot or marry him herself, but Laurel wouldn't take this from him. We'll go Dutch. She released the check, but only to whip out her wallet from her purse. Her gaze lingered on the shrinking amount of money, only a few bills remained. Mentally, she calculated what her soup and chicken Caesar salad cost and then added on a 20% tip. She should let him pay, but pride wouldn't allow her to give in. Earlier, she'd stuffed a couple of dinner rolls in her pockets to make up for what she might spend tonight. Thank goodness Oregon didn't charge sales tax. Mouth tightening, he snatched up the folder and tossed a credit card inside it. When he set the bill a little too forcefully back on the table, Laurel grabbed it and shoved a 20 inside. She would have preferred to pay the exact amount, but she didn't want Brett to know how much, rather how little, money she had in her wallet. They sat in silence until the waiter arrived. We're splitting the check, Laurel said to the server. Put the entire dinner on the card. Brett handed the folder to the waiter. As if sensing the conflict at the table, the waiter hurried away. What are you trying to prove? Brett asked finally. I don't want your charity or your money. Only a job. Wouldn't giving you a job be considered charity? No, because I'd work to earn every dollar you paid me. I'd do whatever it took to succeed. A win-win situation for us both. But hey, it's your loss. Laurel tried to sound nonchalant, even though she was scared. Once I get to Alaska. Alaska? She nodded. Did you think I'd come all this way without a backup plan? The waiter arrived with Brett's credit card slip. He signed it, removed the 20, and then tucked the cash and the titanium card into his wallet. Why Alaska? I watched a TV show set there. They'll pay you to live in the state. He placed his napkin on the table. What do you plan to do in Alaska? You can earn a lot of overtime working on one of those fishing boats. There is a big company hiring cooks. She scooted out of the booth. In an instant, Brett was at her side, putting out his hand to assist her. Drawing away from him, she warded off his offer. Why did he keep touching her? His little impersonal touches sent her blood boiling. She didn't like the reaction one bit. Leaving Portland and Brett would be better for her in the long run. She couldn't afford to fall for him. Especially when she didn't like the person he turned out to be. Finding a job elsewhere would be more difficult, and Alaska was so far away, but she could do it. Laurel touched her belly. She had the best reason in the world to succeed. If you'll drop me off at the bus station, I'll be on my way. His gaze darkened. Isn't it a little late? Buses run all night. Hoping buses departed at all hours and one heading north would be leaving soon, she moved toward the exit. Worst come to worst, she could stay at the bus depot. The train station was nearby, so that might be a better option for the night. Before she could open the door, Brett touched her shoulder. Not again. What? Forget Alaska, he said to her surprise. If you want a job at MGI, you've got one.
Chapter 3. Brett couldn't believe he'd offered her a job, but the thought of Laurel leaving Portland spurred him into action. The last time he'd been impulsive had been with her in Reno, but he had no other way to keep her in town. He couldn't allow her to take his child away. Her eyes widened. You're serious? Yes. He tried to figure out what she could do without causing trouble or getting in the way. My assistant has been telling me she needs help. Laurel's smile spread across her face. You won't be sorry. Brett hoped not. He only wondered what Danielle would say about getting her own assistant. Perhaps she would be so excited she wouldn't demand a logical explanation, but knowing Danielle. I'll call my assistant tonight, so she can make arrangements for tomorrow. I'll be a great worker. You'll see. Laurel squeezed his hand, clearly excited, and a jolt of awareness shot through him. Thank you. The warmth of her skin brought back memories of their night together. The way her hand lingered in his told Brett she might be remembering, too. Pulling away was the smart thing to do, but he didn't. Not surprising. Logic failed him whenever Laurel Worthington was around. Hiring her was a perfect example, one he would have to discuss with his attorneys. Despite the circumstances, he couldn't deny his physical attraction to her. He couldn't put his company at risk for a sexual harassment suit by the mother of his unborn child. Thinking about the possible headlines that could bring made him cringe. Brett drew his hand away. I only offered you the job. You won't report directly to me, so you'll have to prove your worth to keep it. I'll be MGI's model employee. For all the confidence in her voice, she'd be lucky if she survived the probation period. At least he could keep an eye on her at the office. Make sure she and the baby were doing well. What's my salary? She asked. Of course she would be interested in money. Her type always was. You can discuss your salary with your new boss. She bit her lip, hesitancy and uncertainty warring on her face. I don't want to put you on the spot, but will I be paid more than minimum wage? Seriously? He reminded himself this would only be the second job she'd had. Everyone at MGI earns more than minimum wage. Great, because I need to be able to afford rent. He couldn't imagine Laurel living on her own. Maybe he should reconsider what to pay her. That might convince her working didn't make sense and she would be better off marrying him. An idea popped into his head. Do you have a place to stay tonight? I need to find a hotel. Nothing fancy. A motel will be fine. Nothing expensive was what she meant. He wondered how much cash she was carrying around in her bag. Not much if she was stashing bread in her pocket. You can stay with me. I don't want to be in the way. A little late for that. My mother fixed up the guest room. She stays there when she's in town. Which isn't often now that she's retired to Palm Springs. I don't want to keep her. She's not planning to visit until Christmas. He knew Laurel was searching for a polite excuse because she didn't want to stay with him. Her behavior was consistent. My mom got tired of the rain, so she moved to Southern California for the sunshine. The room is yours. For as long as you need it. You make it sound as if I'll be there forever. That's the plan. Having Laurel stay with him was the first step in convincing her to marry him. Keeping her close was the second. I want to rent an apartment, she added, chin tipped stubbornly. Not going to happen. This will give you time to learn the various neighborhoods. That way, you can find the perfect place instead of just settling with anything. Portland's not that big. She furrowed her perfectly arched brows as if she didn't know whether to trust him. Welcome to the club, Ms. Worthington. Do you live near your office? She asked. It's a short drive. I need a place close to work since I don't have a car. We'll carpool. Together? That's how carpooling works. Brett wanted to high-five himself at his stroke of brilliance. Building his own business from nothing had taught him what success took, hard work and patience. The more time he spent with Laurel, the more he'd be able to show her the benefits of marrying him. At home, at work, in the car. Saying, I do, again was as good as done. Ready to go home?
Home. The word conjured up different images, good and bad, in Laurel's mind. Only the belt strapped across her chest and lap kept her from edging forward on her seat as Brett drove along Highway 43 to an area called Dunthorpe. An exclusive area given the large houses in the older established neighborhood, especially Henry Davenport's estate, which Brett pointed out. As he pulled into his driveway, Laurel's heart pounded in her throat. The English-style manor had aged well, radiating warmth and family. The picture-perfect house belonged in a painting, with blooming flowers and towering trees in the yard, while gaslights illuminated the interior. "I'll get your suitcase," he said. Carrying her tote, Laurel started along the stone path to the entryway. With each step, she fell deeper in love with the delightful house. The carefully tended gardens reminded her of the yard she'd played in as a child. The memories of happier times, of the secure childhood she'd known as a young girl and as a teen, were bittersweet. She hoped Brett's house knew only happy days in the years to come. It was perfect for a child who would only visit every other weekend and an occasional holiday based on whatever custody arrangement they ended up agreeing on. The thought saddened her, but she shook off the feeling. Laurel had a place to stay tonight. She should be relieved, not thinking about what might happen in the future. Being cared for by his house staff also sounded nice. As she stood on the porch waiting for Brett, a moth fluttered around the light. Was she getting too close to the flame herself? Working at his company was one thing, but staying with him and wanting to be pampered? Laurel grimaced. Her days of being spoiled were over. She shouldn't be here. Not even for one night. All she wanted was a job. Not a marriage proposal, not a place to stay, and not a ride to work every day. She definitely didn't want her insides turning to melted butter with a touch of his hand. Yet, that was happening. Not once, but every single time. Being around Brett short-circuited her mind, her nerve endings, and her heart. The feelings weren't real, they couldn't be more than leftover attraction from the time they'd shared in Reno. Except how did she explain her roller coaster ride of emotion? She wanted to laugh, she wanted to cry. Wanted to slap him. For some insane reason, she wanted to kiss him, too. It didn't make sense. Must be the hormones. She hoped that was all it was. Laurel couldn't risk anything else. She'd made her choices in Reno. One last weekend, one last time to be, or rather pretend to be, an heiress who could have whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. She'd wanted to hold on to the only life she'd known for a few days longer. Meeting Brett had been a welcome surprise. She'd never experienced such intense feelings as she had when he'd kissed her during the wedding ceremony. It felt as if she'd won the lottery. She hadn't thought of the consequences of their wedding night. The next day hadn't entered her mind. Not really. Oh, how things had changed. With a baby growing inside her, she had to think of tomorrow and every day after that. Not only for her own sake, but for the little one she would be bringing into the world. The future mattered now. Would the baby have her blue eyes, or Brett's brown ones? Boy or girl? Laurel only hoped their baby, regardless of gender, got Brett's money sense and his smile. She might not be thrilled with his personality, but his smile made her feel warm all over. He carried her suitcase from his car, unlocked the front door, and opened it. A beep sounded. That's the alarm system. I'll give you the security code. I won't be here that long, she said a little too quickly. I'll look for an apartment tomorrow. After work, that is. Wait until Saturday. We can make a day out of it. He'd suggested helping her get to know Portland, but Laurel had assumed he was only being polite. I'll show you around. We can check out apartments, tour a few to compare. I'd still suggest memorizing the code here, though, unless you plan to spend all your time with me. Memorizing the code moved to the top of her to-do list. He stepped inside, flipping a light switch as he did so. Laurel followed. The wood floors in the foyer gleamed from the light of the chandelier above. A wide staircase with an elaborately carved balustrade led to the second floor. So lovely. The faint scent of lemon, wood polish, perhaps, lingered in the air. She glanced to her right. The room was dark but also had beautiful floors and... oh, no. Panic flaring, she screamed. "Call the police." Brett dropped her suitcase with a thud, rushing to put his hand on her waist. "Are you in pain? Is it the baby?" "No," she choked on a sob. "You've been robbed. They took everything. Only a fireplace remained in the living room. Even the lamps were gone." Tears welled in her eyes. She remembered standing inside her condominium and her parents' house, watching as item by item was sold to strangers, seeing piece after piece removed until only empty rooms and bare walls remained. "Oh, Brett." Leaning into him, she placed her hand over his, trying to give him what small amount of comfort she could. "I'm so sorry." He moved away. "Everything's still here." "Everything?" Baffled, she glanced around at the empty space. "Your living room is empty." None of his muscles tensed. He didn't blink. "I don't have any furniture." She stepped into the cavernous room. Books were stacked against the far wall. "You're kidding, right?" Brett shrugged. "I haven't gotten around to decorating yet." "I'm sorry, I thought." Staring at the living room, she imagined where the Christmas tree would go. Miniature blinking lights, colored, not all white, would show through the front window. An angel would grace the treetop. Greenery, candles, and bows on the wooden mantel with lighted porcelain village pieces and red velvet stockings. The scent of cinnamon and vanilla would fill the air, with a crackling fire as the finishing touch. The room would be the perfect place for a holiday gathering, or a family opening presents from Santa. "I usually don't have guests," he said in a matter-of-fact tone. She was one guest who needed to get out of here. The image of this room decked out for the holidays was too appealing. Laurel returned to the foyer. "How long have you lived here?" "A year next month." To her left was an empty formal dining room. No table, no chairs, no sideboard, nothing except a beautiful chandelier and more stacks of books on the floor. She stared in disbelief. Every detail on the exterior of the house had been cared for with such precision. No one seeing the outside would think the inside was empty. How could Brett live here, much less call this barren structure home? "I had the floors refinished and the walls painted before I moved in. I've spoken with a couple of interior designers, but I haven't had time to meet with them. One of these days, I will." The neglected interior not only contradicted the well-tended yard but also the thoughtful decor of his office. What about the person who decorated MGI? "She's known for her commercial designs." So? The bare, stark white walls here didn't belong in a home. The house was a blank easel waiting for someone to brush the first stroke of color. "Anything has to be better than this." "My mother said the same thing, but I don't use these rooms, so there's no rush." Questions filled Laurel's mind. Where did he sit? Eat? Was she going to be sleeping on the floor tonight? Brett Matthews was becoming more of a mystery to her. Not every room is empty. He led her down a wide hallway to an open-concept kitchen and family room. On the far side was an immense stone fireplace, with built-in bookcases on either side. "See," he gestured to a big-screen television, a leather recliner, and a matching couch, furniture. Bachelor furniture, he meant. Dull, dark, and all too male. This place needed a female's touch. A potted ficus would fit perfectly in the corner. The spot over the mantel needed a painting or portrait. A small table and lamp against the wall, framed photos and other accessories for the built-in cabinets, and a nice rug to tie the decor together. But this house wasn't hers. Never would be. She needed to shut off that part of her brain. Looks comfortable. Brett didn't want her decorating opinion. The less she said about his home, the better. "It is." He pointed to a small alcove situated between the kitchen and the family room. A breakfast nook with a cherry maple table and 4 Windsor chairs was surrounded by oversized windows. "There's the table." Yes, but what did he eat? The state-of-the-art gourmet kitchen was immaculate. Either Brett was a neat freak, or he never cooked. She was tempted to open the excessively expensive commercial-grade refrigerator to see if there was any food inside. A domestic staff would have to work overtime to keep everything so spotless and shiny. Very nice. But very strange. If she didn't know better, Laurel would think no one lived here, given there were no piles of clutter, no pieces of memorabilia, and definitely no character. Oh, the house had architectural character out the wazoo, beams on the ceiling, intricate moldings, wood pane windows, hardwood floors, built-in shelves and cabinets with leaded glass doors, but that wasn't enough for such a beautiful old home. The house cried out for tender loving care, yet Brett had turned a deaf ear. His neglect saddened and concerned her. Was he superficial, showy on the outside, but empty on the inside? One thing was clear, though. The interior of his house reaffirmed what her heart knew to be true: he didn't want a family. Someone who lived like this wasn't interested in having a home, let alone a wife or child. He was a workaholic who preferred the comfort of his office to that of his house. His misplaced sense of obligation was driving his marriage proposal, nothing else. "Would you like something to drink?" he asked. "No, thanks. I'm tired." She was ready to have her bed turned down, so she could call it a night. "Is your staff still on duty?" "I don't have a staff, only a housekeeper who comes once a week." "I assumed." "I'm sure you did." His steady gaze bore into her as if he could read her thoughts and dreams. "I'll show you to your room." "Thank you." With his hand at her waist, he motioned her toward the foyer, where he stopped to pick up her suitcase. "Your room has a private bath. Everything you need should be in the cabinets or drawers, including towels and toiletries." As Laurel climbed the stairs, a wave of apprehension swept over her. No staff meant she'd be alone with Brett. She hadn't expected that. Alaska was sounding more and more appealing. Following him to the end of the hallway, she noticed the barren walls. No family photos or paintings that touched one's heart to remind a person they were home. Once again, she was struck by the difference between his empty mansion and his lovely office. Which was the real Brett Matthews? "There's a nice view of the Willamette from your room," he said. "The what?" "The river that runs through Portland." "Oh." When she entered the guest bedroom, she stopped short in amazement. It felt as if she'd stepped into another world, one exquisitely designed and magazine layout perfect. The classic combination of deep magenta and mahogany suited the English architecture, unlike the starkness of the rest of his house. Pictures in gilt frames sat on the dresser. One of a young boy and a woman, Brett and his mother? Another of Brett in a graduation cap and gown. "Make yourself at home. The dresser drawers are empty." He opened the closet door. "I'll get more hangers after you send for the rest of your things. This is all I have." Saying that left a sour taste in her mouth, like a fine wine turned to vinegar. "When you said they were your only assets," he appeared more embarrassed than her. "No sense lying. I'm happy to have a few things left at all." She glanced around the room, not wanting to explain further. Selling the majority of her wardrobe and accessories at a consignment store had been the right decision. She'd needed the money more than she needed designer labels that wouldn't fit for much longer. A crystal bowl filled with fragrant potpourri sat on the nightstand. She inhaled. "Your mother did a lovely job decorating the room." "My mom enjoyed doing it." His face lit up, telling Laurel his mother meant a lot to him. "I told her to do whatever she desired. I wanted her to create a home away from home for herself. You should ask her to do the rest of the house." The scrutiny of his gaze made Laurel self-conscious. Keeping her mouth shut would be the smartest move. "If you need anything, I'm next door." He backed toward the doorway. "Good night." "Night." As soon as he closed the door behind him, Laurel plopped onto the bed, exhausted, dirty, and confused. A weight pressed down on her chest. Tears stung her eyes. She blinked them away. She'd come too far to break down and cry. She rubbed her belly, seeking the reassurance touching her baby usually provided. "Sleep well, my little one. I have a feeling this is only the beginning." The realization worried her. Nothing was turning out like she'd expected. Especially not Brett. Laurel had been fantasizing about the attractive man she'd met and married in Reno, the one who'd given her the sweetest wedding gift, a snow globe with 2 doves inside. Had that been an act? A pretend, attentive groom to go along with the joke of a wedding? So many questions, too few answers. Laurel kicked off her shoes. Pointing her toes, she sighed as her feet luxuriated in the freedom. A shower would allow her to scrub away the grime and whatever else was clinging to her. She would get a good night's sleep and then be ready for work come sunrise. Starting a new job would wipe her slate clean. Tomorrow would be the first day of the rest of her life. She couldn't wait.
The next morning, Brett knocked lightly on Laurel's bedroom door. No reply. He didn't hear any movement inside. Either she was sleeping, or she was in the bathroom getting ready. He hoped she was asleep. Waking her up before roosters blinked and the sun rose would be a perfect way to start her day. His, too. Imagining what her reaction would be, Brett grinned. He would have to be careful not to look too happy at her discomfort, but he couldn't wait to see her squirm. Today was the start of his Get Laurel to Marry Him campaign. He'd spent half the night planning his strategy. She'd thrown him a curve by declining his marriage offer, but if making a name for himself in the crazy world of financial investments had taught Brett anything, it was how to regroup. His first step, showing her that working for a living was difficult. Incredibly early mornings and 10-hour-plus days would allow her to see that marriage was not only the better option but also the only one. Nothing he did would affect her health or the baby's. She might find herself more tired than usual and wanting to sleep in, nap, or go to bed early. Searching for an apartment would be draining. Doing anything physical would be taxing. And the entire time, he would be by her side to feed her, to listen to her, and to comfort her. Yes, this was the perfect plan. If he played his cards right, she'd quit by this time next week. Brett rubbed his hands together gleefully, having no doubt he'd easily get what he wanted. He placed his ear on the door. No movement inside. Definitely asleep. Brett knocked louder. Still nothing. He turned the knob and then pushed open the door. At least she hadn't locked it. That had to be a good sign. Maybe she would say yes sooner than he thought. Laurel, he called softly. The even rise and fall of her chest told him she was asleep. He crept toward the bed. She'd kicked off the covers, lying curled on her left side. Good, that was the position the pregnancy books recommended. One of those body pillows he'd read about might make her more comfortable. A blanket covering her would be good, too. Her oversized pink nightshirt skimmed the top of her thighs. He shouldn't look, but his gaze kept returning to her. At some point last night, she'd washed away the dirt from her bus journey, leaving behind the beautiful woman who'd haunted his dreams these past months. His heart rate quickened. This was the woman he would spend the rest of his life, or at least the next 18 years, with, the mother of his child. He ran his gaze from her shapely legs to her slightly rounded stomach. Not much of a difference from the flat tummy he'd touched and trailed kisses along in Reno. But there was one difference now. His baby was in there. Fingers itching, he touched her belly, well, the shirt covering it, before he realized what he was doing. Laurel blinked open her eyes. He jerked his hand away before she had the chance to focus. She yawned. Brett? His face heated, even though he couldn't remember the last time he'd blushed. Good morning. She bolted upright. I set the alarm for 6 o'clock. Oh, no. I must have slept right through it. I'm sorry. You didn't sleep through the alarm. Then why? She glanced at the east-facing window. The beginnings of dawn crept around the edges of the curtains and blinds. What time is it? 4:30. Her eyes widened. In the morning? Her look of utter horror made him smile. Good. Her reaction was what he'd wanted. I like to be at the office before the market opens. Is that a problem? No. She rubbed her eyes. You're dressed. You were tired last night, so I let you sleep in. How thoughtful, she murmured. Brett could almost hear the eye roll she probably wished to give him in her voice. She glanced at the digital clock on the nightstand. Another minute flashed by. What time do we need to leave? Half an hour, 45 minutes. We can pick up breakfast on the way. He waited for an outcry. He didn't get one. Maybe tomorrow. If you need more time. I'll be ready. Such certainty, but the way she blinked as if trying to force her eyes wider open suggested she was struggling. I'll be in the family room. See you in a few minutes. Yeah, right. More like 60. Women like Laurel took at least an hour to get ready. He only hoped they weren't too late this morning. Brett headed downstairs to make use of the time while waiting. He grabbed the remote control, clicked on CNBC, and sat in his recliner. He opened his laptop and logged on to MGI's server. Time to slog through his email. I'm ready. Laurel's voice floated toward him. If you need more time. Shocked, he checked his watch. No way. She'd gotten ready in less than 15 minutes. No, I'm logging off. As Brett raised his head, his breath caught in his throat. He couldn't speak, he couldn't think. She was beautiful. His pulse climbed faster than an IPO of stock. A black skirt fell just above her knees. A short-sleeved black shirt covered her stomach but stopped short of her hips. A scarf added a splash of color. She'd piled her hair on top of her head and then clipped it somehow. No bad hair days for Laurel Worthington. Something wrong. Meeting his gaze, she nervously smoothed her skirt. My wardrobe is limited due to my expanding waistline. You look fine. Good. Great. Thank you. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly. So, are you ready? More than ready, Brett realized with a start. Ready to forget today was a workday and he needed to go to the office. Ready to remove the clip from her hair to watch the silky strands tumble around his hands. Ready to carry her upstairs to his bedroom. Forget about not liking her, not respecting her, and not trusting her. He wanted her badly. Brett shut his laptop, the screen snapping against the monitor. What in the world had he gotten himself into?
Chapter 4. Laurel couldn't figure out what was wrong with Brett. Since leaving his house, he hadn't spoken, except when he'd stopped at a cafe and ordered breakfast to go. She told him she preferred stopping at a grocery store because that would be cheaper than a restaurant, but he mumbled there wasn't time and paid for her breakfast before she could protest. Maybe he wasn't a morning person. She hadn't stuck around long enough in Reno to see him wake up because her mother had needed Laurel home as soon as possible. To be honest, leaving a note while he slept had been for the best. She'd been afraid the magic they'd shared during the night would disappear come morning. She'd wanted the memory of their time together to remain untarnished, something to hold close to her heart when she returned to the real world in Chicago. No matter. She wouldn't let Brett's strange mood or grumpiness interfere with her first day at work. She wanted to make a good impression and show she was competent. As Laurel stepped from the elevator, she noticed a crowd gathered at the receptionist's desk. Even at this early hour, MGI bustled with activity. She couldn't imagine who the people were, investors or employees, but Brett led her past the lobby and through the double doors to the private offices and cubicle area. Computers beeped and dinged. Telephones rang. People hurried from one desk to another. A contagious energy filled the air. Smiling, Laurel could almost taste the money being added to investors' portfolios. At MGI, she could have a career and earn enough to provide for her baby and herself. Her excitement mounting, she followed Brett down the hall. No one seemed to notice her. No covert glances, snide comments, or tactless jokes. For once, she was grateful to be a nobody about to make a fresh start. I'll give you over to Danielle, Brett said, without glancing Laurel's way. I have a full schedule today, but if you need something, she knows how to reach me. I'll be fine. Laurel couldn't wait to get started. The early hours would be something she had to get used to, but she was a working girl now and a soon-to-be mommy. Sacrifices had to be made. Brett entered an alcove to the right of his office. Danielle? His assistant popped her head over the cubicle wall and frowned. Gone was the bubbly high school cheerleader persona from yesterday. In its place was a disapproving suspicion. Morning, boss, Danielle said, her face downtrodden. Good morning to you. Brett grinned, appearing more pleased to see his assistant than he had Laurel earlier. Jealousy licked at her. A stupid reaction. She had no claim on him. Yet, her skin heated. She wanted to know exactly what kind of relationship Danielle and Brett had outside the office. You remember Laurel, he added. Danielle nodded, without enthusiasm. He gazed right past Laurel, as if she were invisible. I'll leave you in Danielle's capable hands. Okay. Except Laurel's voice sounded anything but. The tension emanating from her new boss evaporated any confidence she had. She fought to keep a smile on her face. Think about the baby. Have a nice day, Brett. You, too. He went into his office and then closed the door. Waiting for Danielle to say something, Laurel adjusted her shirt. She didn't have a baby bump yet, only a small paunch, and she hoped people would think she was chubby, not pregnant. If possible, she wanted to pick the time to make her pregnancy public knowledge. Her boss, however, did nothing but stare. That left saying something up to her. It doesn't look as if it's going to rain today, Laurel said, feeling like an idiot at her stupid comment. Danielle shrugged, but the frustration in her gaze was unmistakable. The woman was less than thrilled with her new assistant. No problem. Laurel could handle this. Henry Davenport had told her she could charm the pants off anyone. She'd done so with Brett in Reno. Now she had to charm Danielle. Laurel would give her boss a reason to smile. Surely by the end of the day, she could achieve the small feat. She straightened her shoulders. I'm excited to work for you. Danielle blew out a puff of air. Not the most auspicious beginning. I guess we'd better get started. Have a seat. Laurel sat, clasped her hands, and attentively regarded her new boss. Smile. Whatever you do, keep smiling. Danielle handed her a stack of papers. Fill out these forms, then read the pamphlets about employee benefits and rights. Let me know if you have any questions once you're done. Laurel grasped a 2-inch thick stack of papers and pamphlets. I have a few questions now, if that's okay. What? Laurel ignored Danielle's curtness. Maybe the woman was having a bad morning, not enough sleep, a fight with her significant other, that time of the month. What will my job be? You're my assistant. She spoke as if Laurel should know this. You'll help with my daily responsibilities. Answer phones, file, data entry. When another employee is out of the office, you'll fill in for them. Sounded good to Laurel, and not too difficult either. She'd be gaining useful office experience. I was also wondering about my salary. Brett said you would be the one. $2,700. A week. That was more than Laurel expected. She knew MGI was doing well, but she did a quick calculation. Wow. She would be making 6 figures nearly a year earlier than she'd expected. She would be able to afford a nice 2-bedroom apartment or condo. Stylish maternity clothes. A car. Laurel kept herself from reaching across the desk and hugging her new boss. She rubbed her tummy instead. Things were going to work out the way she'd thought they would. Danielle glanced at a piece of paper. $2,700 a month plus benefits. A month? Laurel's yearly salary would only be. Her jaw nearly dropped, but she managed to catch herself. Forget the nice apartment. Forget everything. The pay was more than minimum wage, but. Is something wrong? Danielle asked. Everything's fine. Laurel forced the words from her lump-filled throat. You'll be on a 90-day probation period. Brett expects his workers to give their jobs their all, but he's generous with raises. There are 6-month reviews with annual salary increases. Occasionally, we'll be awarded a merit bonus for a project well done. For the past 5 years, we've also received year-end bonuses averaging 10% of our yearly salaries. But that isn't guaranteed since it's based on company profits. Danielle gave a half smile. Any other questions? How will I pay rent? Buy food and diapers? Cover the expense of daycare? Overwhelmed didn't begin to describe how Laurel felt. She smiled weakly. Not right now. Thanks. I'll show you to the employee lounge where you can read the materials. Mustering her strength, Laurel stood tall. Living on that salary wouldn't be easy, but she didn't have a choice. Lead the way.
Out of sight, out of mind. Brett wished the old adage were true. Forget the amount of work he needed to do. His thoughts kept drifting to Laurel. He wanted to see how her day was going, ask how she was feeling, see her. He'd never expected to be so attracted to her again, but he was. And he hated that, given what she was putting him through. He made a conscious effort not to check up on her, but it wasn't easy. Brett glanced at his watch. Almost 4:30. He usually worked until 6 or so, but he had to consider Laurel and the baby. Time to call it quits. He headed for his assistant's cubicle. Sitting at her desk, Danielle typed on her keyboard, oblivious to everything but the rapid movement of her fingers. Laurel was nowhere in sight. The collar of Brett's shirt tightened. Where is she? Danielle glanced up. In the lounge. Of course, where else would she be? He leaned against the desk. How did it go? Danielle stared at her screen. Okay. She wasn't meeting his eyes. Not a good sign. Care to elaborate? She shrugged. What happened? He asked. It's been terrible. Terrible was good. He grinned. That's great. Maybe for you. His normally happy and carefree assistant frowned. I don't care about the bonus you promised me last night. I can't do this. Do what? Danielle sighed. Be the boss from hell. Why not? Her eyes clouded. I'm not used to being mean and making people cry. Brett stiffened. Laurel cried. Almost. Danielle's eyes glistened, and he thought she might burst into tears as well. When she learned her salary. I didn't know what to say. It's obvious she doesn't need the money. She's wearing a Hermes scarf, for goodness sake, and everything about her screams wealthy. What's she doing here? Slumming. Brett laughed. Danielle's frown deepened. This isn't funny. She might be your ex-wife, but she isn't mine. The only thing she needs is a hug, not a job. Exactly. Brett couldn't stop the grin. Your responsibility is to make her see that. What did she do today? Read the employee information and filled out forms. Sorted and opened the afternoon mail. Too easy. Danielle sighed. She doesn't have a clue how to do anything. Teach her. Brett needed Danielle's help to pull this off. We don't want her to do anything strenuous but assign her the messy, dirty jobs. The ones everyone puts off doing. No. Yes, he countered. Put her in charge of the coffee pot, loading and unloading the dishwasher, and cleaning the refrigerator in the employee lounge. Danielle grimaced. I never knew you had such a mean streak. I'm doing Laurel a favor. A little work will do her good. And show her that he was the solution to her problems. I give her a week, 2 tops, before she quits. Then she'll be begging me to marry her. No doubt about it. And if you're wrong? Danielle asked in a wary tone. When was the last time I was wrong? When you said online trading would stop appealing to average investors. We all make mistakes, but that one led me to write a book. Sales to DIY investors catapulted the hardcover to the top of the bestseller lists. But I'm not wrong about Laurel Worthington. I hope not. Danielle didn't sound convinced. Trust me. As his assistant studied him, her gaze narrowed. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Not yet, but I will be soon. Brett's grin became gleeful. His plan wouldn't fail. Very soon.
How could today get any worse? Laurel sat at a table in the employee lounge, trying not to fall asleep. She thought she'd reached rock bottom when a drunk stumbled onto the bus during a stopover in Spokane, Washington, and sat next to her. But even then, she could turn away from the stench and close her eyes. She couldn't grab a catnap at MGI. Laurel never thought she would prefer a 3-day bus ride to work. But thanks to her aching feet and a tiredness she couldn't shake, she wanted to go to sleep and not wake up for a month. What she wouldn't give for clothes that fit and a pair of comfortable, low-heeled Italian pumps. A shopping spree. A day at a spa complete with a facial, massage, and haircut. Too bad she'd never be able to afford those things again. Brett's marriage offer was tempting. Maybe he was right. Maybe she wasn't cut out for working. Maybe she wasn't any different from her mother and paternal grandmother, trophy wives extraordinaire. Marrying him, however, meant giving up control over her life to a man who didn't love her. It meant foregoing her vow to be self-sufficient and a better person than she'd been before. Was she willing to do that in exchange for the fancy-free life of pampering and shopping? Tempting, yes. She was so exhausted a part of her wanted to propose to Brett on the drive home. But she couldn't. With a child on the way, her priorities had shifted. She refused to follow in her mother's footsteps. How's it going? Brett asked from behind her. Laurel blinked open her heavy eyelids. Great. She couldn't muster up the right amount of enthusiasm but managed a smile. Did you have a good day? It was busy, but I'm ready to go home. He touched the back of her chair. How about you? Quitting time at last. She wanted to shout for joy. Instead, she shrugged. I can finish up tomorrow. We can see a few apartments before we go out to dinner. The only thing Laurel wanted to do was crawl into bed and sleep. Could we wait until Saturday? Sure. Funny, but he almost sounded disappointed. What do you want for dinner? Taco salad. I know a Mexican restaurant. I'll make reservations. I'd rather have the homemade kind, if that's okay. Sure. His brows drew together. Can you explain the difference between a homemade taco salad and a restaurant one? It's not that different. Thinking about the ingredients made Laurel hungry. Same tortilla chips, ground beef, cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes. But the homemade kind tastes better. You can smother the ingredients with Thousand Island dressing. Yummy. Salad dressing? The low-fat kind, of course. Of course. A strange expression formed on his face. Is that a problem? She asked. No, he said quickly. We'll stop by a grocery store on the way home. Laurel rose from the chair slowly. Her joints hurt. Muscles ached. Why had she thought an office job would be easy? She rubbed her lower back. With an anxious gleam in his eyes, he picked up her purse. Are you okay? A little stiff. Nothing stretching out on a comfy bed and sleeping for 12 hours couldn't fix. I must have sat too long. First days are the hardest. The tenderness in his voice surprised her. Tomorrow will be better. The day couldn't be much worse. Laurel stifled a yawn. I'm counting on it.
Later that evening, Brett closed the door to the dishwasher. Laurel lay on the couch with her eyes closed. He couldn't tell whether she was asleep or not, but he was worried about her. His plan was working. He'd thought she might quit tonight, but maybe he'd gone too far. He'd wanted to show Laurel how difficult working would be, not exhaust her. During dinner, she'd nearly fallen face-first into her plate. Twice. To make matters worse, she'd barely eaten any of the taco salad she'd wanted. "Can I get you anything?" he asked. "No, thanks." Her voice was so soft, too soft. A shiver ran along Brett's spine. He'd handled billions of dollars for clients and oversaw his firm and employees, but dealing with a pregnant woman, the mother of his unborn child. He didn't know what to do, but he felt responsible. Responsible for Laurel's condition, her tiredness, the baby. Overwhelmed described how he felt right now. "Do you want something else to eat?" he asked. She opened her eyes, dark circles under them. Dinner was great. Maybe he should carry her upstairs to bed. "You didn't eat much." "I ate plenty." Brett didn't think so. He sat on the end of the couch. "Tired?" Her nod was barely perceivable. "At least I'm not sick like I was." He placed her feet on his lap so he'd have more room. "Morning sickness?" She nodded again, not even flinching at his touch, which worried him more. "I know why some families have only one child," she murmured. "That bad, huh?" He kept his tone light-hearted, not wanting to think about how awful those early weeks of pregnancy must have been for Laurel when she was losing her family home and selling her condo at the same time. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Laurel wiggled her toes. He took that as a sign to rub her feet. The last time he'd touched her, they had been lying in bed, her bare back against his chest. She'd shimmied her shoulders then to tell him she'd wanted a massage. "I thought I was going to die," she admitted to his surprise. "Taking care of a baby has to be easier. That must be the reason pregnancy lasts so long. To prepare you for parenthood." Brett had no idea what caring for an infant entailed. A few weeks ago, when he was doing a book signing at Cassandra's Attic, an independent bookstore in San Francisco, he'd asked Cara, their book concierge, to find him the top-rated baby books. The ones he'd read so far made parenting a newborn sound challenging and tiring, but people did it every day. Raising a child couldn't be that difficult. As he rubbed the top of Laurel's left foot, she closed her eyes. "Thank you. First lesson learned after working a full day. I won't wear heels tomorrow." "Good call." The vulnerability on her face tugged at Brett's heart. He wanted to make things better for her, protect her. She blinked open her eyes. "I hope you didn't mind cooking dinner tonight." "I didn't," he said honestly. "Good, because there's just something about home cooking, don't you agree?" He ate out or ordered takeout due to the hours he worked. But as long as Laurel was around, he'd get used to cooking or hire a personal chef. Anything to keep the baby healthy and growing. "I do. You know your way around the kitchen." Her voice was soft, but he didn't have to strain to hear her. "How did you learn to cook so well?" "My mother." Laurel's compliment pleased him. Knowing his cooking hadn't kept her from eating made him feel better. He massaged her toes. "She had me sit in the kitchen while she made dinner so she could supervise my homework. I would do anything to get out of doing my assignments, so I'd separate egg whites or chop vegetables for her. Pretty soon, she had me helping her prepare meals. We enjoyed cooking together." "Really?" "My parents never asked about my homework, and we had a cook who wouldn't let me near the kitchen." Laurel's resigned tone made her privileged life and parents sound cold. Not anything like Henry Davenport's. His life had been full of warmth and love from parents who doted on their only child. That's too bad. Brett loved cooking with his mom, even though most of the meals they'd prepared were for the Davenports. "Do you cook?" "I wouldn't call myself a chef, but I'm learning as I go. I couldn't cook at the beginning of my pregnancy." She grimaced. "The smells were overpowering, but then I reached a point where I only wanted to eat things made with ground beef. Taco salad. Spaghetti with meat sauce. Stuffed green peppers. Amazing how many meals you can figure out when you don't want to starve. Brett rubbed her other foot. He didn't understand the cravings associated with pregnancy. Despite the books he'd read, most of what Laurel was going through remained a mystery, but he wanted to understand. How did you feel when you first found out you were pregnant? I was terrified. Brett respected her honest answer. He wished she'd been as truthful with him about her family's financial situation when they'd been in Reno. Whether that would have changed their honeymoon night, he didn't know, but he probably wouldn't have thought of her as a potential date or girlfriend. Once the shock wore off, the excitement set in. I was still scared but happy, too. So incredibly happy. Her tired eyes lit up. Knowing a life is growing inside you, a life you made. It's a miracle. Her enthusiasm brought a smile to his face. What did your parents say? He asked. My father had left us by then. And my mother, Laurel exhaled sharply, she told me having a baby so young would ruin my figure. As if that was my biggest concern. She tried as best as she could to be supportive, but she'd lost everything. The last thing she wanted was to be a grandmother. Being a mother was never her strong suit either. Laurel. Alone in the world. Poor little not-so-rich girl. Brett couldn't believe he felt sorry for her. Neither said anything. The silence should have been uncomfortable. Driven a wedge further between them. But it wasn't, and it didn't. That surprised him. And worried him, too. Sitting like this felt so natural. As he rubbed her ankles, she released a sigh. He kept his hands on her. Feel good? If I were a kitten, I'd be purring. He massaged her arches before moving up her leg. His hands glided over her silky smooth skin. If you massage a certain area of the foot, you can induce labor. Was that in one of your books? Yes, it said. Please don't talk about giving birth. Sounding half asleep, she closed her eyes. What you're doing feels wonderful. I want to enjoy this. Pressing his lips together, he continued the massage. Working out the kinks in her slender calves. Rubbing her tired feet. Rewarding her for a long day at the office. Laurel released a soft moan. I forgot how good you were at this. His throat tightened. He couldn't answer. Not when he was remembering the way she had trailed whisper-like kisses from his forehead to his chin. Her hands had rubbed and explored. Different time. Different situation. Yet. She'd made him feel so wonderful in Reno. Her innocence, eagerness, and curiosity had turned him on. I was wondering, she said slowly. Brett's pulse picked up speed. His physical reaction was insane considering the circumstances, but he couldn't help himself. His hands moved up her calf once again. What? Raising her head, she opened her eyes. Is it true you need to pay the first and last month's rent when you lease an apartment? His hands froze. Huh. I need to know how much money I'll need to rent a place. A bucket of ice water might as well have been dumped over him. No problem. He lifted his hands from her skin. There would be time for more touching once they were married. He wouldn't be able to settle for a marriage in name only. Not with a woman like Laurel Worthington. Some landlords require first and last month, as well as a security deposit, he explained. What did you do in Chicago? After I graduated from college, I picked the condo I wanted, then my father took care of the rest. From the time I was little, he told me I had better things to do than waste my time and pretty head worrying about money. She frowned. He handled my finances, bills, insurance, you name it. He even picked out my future husband. I dutifully became engaged to a man I didn't love because I was told to. If one good thing came from losing everything, it was that we broke up. Henry Davenport had mentioned her engagement being called off before the April Fool's bash in Reno, but Brett hadn't asked for more details. He wanted to know now. Badly. Big mistake, giving my father control of everything," she added before Brett could ask any questions. "But I can't blame him completely. I was stupid and naive. I did whatever he said, and I trusted him. You didn't know better." She was taking too much of the blame in Brett's opinion. "You were young. Still are." "Thanks, but I'm not a kid anymore. I should have been more involved, but I never gave a second thought to what he did. I never asked to see any statements, any receipts, anything. And to think I wasn't the only one." "Your mother?" Brett asked. Laurel nodded. "Several of my father's friends, too." Brett's jaw dropped. "Why would they trust your father with their money? He dreams big and schemes even bigger," sweet-talked others into believing his hype, too. "My father got lucky with a few investments, but he didn't know when to stop. He didn't understand the definition of risk. I guess I didn't either." Speaking of which, Brett had reviewed her employment paperwork. Her ultra-conservative asset allocation for her retirement plan had raised a red flag. "Is that why you selected bond funds for your 401k? She nodded. "They have the lowest risk factor besides money markets. That means a lower return." Having this conversation with her would be meaningless in the long run, but he couldn't help himself. Investing was in his blood, it was his life. He couldn't let her waste one day of potential gain. "You're only 24. I turned 25 on July 4th. He hadn't known her birthday, but he remembered how Henry had invited others who had holiday birthdays like him. Brett's was on Valentine's Day, but she most likely didn't know that. Yet they were having a baby together. "Either way, you're young and investing for the long term. You can afford to ride out market swings. I know you wrote a book for people like me, but I'm finished taking chances. I'm tired of uncertainties. I want only guarantees from now on." If only life were that simple. Age-wise, only 7 years separated them, yet he felt much older than her. But the word died on his lips. Showing Laurel she wasn't cut out for the working world, so she would marry him wasn't much different from what her father had done to her. A lump of guilt lodged in Brett's throat. But what was he supposed to do? Marriage was the best solution, the most practical solution, for everyone involved. Nothing else would give their child the family and stability he or she deserved. Laurel stared at the fireplace, her gaze unfocused. "Sometimes I wish." Her wistful tone made him lean toward her. "What?" "That I could do it all over again. Change the past." He'd been there himself. More times than he liked to remember. "We all do. Even you." "Yes." Brett couldn't understand why he was opening up to her. He never talked about himself, not even to Henry, his nemesis and oldest friend. Brett shouldn't be saying anything to Laurel either. "But we can't change what's happened. The past is the past." As she gazed up at him, she patted her belly. "Besides, I can't forget what's most important now." He lowered his gaze to her stomach. "Neither can I."
Chapter 5. The next morning, Laurel should have stayed in bed. If she had, she wouldn't be sitting across the desk from her glaring boss and in big trouble. Laurel, however, had gotten up because no matter how tired she might have been, she didn't have a choice. Earning money for her and her baby's future was her priority. If only she weren't doing such a lousy job. "What were you thinking?" Danielle demanded, her face flushed. "Couldn't you tell the difference between a color toner cartridge and a regular one?" Laurel sat on the opposite side of the desk, but the entire Pacific Ocean might as well have separated them. She went to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear until she remembered the dark toner covering her hands. Dirty hands were the least of her problems, but she'd still rather not have more evidence of her ineptitude on display. "I was trying to help. Explain that to Brett when I tell him what happened." Danielle slammed her palms against the desk. "He's going to be upset when he finds out the graphics for the reports were ruined. Laurel would be fired. No question about that." Not that she deserved anything less. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't cut it. Those reports are for our VIP clients. They're supposed to be mailed today. At her boss's icy gaze, Laurel stared at the desk with a miniature slot machine sitting near the monitor. Nothing more than a memento of a trip or perhaps a gift, but memories of Reno, happy, sad, and those in between, crashed into her like a bullet train. The oxygen-infused casino air smelling like cigarette smoke and spilled alcohol. The melancholy melody from the piano bar. The flashing lights and clinking of coins at the slot machines. A lump burned in her throat, and tears stung her eyes. Not now, please not now. Laurel blinked, but that didn't help. Emotion threatened to overwhelm her. Tears streamed down her face as if a levee had given way during a torrential downpour. She rose. Please excuse me. She walked briskly to the bathroom, entered, and stood at one of the sinks. After a minute, the door swished opened. A tissue appeared over her shoulder. Laurel? Danielle asked. Are you okay? No, Laurel wasn't okay. She was incompetent, and everyone at MGI would know it. Hey, no one's perfect. We all screw up now and then. Danielle plucked another tissue. I'm sorry if I came down on you too hard. That's not why. Laurel tasted the salt from her warm tears. Oh, why couldn't she stop crying? She'd vowed never to cry again. Then to do so at work, on her second day on the job. Pathetic. What's wrong? Danielle asked. It's complicated. The door to the restroom opened again. The reflection of two women appeared. Lauren dropped her gaze, but not before one, a beautiful Asian woman with waist-length black hair, caught a glimpse of her. Hey, why all the tears? It's complicated, Cece, Danielle said. The other woman, a brunette, stepped forward and touched Laurel's shoulder. I'm Sarah, and this is Celia. Celia smiled. Friends call me Cece. Anything we can do to help? Sarah asked. I don't know. Laurel hiccuped. I'm usually not this emotional. We've all been there. Cece grabbed the entire box of tissues off the counter. Why don't you tell us what's wrong? That sounds like a good idea, Sarah said encouragingly. Danielle stared at Laurel. It's up to you. The concern in the women's eyes, especially Danielle's, was clear, but they were strangers. Coworkers, yes, but Laurel didn't know them. She hadn't told her closest friends what was going on. Not that any of those people had truly been her friends, as she'd learned the hard way. Sarah must have taken her hesitation as a yes. Laurel found herself sitting in the lounge area of the ladies' room, where two love seats faced each other. So, what's going on? Sarah asked. Laurel doubted Brett would want their personal business aired in front of his employees. I'm not sure saying anything is a good idea. We won't say a word, Cece pledged. Will we, ladies? The other two nodded their agreement. Laurel hadn't talked to anyone in so long, unless she counted the baby. Not even her mother could look beyond her own pathetic situation to listen to her daughter's problems. Laurel was lonely. Scared, too. Maybe if she kept Brett out of this. I don't know where to start. How about what made you cry? Cece suggested. I made her cry, Danielle admitted. You didn't, Laurel said. The slot machine on your desk did. Sarah drew her brows together. Why? It reminded me of Reno. Reno? All three asked at the same time. Laurel wiped her eyes. That's where I got pregnant. Their jaws dropped. Laurel hadn't meant to shock them, but saying the words aloud was a relief. You're pregnant? Danielle asked. Laurel nodded. What about the baby's father? Sarah asked. Laurel had to keep Brett out of this. He wants to get married, but I said no. Danielle opened her mouth but then closed it. She eyed Laurel. Had she figured out the truth about Brett and the baby? Sarah's eyes darkened. Why did you say no? We're not in love. Laurel had probably said too much. I'd rather not talk about that. You don't have to, Danielle said. Cece nodded. But we're here to listen if you do. Laurel should press her lips together and return to her boss's desk, except she wanted to say more. It's just. The three women leaned toward her. I'm not only pregnant but broke, too. A tear slipped down her face, followed by another and another. I don't want a handout. I came to Portland for a job, but I've messed that up. I didn't think my life could get any worse than being homeless in Chicago, but it has. Laurel's cheeks burned. She couldn't believe she'd spilled her guts to 3 coworkers, 2 she just met. Cece pursed her lips. You were homeless? Before I came to Portland, she admitted. I liquidated everything I owned to avoid bankruptcy, so I could pay off the bills my father racked up before he ran away with his 19-year-old lover and what was left of my trust fund. Danielle's forehead creased. What about your friends? Laurel blinked to keep the tears away. When my friends learned about my new financial situation, they changed. Do you know what it's like to be out to dinner, only to have your credit card cut in half in front of everyone? Cece nodded. That happened to me once. Talk about embarrassing. Laurel took a small amount of comfort in not being the only one. All but a couple of my friends stopped returning my calls and texts. No one invited me over. I see now they weren't really my friends. I shouldn't have been that surprised given my fiancé was the first to dump me. You were engaged? Sarah asked. Engaged didn't seem like the accurate term for her and Charles. My ex was more interested in my money and family name than me. When I told him what was happening, he demanded I return his engagement ring. The only thing he didn't do was tell the others, but that's most likely due to how my being broke and scandal-ridden would reflect on him. That's brutal, Danielle said. He didn't deserve you. The other women nodded. Thanks, but if Charles saw me now, he'd be more than relieved he broke up with me when he did. Not that I care what he thinks. The only thing I care about is the baby growing inside of me. That's the most important thing in my world. I know how you feel. Understanding shone in Sarah's gaze. I'm a single mom, too. I'll be honest. Life can be a struggle, but every second of strife is worth it when you hold your baby in your arms. Laurel sighed at the thought of cuddling her own little bundle of joy. I'm sure it is, but I'm worried about how I'm going to provide for a child. I assumed I'd get married and be a stay-at-home mom. I never learned how to handle money. I've never balanced a checkbook. Not that it matters since I don't have a checking account. You need a checking account if you want to direct deposit your paycheck, Cece said. Laurel raised her toner-dyed hands in the air. I don't think I'll be getting a paycheck once Brett learns. You'll find another job, Danielle said. Why do you need another job? Cece asked. I ruined the graphics for an important report, Laurel admitted. You won't be fired for that. Cece glanced at Danielle, who hung her head with an I don't know what he might do look. Sarah patted Laurel's arm. If that happens, we'll help you find a new job. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure who else would be willing to hire an unskilled worker who'll need maternity leave at the end of the year. It's against the law to discriminate against pregnancy, but your resume could use some developing. Still, everyone deserves a chance. Determination gleamed in Danielle's eyes. Between the 4 of us, we'll figure something out. But first, we need to get the toner off your hands.
Where could Laurel be? Brett paced the length of the family room. Dinner with co-workers had sounded innocent enough, especially with Danielle going. A little outside the company walls, maneuvering by his faithful assistant would help Laurel realize quitting was the best option. But he hadn't expected her to be out past 8 o'clock. It was almost 9. Not only was Brett worried, but he was also disappointed. He'd had a gift express delivered from Kara, the book concierge at Cassandra's attic. He hoped the small gesture would show Laurel they could be partners in this thing called parenthood. If only she would come home. Being alone in this big, empty house didn't appeal to him the way it had before Laurel arrived. Ordering pizza and watching a baseball game hadn't made a difference. What was wrong with him? He had the perfect life. More money than he could spend, a house in a desirable area, and a thriving company. But sitting on the couch last night, rubbing Laurel's feet, had felt so good. Better than it should have, considering he and Laurel shared nothing except the bond of their baby. But they could have more if she gave him the chance to prove they could be a family. The doorbell rang. She's home. Brett forced himself not to run. He took his time reaching the foyer and opening the door. The sight of Laurel brought instant relief. Hi. She sounded more chipper than he'd expected, considering the hour. Hi, yourself. As she stepped inside, a horn honked. Laurel waved at the idling car. Alex drove me home. Brett's stomach clenched. Alex Niles? She removed her purse from her shoulder. Yes, he seems to be quite the ladies' man. One of MGI's rising stars, Alex Niles was a young hotshot. Handsome as sin, according to Danielle, and the last person Brett wanted Laurel spending time with. I thought you were having dinner with Danielle and Cece. And Sarah, Laurel said. Alex helped us pick a restaurant. He was working late, so we invited him to join us. He offered to drive me home. Of course he did. Brett needed to tell the guy, without attracting too much attention, to stay away from Laurel. She didn't appear as tired as last night. He wasn't sure whether that was a good or a bad thing. Today must have gone better than yesterday. She shrugged. You could say that. Her voice sounded off. Did something happen? Why do you ask? No reason. Something didn't feel right. But he couldn't trust his instincts where Laurel was concerned. Was dinner good? Oh, yes. Laurel set her purse on the kitchen counter and then headed to the sofa. I made new friends today, too. Good. Except Brett's concern rose. He wanted Laurel to think of MGI as a place to avoid, not where she'd make friends and have fun. You don't want to overdo it. I won't.
Walking into the family room, Laurel tried not to yawn. Staying at work tonight had been a necessity. Thanks to Danielle, Cece, Sarah, and Alex, Brett would never know about the broken color copier and the hundreds of reports they'd redone before dinner. Her co-workers had sworn their secrecy, bought her pizza, and saved her job. Laurel plopped onto the couch, sank back, and kicked off her shoes. Thankful to be free of the pumps, she wiggled her toes. How was your evening? Uneventful. He handed her a stack of gift-wrapped presents. These are for you. For me? Surprised and touched, she stared at the packages. I opened them. Excitement surged. Laurel hadn't opened anything new since her wedding night when she'd received a snow globe from Brett. She unwrapped the first gift. Baby names for a happy child. I thought you might want to start thinking about names. There's an ebook version if you prefer to read on your cell phone or tablet. I like print books for non-fiction. Thank you. Smiling, she opened the next gift. A second name book. She unwrapped the third and the fourth. More baby name books. Oh, Brett. This is so sweet. You don't know how much these books mean to me, but one would have been enough. One book is never enough. She laughed. Words to remember. Words to live by. Laurel clutched one of the books against her chest. I've been going through this pregnancy alone. No one cares. I care. Compassion shone in Brett's eyes, and a warm glow flowed through her. I'm not looking to be a figurehead, Laurel. I want to be a real father. Not only when the baby's born, but also during the pregnancy. Like you said, there's a life growing inside you, and I helped make that child. For the first time in months, between her new work friends and Brett, she didn't feel so alone. Tears pooled in her eyes, but she managed a smile. I see that. And she did. He cared, and she was grateful for that. Laurel wanted someone to share the wonders of her pregnancy with. Now she knew where to start. There's something I wanted to ask you. It's time for my monthly OB visit. I made an appointment today with a doctor Sarah recommended. I was wondering if you wanted to. Feeling oddly nervous, Laurel stared at the floor. Never mind, you're probably busy on Monday, Anne. You'd let me go? The words rushed out. His tone made her jerk her head up, and she scrutinized his expression. His face appeared hopeful. But he also looked wary, as if he were afraid to be disappointed. It made her feel oddly off balance, and her voice was barely above a whisper when she said, if you wanted. I do, he said without missing a beat. What time on Monday? 2 o'clock, but if that isn't okay with you, I'll rearrange my schedule. Really? Brett nodded. Great. It might be slightly terrifying to let him in, but she would try for the baby's sake. They might as well also work on how they would handle co-parenting. She handed him one of the baby name books. Start reading, Daddy. His eyes widened. Daddy? Like you said, it's your baby, too. He grinned. As she skimmed through her book, he opened another and read. Several minutes later, she felt his gaze on her. What do you think of Emma? Brett asked. It's pretty. Laurel flipped to the popularity chart in her book. But the name's been in the top 10 for many years. Forget that one. Maybe we should start a list. Was he going to be picky about names? She imagined he might. Okay, but we have time. That didn't seem to deter him. What about Amelia? That's a nice name. I think so, too. He went back to his book. Seeing him concentrate so intensely as he read gave her a warm and fuzzy feeling. They might not be a traditional family, but the baby would have 2 parents who cared, which was more than she'd had growing up. Were your parents close? Taking his attention off the book, he cocked his head. Why do you ask? I'd like to know more about you and your family. My mom's the greatest. She's the one who taught me how to throw a curveball and kick a field goal. She's also an ace at geometry. When I was growing up, she had to work insane hours to support us, but she was always there when I needed her. Brett's loving tone and soft gaze told Laurel how much his mother meant to him. She imagined he'd be the same with the baby. And your father? Never knew him. I don't know what he did, what he looked like, or where he was from. Brett shrugged, but the way his mouth tightened and his eyes narrowed suggested he wasn't indifferent. He ran out on my mother when she was pregnant with me. She never mentioned him. It was just my mom and me. I'm sorry, Brett. I had no idea. No wonder being a good father was so important to him. Laurel touched his shoulder. Thank you for telling me. There's something else you don't know. Brett hesitated, and Laurel waited patiently. My mother was the Davenport's housekeeper. He sounded defensive. We lived in an apartment above their garage until I graduated from college. It took a minute for what he said to register in Laurel's brain. When the words did, she stared, feeling as if she were seeing him for the first time. Hearing this explained a lot about Brett. When Henry said the 2 of you grew up together, he meant it. I've known Henry for as long as I remember, but I was never part of his squad. Just the housekeeper's illegitimate son. You're so much more than that. Laurel was more impressed with how Brett had made something of himself. You're an incredible man, Brett Matthews. You should be proud of yourself. I am. He slanted her a glance. Why would you say that? Because you've come so far, she said. You weren't handed a trust fund and set loose in the world with no responsibilities or expectations. You pulled yourself up, worked to make something of yourself. On your own. That counts for a lot. But not enough for you to marry me. Her mouth dropped open, but she understood why he hadn't been nice to her. Is that why you thought I said no? Old money and new money don't mix. I have no money. She grinned, hoping to lighten his serious mood. I don't care about your past. His lips tightened. Would you say that if you hadn't lost all your money? I can't answer that. Though she wished with every fiber of her being she could. I do know I'm not the same person I used to be, and that's a good thing. I'm not sure I liked that woman. His surprised gaze met hers. Then why did you say no to my proposal? If they were going to move forward with this child, they had to be open and honest with each other. I want to be like you. Like me? The puzzlement in his eyes was cute. He didn't get it, but that was okay. She was eager to share a sliver of her dream with him after he'd shared a bit of his past. You went against the odds, and you made it on your own. You showed the world that nothing was beyond your reach. I want to do that, too. You can do that and still be married to me. I can't, she said. Not after what happened with my parents. I want to be a person my child can be proud of and look up to. The way you do with your mother. I need to make it on my own. Do you understand? I think so, but do you know how badly I want our child to have a family? I do, she admitted. But there are no guarantees a family will be together forever. Me and my parents are a prime example. But the alternative? Growing up without a father is not an easy thing. Emotion filled his voice. My mom did the best she could, but she struggled, trying to balance work with being a parent. Times have changed. Not that much, he said. Talk to Sarah if you want to know what it's like to be a single parent today. Laurel wasn't living in a dream world. Sarah told me about the difficulties she's faced. His eyes filled with worry. I don't want that for my child. Or for you. I appreciate the concern, but I can do it. I don't want you to have to do it. His words took on a gravelly edge. I don't want our baby to go through what I went through growing up. The pain in his voice pierced her heart. Was it that bad? He nodded. Do you know what it's like to grow up envying your closest friend? Henry Davenport had the greatest dad in the entire world. I would sit and watch them. They were always doing something together, golfing, reading, playing. I was so jealous. I thought if only my father had stuck around, I could have had all that Henry did. Everything was becoming clearer. Too bad Brett couldn't see what she did. He would be the kind of father he wished he'd had whether she married him or not. She wanted to touch his face. Soften the tense set of his jaw. But she couldn't. They didn't have that kind of relationship. Oh, Brett. I wish things had been different for you. I don't want my child to feel the way he cleared his throat. It's important to me to be able to give my baby everything I can. That's wonderful as long as you remember what's most important. What? She pointed to her heart. Love. Love doesn't put food on the table or a roof over your head. True, but children don't think about those things. At least I never did, she admitted. You might not have had everything Henry had, but did you ever question your mother's love? Not once, Brett said without the slightest hesitation. Then you were rich in the truest sense of the word. As Laurel shifted on the couch, her book tumbled from her lap. She reached for it at the same time as Brett. Their hands touched. Their faces were mere inches apart. When he glanced up, some of his hair brushed her cheek. You believe that, don't you? I do. Her voice sounded hoarse. He smelled so good. A mix of soap and something she couldn't define as anything other than male. The scent made her want to take a deep breath and never exhale. She convinced her brain to move her hand away from his. He gave the book back to her. His warm breath caressed her neck. Laurel could barely think, let alone speak. She expected him to back away, to retreat to his corner of the couch, to do anything but remain where he was. Yet he stayed as if spellbound. Not that she was doing better herself. Laurel? His whisper was unsure, a way she hadn't heard him sound before. She wet her lips and then parted them. An invitation? She wasn't sure of anything. Brett lowered his mouth to hers. As their lips met, an electric shock jolted her. Jackpot. 777. Bells whistled, lights flashed, and the slot machine bucket filled with silver dollars. She opened her mouth farther, wanting to soak up the taste that was uniquely his. The texture, the heat. His lips explored, ravished, tortured. Talk about heaven. His hand splayed across her back, pulling her toward him, and she was helpless. She wanted to be closer, much closer, and inch toward him until she was practically on his lap. He felt so good, so warm, and so very strong. His arms offered a sense of security she hadn't felt since their night in Reno. The security she wanted to pretend she didn't need. And she didn't want it to stop. She wanted one last taste, one last feel of him. Kissing Brett made her feel so carefree. A way Laurel had forgotten to feel. She wanted him. She wanted the magic they'd shared in Reno. She wanted her feelings to be real. The last piece of reality abandoned her, but he pulled away, leaving her aching for his lips against hers again. "I'm sorry," he said, his breathing ragged, eyes stormy. "I don't want you to think I'm putting the moves on you, but there's still some sort of chemistry between us." Understatement of the year. Not trusting her voice, she nodded, trying to catch her breath. "If you and I, he inhaled deeply. If we were married. But we're not, and we never will be." Laurel said the words, but they didn't come out as forcefully as she hoped. His nostrils flared. Confusion washed over her. Brett made her feel sexy, alive, and safe. Was that her attraction to him? It couldn't be anything real. They barely knew each other. He didn't love her. And she didn't love him. Brett stacked books on the table. They must have fallen during the kiss. She hadn't noticed. Honestly, she wouldn't have noticed if the walls collapsed. Brett was too attractive. That made him dangerous. She had to keep her distance. "We shouldn't kiss again." "All right." He drew his lips into a thin line. "We'll go to bed." Bed? With her? Her pulse accelerated, her body betraying her mind and logic. "Excuse me? You had a long day and need sleep." What she needed was a cold shower, not sleep. "Don't forget," he reminded. "Tomorrow we're looking at apartments." Laurel hoped she found one. The sooner she got away from Brett Matthews, the better.
On Sunday afternoon, Brett sat in the breakfast nook with Laurel, who searched the rental listings on his tablet. A day and a half of driving around this weekend to see apartments near public transportation had discouraged her. He'd hoped that would happen, he'd wanted to show Laurel that life with him was the best choice. So why did he feel like such a creep? Like he was trading on insider information? Her long, drawn-out sigh of frustration matched the expression on her face. "I can't believe those are the only apartments I can afford. A dingy studio with a fire hazard kitchenette in an unsafe area. Staying in a 4-star hotel used to mean roughing it. I had no understanding of the true definition until today." That summed up what he'd shown her. He'd skipped the better parts of town she could afford for her own good. Rent in Portland is expensive. She frowned. There has to be something, a way to make this work. Other people do it, but how? What am I not getting? Play it cool. He was about to close his position and lock in his profit. Yet. If you make a budget and save your money, you'll be able to afford a better place. The words escaped his mouth before he could stop them. Never mind the conflict of interest. Or that he wasn't furthering his own cause. She gave a dejected laugh. "I don't know how to do anything with money except spend it. Budget was a 4-letter word in my family. I've never made one. It's not that difficult." What was he doing? He pressed his lips together. Her wide, innocent-looking eyes settled on him. "You wrote a book about investing. You must know this stuff." The glimmer of hope in her gaze slayed him. "Well, Oh, Brett, I don't think I could stand if I lost everything I had again or had to live in one of those run-down, smelly apartments. Okay, it's better than being homeless, but, she placed her right palm over her heart. I need to learn how to deal with my finances. Would you help me make a budget and teach me how to manage my money, what little I have, that is, so I could save enough to afford a decent apartment? Good going, Matthews. The idea is to get her to stay, not help her leave, in case you'd forgotten. Please. Her face held such optimism and promise. If he didn't, she had nowhere else to turn. She was totally dependent on him whether she recognized that or not. The truth smashed into him with the force of an 18-wheeler. He wanted to create a family with Laurel, one their child could count on through the years. A family she wanted as much as he did. His plan might be working, but he didn't want her to settle for him out of sheer desperation. Forcing Laurel to bend to his will because she had no other choice was wrong. He wanted her to choose him, of her own free will, because he was her best choice. The only way she could make a choice, any choice, was from a position of strength. He had to help her get there. Which meant he had to teach Laurel to manage her money so she could succeed on her own. The only question was how. Stupid. The answer was all around him. His house. Laurel could turn his house into a home. A home she would want to live in. I have an idea. Brett hoped he wasn't making the biggest mistake of his life, but his first plan to trap her couldn't continue unless he wanted to be a jerk and treat her unfairly. He needed to find a better way, the right way, for Laurel to choose him. I'll help you with a budget if you help me decorate my house. You mean a trade? Exactly. Modern-day bartering. Well, I decorated my father's pied-a-terre. Her eyes brightened. He received lots of compliments. She bit her lower lip. You'd really trade with me? I've got something you want, and she had a lot he wanted. You could stay here. I'll pay rent. Your task is bigger than mine, so I'll give you room and board to make the deal a fair exchange. That way, you can save money for an apartment, and I get a house I can entertain in. A win-win. You'll answer my questions on the decorating, right? Tell me the styles and colors you prefer. Give your opinion. I will. And you only want me to decorate the house? A hint of wariness sounded in her voice. Nothing more. She didn't trust him. That was on Brett, but he would try to earn her trust now. We won't be playing house if that's what you mean. I just want to be clear. You aren't going to expect this to become a friends with benefits situation or anything like that, are you? This is nothing more than an even trade. Once she reached her goal, he would, too. He'd have a wife and his child would have a father who lived under the same roof, a family. Brett couldn't wait for that to happen. What do you say?
Chapter 6. Standing in the guest bedroom, Laurel stared at her suitcase. She'd put off unpacking for days, but she couldn't procrastinate any longer. She was living with Brett. Not forever, but for a while. This wasn't a setback. She would view it as a stepping stone for her and the baby's future. A way to save enough money to rent an apartment so she could make a life for them in Portland, one to be proud of. If she kept remembering that, maybe she wouldn't feel as if she'd failed. Unzipping her suitcase, she stared at the jumble of contents. She removed a framed photo of her family, her mother, her father, and herself. Laurel had been 10 at the time, the apple of her parents' eyes. They'd been so happy then. How could life have gone so wrong? How could her father have walked out on them? Broken their hearts? Left her to clean up his mess? Her dad had promised to love and take care of her, but he hadn't. He'd not only failed her, but he'd also deserted her. That had taught her an invaluable lesson. She needed to be able to take care of herself. That way, if Brett did the same thing as her father, she would be able to protect both her and her child. Something her mother had been incapable of doing. Laurel hoped, however, that Brett cared and wanted the best for the baby, that he wouldn't taint his child with misguided beliefs or desert them the way her father had. She removed another photo, one of her and her mother. Worthington women always survive. Her paternal grandmother had said that to Laurel on her 16th birthday. Laurel hoped Grandmama was right. Not only for her own sake, but her mother's, too. Next, Laurel pulled out the sweet snow globe with 2 doves inside, her wedding present from Brett, and wound the knob on the bottom. The wedding march played. This simple gift reminded Laurel of the most magical night of her life. She'd been admiring the snow globe in the lobby of the wedding chapel where they sold wedding rings, bouquets, and souvenirs. Brett must have noticed because the present was waiting for her along with her luggage when it arrived at the honeymoon suite after the reception. Laurel opened a small blue velvet box. The boulder of a wedding ring glimmered under the bedroom light. The cheap, cheesy ring was nothing more than a poor imitation of the real thing, like their one-night marriage. Yet Laurel couldn't bring herself to get rid of it. The wedding ring was also a reminder of the few stolen hours with Brett. The time had been pure heaven. She never wanted to forget any of it. She touched her belly. And wouldn't now that she had another reminder of that night. She closed the ring box and then emptied the rest of her suitcase. That way nothing would keep her from working on Brett's house. She wasn't doing this only for his sake, but also for the baby's too. Her little one would be spending time here. You'll love your daddy's house once I'm finished, she spoke softly to her stomach. I promise you, Junior, this home will be perfect for you and him. And somewhere out there was a place she would call home, too. She hung up what remained of her wardrobe. Anything loose-fitting she'd kept in hopes of wearing during the pregnancy, but those clothes were getting tighter. A knock sounded. Laurel? Brett asked. Just a minute. She slid the snow globe under a pillow, uncertain if she wanted him to know how much his present meant to her. Come in. He opened the door, entering the room. I wanted to check on you. You were so quiet downstairs. I'm fine. She motioned to the suitcase on the bed. I've been getting settled. That's great. His dazzling smile took her breath away. As his eyes darkened, his mouth slanted. Living out of a suitcase must be difficult. She nodded, but not having a place to live after moving out of her condo had been worse. Never again would she take having a roof over her head for granted. But I don't have to live that way any longer. And you don't need to live in an empty house. I want to discuss what types of colors and styles of furniture you prefer. Do what you want. She planted her hands on her hips, glaring at him. That's not what you agreed to, or have you forgotten? He sighed. I thought you weren't paying attention. I always pay attention. I'll have to remember that. And watch what I say. Mischief gleamed in his eyes. If you're going to force me to participate, I know where I want to start. Laurel breathed a sigh of relief. That's the spirit. Come on. He led her into one of the bedrooms across the hall. What do you think? Hardwood floors, lofty ceilings, a charming window seat, and a private bathroom. Nice, but no one would ever see this room. It's lovely, but why do you want to start here? This will be the nursery. The nursery. She curved her arms around her belly, closed her eyes, and visualized the completed room. A rug on the floor, a rocking chair near a bookcase, a changing table and crib, a bunch of stuffed animals on the window seat, and toys. She opened her eyes. It's perfect, Brett, absolutely perfect. I hoped you'd think so. He motioned to the doorway. My bedroom is across the hall. I'll get a baby monitor, and I'll install a video camera monitoring system. Her baby would have a caring father. A bit overprotective, but Laurel took comfort in the thought. Time to get her act together. She needed to read more books. You've thought of everything. Not everything, but, he moved to one wall, the crib could go here so we can peek in without the baby seeing us. There's space for a changing table next to the bathroom door. She bit back a laugh. For someone not interested in decorating, you have lots of ideas. Brett shrugged, but excitement shone in his eyes. This is different. Yes, it is. Seeing this side of him sent happiness and joy bubbling up inside her. Thanks. For what? For considering what would be best for the baby, and, she hesitated, feeling different. Tingly inside. Tongue-tied. You caring so much means a lot to me and Junior. Junior? Heat flooded her face. She hadn't meant to say that nickname in front of Brett. Laurel focused on the backyard below. Sometimes I, talk to the baby. I use different names since I don't know the sex. Talking to the little jelly bean makes the pregnancy seem more real since I haven't felt him or her move and have only heard the heartbeat once. Brett moved toward her. What did it sound like? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The memory brought a smile to her face. It was so fast, but... What? Since the morning sickness got better, I don't always feel pregnant, and it worries me. I mean, my stomach's getting bigger because a baby's growing inside, but I don't always feel like there is. Sharing her fears felt almost as intimate as the kiss they'd shared the other night. Silly. Not at all. He extended his arm toward her belly. Is it okay, if I? Nodding, she held her breath. His fingertips touched her stomach. Gently, with reverence. He rested his palms on her belly. Listen to Daddy, Junior. You must be moving around in there, but could you make it more obvious so your mommy won't worry so much? Laurel felt her lips curve. That's sweet. She couldn't say the same thing about her reaction to his touch. Heat radiated through the fabric of her blouse as if his handprint would be seared on her skin. Not that she cared, but she should. Laurel shouldn't want him to keep touching her, but a part of her did. His gaze met hers, and her heart skipped a beat. She could almost believe they were a couple, a family. Better watch herself. And him. Being around Brett made her forget nothing romantic could develop between them. Nothing. She had to remember that, or Junior would be the least of her worries. That meant protecting herself, and her heart.
Monday afternoon in the medical center parking lot, Brett opened the car door for Laurel. They'd finished the appointment with Dr. Miles, and Brett was completely in awe at being allowed to accompany her today. 150 beats per minute. Hearing his baby's heartbeat made the pregnancy more real. A little person was growing each and every day inside Laurel's stomach. You mentioned Junior's fast heart rate, but hearing it myself. Pretty amazing. Smiling, she slid into the car. I'll say. Brett had never heard a more wonderful sound. He walked around the car, got in, and closed the door. What did you think of Dr. Miles? He's everything Sarah said he would be. A friendly, laid-back obstetrician. He'll be fine. Laurel fastened her seatbelt. What about you? He seems thorough, Brett admitted. I hope you didn't mind me agreeing with him about doing the additional blood tests. Brett had read about the triple and quad screen tests that included the alpha-fetoprotein test, or AFP. Even though Laurel was young, he was relieved she'd accepted the doctor's recommendation for one of the tests to make sure there were no problems with the baby's spine, as well as check for other conditions. Brett wanted to know everything about the baby, and he had the money to afford whatever tests could tell them more. After buckling in, Brett glanced at his watch. 2:30. Plenty of time to return to the office, but he didn't want to work. The market had closed, so his staff could handle after-hour trading and put out any fires if they erupted. He turned the ignition on the car, and the engine roared to life. Want to get ice cream? Laurel did a double take. What did you say? I asked if you wanted to get ice cream. There's a great place in the Pearl District. Don't we need to go back to MGI? No, he grinned, feeling carefree. I'm the boss, remember. I can't believe you want to play hooky. She eyed him cautiously. And you want me to, too? What kind of example? No one will know. I'll know. Brett gripped the leather-covered steering wheel. He didn't like the worry in her voice. I heard Junior's heartbeat for the first time. That deserves a celebration. Okay. When you put it that way, a thoughtful curve tilted her lips before mischief took over. I do love ice cream. Mint chocolate chip. Her eyes widened. You remembered. I remember everything, Laurel. She blushed. Really? Brett nodded. He shouldn't be bringing this up, but he couldn't help himself. Did you think I'd forget? She wet her lips. I hoped you wouldn't. I haven't. As his gaze captured hers, the memories rushed back. At 3 in the morning, she'd wanted a bowl of mint chocolate chip ice cream. Thanks to a $100 tip, a bellhop delivered Laurel's favorite dessert, along with chocolate sauce, whipped cream, and cherries. The ice cream had melted when they'd been distracted, but the condiments had been put to good use. Brett hadn't looked at an ice cream sundae the same since. Let's celebrate. Her eyes twinkled. I want 2 cherries. And nuts. Lots of nuts. Her appearing more relaxed pleased him. After the ice cream, let's stop at a couple of baby stores and see if we can get ideas for the nursery. The appreciation in Laurel's eyes warmed his insides. She flashed him a dazzling smile, and he wanted to shout, victory. Watch out. He wanted to ignore the voice of reason in his head. You sure know the way to a girl's heart, she said playfully. Brett's grin widened. This was only the beginning. Sitting in his office a few days later, Brett checked his inbox one last time, closed his laptop, and slipped the computer into his bag, ready to head home. He and Laurel were settling into a comfortable routine of companionship and conversation that Brett enjoyed. He also liked going home at a reasonable hour. Preparing dinner while chatting about their day, the house, managing money, and whatever other topic happened to come up should have bored him, but it didn't. The time they spent together made him feel as if they were married. Well, except for no ceremony, rings, wedding license, and sex. She hadn't wanted anything physical with him, and he knew on a gut level that was the right decision. Even if he wanted to touch her. Kiss her. Brett was in over his head. He was a man used to going after what he wanted, but he couldn't where Laurel was concerned. Even though he wanted to show her how much they could have if they were together as a couple, he wasn't about to ruin the foundation of friendship they were building. He needed to focus on teaching Laurel how to manage her money and the decorating account he'd set up for her. She had so much to learn. He blamed her ignorance about the value of $1 on her parents, who'd sheltered and insulated her from the realities of day-to-day living and finances before abandoning her and their grandchild. She was young and naive with zero street smarts and a trusting nature. More than anything, Brett wanted to keep her safe from a world that would gobble her up and spit her out, but she wanted to be self-sufficient. Getting her to that point was the only way he could get what he wanted. Are you busy? Laurel asked from the doorway of his office. No, he zipped his computer bag. I'm ready to leave. Her lower lip trembled. A weight pressed down on his chest. What's wrong? She curved her arms around her belly. The baby. The baby? He rose from his desk and moved toward her, forcing himself to remain quiet and not demand to know what was wrong. Her eyes glistened with tears. She blinked. Once. Twice. The room was so quiet Brett thought he heard the fluttering of her eyelashes. Take your time. Dr. Miles called, she said finally, voice breaking. And? The word came out too fast, too harsh. Brett wanted to smack himself. Remain calm, Matthews. In control. What did he say? She bit her lip. The fear of something being wrong with Junior or with Laurel or both tore Brett's insides apart. Fear poured through his veins, turning him ice cold. Every passing nanosecond felt like a year, making his gut ache. He'd never experienced anything like it and never wanted to again. The test results came back. The AFP levels were low. Her shaky voice faded. She took a deep breath. He wants me to see a genetic counselor. Brett tried to comprehend what she was saying. Low means I'm at risk for the baby being born with Down syndrome. Down syndrome and Junior. No amount of money could heal a genetic problem. Brett had never felt so helpless. But, this shouldn't be an issue at her age. That was what the rational, the logical, side of his brain screamed. Numbers he could deal with. Emotions, forget it. The risk can't be that high at your age, can it? 1 in 109. That's less than 1%. It's still considered high. She blinked again. Dr. Miles recommended I have an amniocentesis. A single tear fell from her eye. Oh, Brett, I'm so scared. If something's wrong with the baby. He wrapped his arms around her. She was soft and warm and fit perfectly against him. Holding her felt so right, despite the circumstances. As she hugged him back, her touch comforted him. He wanted to stay like this forever. No matter what happened, they were in this together. But he needed to remain in control. The baby will be fine. What if it's not? Her voice cracked. What if? Shoo, he placed his finger against her lips. We don't know enough yet to worry about what ifs. He said that for both their benefits. Yes, he was concerned about the baby. Terrified, really, but he had a bigger concern, Laurel, who was frightened and upset. She might want to be independent and self-reliant, but he needed to be strong for her. The way she would be there for him, too. Together, they would face what needed to be faced. Together, they would get through this. Together. Tears streamed down Laurel's face. His heart ripped in two. He struggled to think of something, anything, to say to make her feel better, but he couldn't. That made him feel worse. She wiped her eyes. What am I going to do? You're not in this alone. Brett, Laurel, and Junior. He stepped back, raised her chin with his fingertip, and gazed into her eyes. You have the baby, he kissed the top of her forehead, and you have me.
Going to bed at 8 o'clock had been a mistake. All Laurel had done was cry into her pillow, so Brett wouldn't hear her sobs. She pulled out the snow globe. Hearing the wedding march play, watching the doves spin, and thinking about her baby had been her salvation during the dark days in Chicago. They had kept her going, all the way to Portland, Oregon. All the way to Brett. Listening to the music now kept her from falling apart completely, but she couldn't shut off the emotions surging through her, the desolation. Brett was being as supportive as possible, but she felt isolated. Alone. Yes, this affected him, too, but the baby was growing inside of her. Whatever might be wrong was wrong inside of her. No matter how hard Brett tried, no matter what he said, he couldn't change that. Her stomach grumbled. Food should be the least of her concerns, but she couldn't forget she was eating for two. She headed downstairs. Laurel rubbed her tummy. Mommy should have eaten more tonight like your daddy said. She sniffled. Are you as hungry as I am, little one? Thinking of the tiny baby in her belly brought more tears to her eyes. She rubbed them away. Junior had changed her life, changed her, made her grow up and accept responsibility. She needed to be strong for both her and the baby's sake. Brett's, too. No more falling apart. Whether or not something was wrong with the baby didn't change the facts. She was having this child. There wasn't any other choice for her. She wondered what Brett thought. If they'd loved each other, this situation might be easier to get through. But they didn't. As she entered the kitchen, something clicked, or maybe that was a tap. She glanced toward the family room. Sitting in his recliner, Brett worked on his laptop. Hungry? She nodded. And thirsty. He set his laptop on the table, rose, and headed to the kitchen. I'll warm up a plate of leftovers for you. I can do it. I will. He opened the refrigerator, pulled out a plate covered with plastic wrap, and placed it in the microwave. I knew you'd want to eat eventually, so it's ready to go. She sat at the table, watching him as if they'd done this hundreds of times. Thanks. Did you sleep? He asked, his tone concerned. A little. He raised an eyebrow. No matter how much she might want to hide the turmoil inside her, Brett saw through her. Not much. She glanced at her stomach. I can't stop thinking about Junior. Me, either. He poured a glass of milk and then handed it to her. I'm also worried about you. I'm fine. She spoke before thinking. No doubt her eyes were red and swollen. I'll be fine once we know, I understand. She saw the mixture of weariness, worry, and fear in his eyes. He was suffering as much as she was, and her heart cried out to him. I've been doing some research, he said in a matter-of-fact tone. The AFP is only a screening test to tell you the percentage of risk of something being wrong, but that doesn't mean there's a problem. The odds of that are low. And false positives are known to happen. If you want me to show you what I found. Thanks, but. The timer dinged. Brett removed the plate. What? After she sipped the milk, she set her glass on the table. I've been doing a lot of thinking. He placed a fork, napkin, and plate on the table. Sounds serious. She nodded. When she arrived in Portland, she'd said he was nothing more than a sperm donor. Then she'd come to think of him as the baby's father. But would he stick by her and Junior through thick and thin? Or would he desert them the way her parents had her? No matter what the test results or the genetic counselor says, I'm having this baby. She patted her belly. I love Junior. He or she is the only family I have left, and the number of chromosomes won't change the way I feel. I thought you should know. He exhaled deeply. Thanks, and so you know, I'll stand by you. Even though his support made her happy, Laurel's muscles tensed. Did he still want the baby if it was less than perfect? Afraid to ask, afraid to discover the truth, she took a bite of spaghetti. Brett sat at the table. I'm so relieved. She held her fork in midair. Relieved? He nodded. The tightness around his mouth eased. Forget what the tests say, I want this baby so much it hurts. His sincerity brought tears to her eyes. A welcome peace settled in her heart. I'm happy we agree on this. Me, too. As one side of his mouth curved up, he leaned back in his chair. Since the test results won't change what we do, did you know we can skip the amniocentesis? Yes, but Laurel moved food around on her plate. She shouldn't feel so uncertain about how he would react. I want to have it. There could be complications, but after everything that's happened these past months, I need to know. Knowing won't make a difference, and I'll love this baby no matter what, but I don't think I'll relax during the rest of the pregnancy with that uncertainty hanging over me. If something is wrong, I'll have time to prepare and be ready when the baby is born. She sighed. I'm not making any sense, am I? You're making perfect sense to me. You're being nice. And supportive and understanding and caring and. She needed Brett. More than she'd needed anyone or anything in her life. Do you mind if I go ahead with the amnio? Not at all. You should. His reassuring tone made her feel so much better. Who knows what my father passed on to me? That never entered my mind, Brett. It entered mine. Enough that it's time I find out what my mother knows about him. With a faraway look in his eyes, he rubbed the stubble on his chin. I'll fly your mother in from France. No, Laurel said a little too quickly. Thank you for offering, but I'd rather you didn't. He said nothing, but questions lingered in his eyes. She needed to tell him the truth, so he wouldn't do it anyway as a surprise. There's something I haven't told you about my mother. You don't have. I do. Laurel wet her lips. When my mother found out I was pregnant, she told me to get rid of it. Those were her exact words. If she thought for a minute the baby wasn't 100% healthy. I don't want her here. I don't want her to know the test results. Reaching across the table, Brett held Laurel's hand and stroked her thumb with his own. His warmth seeped into her, filling up all the empty places inside her. I'm sorry. His voice was so tender, practically a caress. Thanks. She stared at her hand engulfed in his larger one. He was strong, yet his gentle touch offered comfort and provided a safe haven. Being part of a family suddenly sounded better than all the independence in the world, but she couldn't pretend the security she felt with Brett was real. They could never be a family. Not without love. If only he saw how much they could have together, if they loved one another. Is there anyone else you would want to go with you to the amnio? As his gaze met hers, a flash of the magic they'd shared in Reno shot through her. She wished they could hold on to that forever. Tell me who, and I'll. The only person I want with me, she squeezed his hand, is you.
Chapter 7. The waiting room at the prenatal diagnostic center was empty except for the two of them. Shifting in his chair, Brett wondered if Laurel was as nervous as he was. He felt like he was waiting for the opening bell to ring on the stock exchange floor after a record drop in the market the day before. He didn't want to ask how she felt because they seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement over the past few days, no talking about the upcoming appointment. Their spare time had been filled with decorating the house, looking at furniture, samples of fabrics, paint chips. They'd hired an interior designer, Renee Bernard, who promised to limit her creative input unless asked. Renee would only help Laurel order furniture and coordinate painters, craftsmen, and deliveries. Brett wasn't sure if not speaking about the test was working for Laurel, but she'd made great strides in ordering items for the house. She was also managing the decorating budget without any major problems. Can I get you anything? He wanted to hold her, cradle her in his arms, comfort her, but something held him back. Okay, he was holding himself back, but he wasn't sure how much to push when they were both so emotional. Laurel handed him her empty water bottle. A bucket. You just drank the water. Her unsmiling face told him she wasn't kidding. Don't tell me you have to go to the bathroom already. Try drinking 32 ounces of water and see if you don't have to go. She crossed her legs. I don't know how I'll last until the ultrasound. You can do it. The meeting with the genetic counselor would take about an hour, and then she'd have an ultrasound followed by the amniocentesis. If you want, I'll drink the same amount of water and suffer with you. For the first time this morning, she smiled. That goes above and beyond the call of fatherhood, but thanks. I appreciate the offer. Brett wanted to snap a picture of her smiling face, but he'd have to rely on his memory. Something easy to do when it came to Laurel. If you change your mind. Don't worry, I won't. She fidgeted in her chair. I hope they aren't running late. A few minutes later, the genetic counselor called for them. I'm Catherine Lake. We'll have our appointment before you go for your ultrasound. As they followed her to an office, Laurel slipped her hand in Brett's. He was surprised but grateful for the contact. This was the first time in days she'd touched him, and the way her hand fit perfectly in his felt so good. Inside the office, Catherine gave each of them her business card. With her flowing red hair and clunky heeled shoes, she looked too young to have so many initials behind her name. She explained how the AFP screening test worked and what would be done today. Brett realized Catherine knew her stuff. He only wished she would get on with it. Laurel was uncomfortable, and he couldn't wait until all this was over and they could go home. He'd arranged for them to take the afternoon off, with strict orders to his staff not to phone or page him unless the market crashed. I reviewed the questionnaire you filled out. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, but taking a family history is routine. As Catherine asked Laurel about her family, she drew the info on a piece of paper. One shape, a circle, for Laurel, and then above that two more representing her parents, a circle for her mother and a square for her father. This is you, Brett. Catherine added a square next to Laurel's circle. How is your health? Excellent. What about your mother? She's never sick. Excellent health, then. Catherine drew another shape to the right and above his. And your father? Brett hesitated. He'd meant to call his mother. He should have. A wave of insecurity washed over him. He was no longer a successful investment advisor who'd made his clients and himself wealthy, but a scared little boy trying to take on the bigger kids who were calling him names, making fun of him and his mom. One glance at Laurel and Brett regained control. Her unwavering support gave him the strength to ignore the bad memories churning in his brain. I don't know anything about my father. Catherine didn't question him. She jotted a note next to a shape and continued. Any brothers or sisters? No, but I don't know about any half-siblings. That's fine, Catherine said. Any cousins, aunts or uncles who may have had any birth defects? Not that I know of. Okay. Catherine showed them the graph she'd compiled and then explained how she searched for possible inherited disorders. Once finished, she led them into the ultrasound room and introduced them to the technician, Dex, a tall man with a short ponytail. The room was dark except for a light mounted underneath a cabinet and the glowing buttons on the high-tech machine and the monitors. An electrical hum was the only noise. Laurel situated herself on the table, pulled up her shirt, and tucked the waistband of her leggings under her belly. Brett stared at her pregnant stomach. Even though she was lying down, he noticed a difference. The smooth skin and cute belly button were the same, but her tummy was no longer flat. His fingers itched to touch her baby bump. Dex squirted clear gel onto Laurel's stomach. He pushed buttons on a keyboard, and the monitor to the left of her came to life. Using a wand, he touched her stomach. An image appeared on the screen. The baby. Their baby. Brett sucked in a breath, almost forgetting to release it. He made out the head. Junior's head. His baby's head. Knees weak, he grabbed onto the table for support. This is the skull, Dex said. No water on the brain, hydrocephalus. That's good. He pointed to thick lines on the monitor. See the ventricles? Brett glanced at Laurel, who stared wide-eyed at the monitor. I can't believe that's our baby. Her voice was full of awe. Do you see Junior, Brett? I do. He grinned, happy to be sharing this moment with her. Forget what could be wrong. Junior was on the screen, heart beating and moving. That was all that mattered. It's incredible. More amazing than when the Dow first broke 26,000. More amazing than hearing Junior's heartbeat. Brett had no idea what holding the baby would feel like, but he couldn't wait to find out. There's the spine, and you can see the vertebrae. Dex pushed more buttons. Are you uncomfortable, Laurel? She focused on Dex. I'm okay. Well, I'm not comfortable when I see how full your bladder is. He wiped the gel off her belly with a towel and then handed her a paper cup. I want you to go into the bathroom, fill up this cup with urine, dump the contents into the toilet, repeat all that again, then you can come back. Only twice. Her voice rose an octave. You're kidding, right? No, Dex said. And you don't need to bring the cup back. Don't worry, I won't. Remember to flush, Dex joked. With a shake of her head, Laurel left the room. Brett stared at the image on the screen. Impending fatherhood seemed that much closer. Doubts assailed him. All the books he had read, and was reading, didn't seem enough. How would he know what to do? What to say? Is this your first child? Dex asked. Yes. Together, he and Laurel had created a life. Now they had to create a family. Surely she would realize how important getting married was now. It's an exciting time. Even if you have another child, seeing the ultrasound for the first time is a life-altering moment. Another child. Both he and Laurel were only children. He didn't want that for Junior. Brett hoped Laurel would want more than one, too, but he'd better wait until the ring was on her finger and Junior in her arms before he broached that topic. Do you have kids? 2. A boy and a girl. Dex pointed to a picture on the wall. That's them. Cute kids. He nodded. There's nothing like being a parent. No one can tell you what it's like ahead of time, even though they'll try. You have to experience it. Brett couldn't wait. Couldn't wait until Junior was born. Couldn't wait to experience all the firsts. First bath, first step, first word, first birthday, first bruise. His stomach nodded. How could his father have walked away without a second thought? How had his mother ever done it on her own? He needed to tell her about Laurel and the baby, but a part of him was worried how she would react given her past. Brett wanted to be able to tell her that he and Laurel were getting married. Show his mother he was doing all things his father hadn't done when she told him she was pregnant. But he didn't want to wait much longer because he needed her advice. Having a child was overwhelming. The responsibility, the time commitment, the worry. But the rewards and the love. Glancing at the image frozen on the monitor, he was overcome by an onslaught of emotion. You'll never be uncertain of my love for you, Junior. Never.
After the bathroom break, Laurel climbed onto the table. Stopping at 2 cups hadn't been easy, but she'd managed. Dex added more gel and then continued the ultrasound, rattling off technical terms about high-resolution Doppler something or other, but Laurel wasn't interested in the medical terminology. She cared only about the image on the monitor. Seeing her baby floating, the tiny heart beating, filled her eyes with tears. There was a baby inside of her. A real, live baby. Her baby. As Brett placed his hand on her shoulder, his touch sent shivers shooting through her. You okay? He asked. With her heart lodged in her throat, Laurel nodded. Brett, the baby, having both of them in her life. The picture on the screen changed to a different view. Seeing the baby inside her stomach was unbelievable, a miracle to end all miracles. See the little arms. She squinted to get a better view. Is Junior sucking a thumb? Brett laughed. Looks like it. She reached for his hand. Squeezed once. He squeezed back. They might not love one another, but they would do their best to raise the baby together. Dex motioned to the monitor. Those 2 dark spots are the kidneys. Kidneys. Laurel could barely contain her excitement. She'd never realized how fascinating internal organs could be. Okay, Dex announced. If you don't want to know the sex, I suggest you close your eyes. Her gaze met Brett's, but she couldn't read anything in his dark gaze. What do you think? It's up to you. It's up to us. Brett had as much to do with Junior being here as she did. They were giving each other the greatest gift, a child to love and raise. Decisions had to be made together. He straightened. Let's wait. You're the 3rd couple today who didn't want to know. Dex pushed a button. You're stealing my thunder. Sorry. Laurel covered her eyes with her hands. No peeking. Brett laughed. Don't tell me you never tried to find out what you were getting for Christmas. She kept her eyes closed. One year, I found every single present. It was the worst Christmas of my life. More buttons clicked. You can open your eyes now, Dex said. Could you tell? She asked. Smiling, Dex nodded. If you want to know. I don't, Brett replied. You'll be able to find out from the amniocentesis report if you change your mind. Dex tore off a picture from the machine. Here's a photo. Laurel held the piece of paper as if it were a newly discovered Van Gogh. To her, the image was as valuable. More so, actually. Thank you. Brett cleared his throat. Could I have one, too? Dex pushed more buttons on the machine, and another photo appeared. You can put this one on your desk. Brett grinned. That's what I was thinking. Your doctor will get a full report, Dex said, but none of the markers for Down syndrome showed up on the ultrasound. That's great, Laurel said. Brett drew his brows together. But you want to know for certain, right? She did accept. If anything went wrong, she would lose not only Junior, but also Brett, too. A heaviness settled in her heart. Before seeing the baby, she'd been so certain about having the test done. Logically, she still wanted to know, but... She glanced at Brett. Is it still okay, with you?
After the amniocentesis, Brett drove Laurel home and fixed her lunch. Once she'd eaten, she disappeared upstairs to take a nap. That had been 2 hours ago. Concerned, Brett peeked inside her room. Laurel? Come in. Her voice sounded so soft, almost fragile. He stopped inside the doorway. Laurel lay on the bed, curled up on her left side. Her hair spread over the burgundy Egyptian cotton pillowcase like strands of silk. Her bare feet stuck out from the bottom cotton weave blanket covering her. Her vulnerability touched his heart. He wanted to make everything better for her. If only he could. I brought you a few things. He carried a stack of his clothing, sweatpants, sweatshirts, dress shirts. Until he'd seen her belly at the ultrasound, he hadn't realized how big she was getting or how tight her clothes fit. Amazing what a long shirt could hide. He set the pile on the dresser. These might be more comfortable for you to wear around the house. Thanks. I thought about asking, but... Next time, ask. Her eyes brightened. I will. Did you nap? She nodded. I didn't sleep well last night. He hadn't either. Neither said anything, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. Can I get you anything? She started to speak but then stopped. What? He asked. After everything that's happened today, would you mind? Would you please hold me? Just for a minute. His pulse spurted. He couldn't think of anything he'd rather do. Should I set a timer? She smiled shyly. He lay next to her. She scooted against him, her back to his chest, and he wrapped his arms around her, spooning her. How's this? Perfect. She sounded more relaxed. Thanks. Anytime. And he meant it. Brett buried his face in her hair, inhaling the minty scent of her shampoo. This was how they should be. Every day and every night. Wait. What was he thinking? They were marrying because of the baby. No other reason. But as he held Laurel in his arms, forgetting that she wouldn't be here without Junior was easy to do. We made the right decision having the amnio, didn't we? She asked. We pleased him. Yes. We discussed it. I know, but I hadn't really considered the risks involved. I was only thinking about how badly I needed to know, even though knowing wouldn't change anything. She struggled to continue, and Brett tightened his arms around her. I'm feeling selfish right now. A mother should put her child's needs first. You have put Junior first. You left Chicago. You got a job. You're learning to handle your finances. I keep telling myself everything I'm doing is for the baby, but today I had that test for me. Not Junior. Not you. If something happens because of the amnio. It won't. You sound certain. The risks of complications are low. 0.6% according to my internet search, he said without any hesitation. Junior will be fine. She half laughed. Everything always boils down to numbers for you. Must be nice. Many things do, but not everything. Laurel sure didn't. She appended every calculation he'd made in the past and since she arrived. A baby certainly doesn't. I know nothing about kids. You'd think they'd come with instructions. She sighed. I want to be a good mother, but what's going to happen after I have Junior and we're released from the hospital? You'll get home and figure it out. The way every other mother in the world does when she has her first child. It's scary to think about. It is. You don't know how hearing you agree makes me feel. Laurel snuggled closer. She fit so perfectly against him. Like two halves becoming one. Not that you're scared. You just seem to have everything together all the time. Me? Hardly, he admitted. Why do you think I have those books? I've never changed a diaper before. Me, neither. Why don't we sign up for one of those baby care classes? That would be great. Enthusiasm and relief filled her voice. Would you mind if I read some of your books? Not at all, he said. We could read them aloud to each other, too. That would be nice. Just like this is. She placed her arm on top of his. I'm so happy you're the father of my baby. I couldn't imagine going through this with anyone else. Thanks, but what about your ex-fiancé? He realized what he'd asked. I'm sorry. That's none of my business. It's okay, she said. Charles and I, my ex-fiancé was Charles Kingsley. Kingsley Enterprises. Brett knew the successful company well. Yes. Charles is the great-great-grandson of the first Kingsley. We grew up together. From the time we were children, our parents assumed we would marry and keep all that money in the family, so to speak. Love never entered into our relationship. Charles wanted an appropriate society wife, and I fit the bill with my pedigree and trust fund. That didn't sound like much of a marriage to Brett, yet he wasn't offering Laurel much more. But their situation was different. A baby, their baby, was involved. Why did you agree to marry him? I've asked myself that a million times, Laurel admitted. Charles was handsome and rich, perfect husband material, as my mother would say. I had friends who were settling down. Everyone expected us to be together. Not the best reasons in the world to get married, but it made sense to get engaged at the time. Of course, I never knew. What? How much I would have been missing had I married Charles. We had lots in common, but we never advanced past the kissing stage. I'm not sure he was attracted to me. You're beautiful. She flushed. Thank you, but Charles and I didn't have any chemistry. There was no spark. I never wanted to do more than hug or kiss him either. The guy must have had ice running through his veins or be blind not to want Laurel. The two of you weren't meant to be together. You're right. Brett couldn't see her face, but he could almost hear the gears turning in her brain. What are you thinking? I always dreamed about how perfect my wedding would be, but the honeymoon. I never realized what my friends were talking about when they mentioned the, physical side of their relationships, not until you kissed me during the wedding ceremony. I'd never felt fireworks like that before. I didn't want the feeling to end. A satisfied smile formed on his lips. Is that what you meant in your note about your expectations being exceeded? Yes. She glanced over her shoulder. You remembered that part? You could say the words stuck with me. Everything stuck with me. If only she would stick with him. Thank goodness Charles Kingsley and I are no longer together, she said, not an ounce of regret in her voice. The second best thing that ever happened to me was getting dumped by him. Brett's curiosity got the better of him. What was the best? Marrying you in Reno. She sighed. You gave me a night I'll never forget and a child. What more could a girl want? A ring on her left hand. He didn't dare say that aloud. Lacing her fingers with his, she placed them on her belly. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Her words touched a part of him he hadn't known existed. So would I. Brett wouldn't give up what he had now for anything. He had to show her. That's nice to know. She squeezed his hand. What I can't understand is why you're still single. After all, you're Handsome and rich, he joked. Modest, too. She sounded like she was smiling. He felt the remaining tension seep from her body. How old are you, anyway? 32. She inhaled sharply. Brett tightened his arms around her. What? I can't believe you've made it this long without a band of gold on your finger. Her surprised voice widened his grin. You make 32 sound old. You know what I mean. He did, but she was forgetting one thing. I married you. A one-night marriage. She laughed, something he wanted to hear her do more often. That's what I call a lasting commitment. He could tell she was joking, but... Just give me the chance. The thought shocked him. This wasn't a love match. He only wanted to marry her for Junior's sake. Yet, his affection for Laurel was deepening. He'd returned from Reno and went out with more women in the weeks that followed than he'd dated in months. After his fake marriage, he'd been eager to find the real thing, but none of the dates led anywhere, and then he'd found out about Laurel and the baby. That had changed the way he'd pictured his future. I'm willing to go all in and make that commitment. With you. Why haven't you yet? She asked. I've dated. He'd wanted to be with a woman with a pedigree in wealth, one who would give him validation and acceptance into Henry's crowd. Oh. Brett sounded like her ex. He fought the urge to squirm. But only one serious relationship. You realize you're a catch, right? It's just, this was a touchy subject. One he didn't share with others. But Laurel Worthington wasn't just anyone. A point he wasn't ready to contemplate too much. The women I've wanted to get serious with weren't interested in that kind of relationship with me. Bullet dodged because they don't sound very smart. She sounded so serious he couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Thanks, but most of them wanted someone like Henry Davenport, old money rather than nouveau riche like me. Then they are stupid because, unlike you, Henry will never marry. Dating is nothing more than a game to him. At least he's open about not settling down. Henry uses honesty when it's to his advantage. The same as he does with not telling the truth. Henry called them omissions, not lies. So many times Brett and Henry had butted heads like two rams battling for territory on a mountainside. But Henry had still been Brett's first account when he opened MGI, and Henry had brought in other wealthy clients to the firm. There are times I feel we're as close as brothers, yet in some ways, he can also seem like my nemesis. Your feelings about him go beyond his relationship with his father. Way beyond. Disquieting memories made the past seem like yesterday. We're the same age, and grew up competing in everything, school, sports and, as we got older, women. There was one, Miriam. I had graduated college and was working for a local investment firm when we met. We'd been dating seriously for months. I thought she was the one and was about to propose, but when she found out I was the son of Henry's housekeeper. You never got the chance to ask her to marry you. His chest tightened. He was over her, but the rejection still stung. She broke up with me, then went straight into Henry's arms. That didn't last, but... I'm sorry, Brett. She has no idea what she missed out on. He didn't know what he expected from Laurel, but her compassion was more than he'd hoped for. I can safely say Junior and I are happy you didn't marry Miriam. Relief filled Laurel's voice. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Brett wanted to hold on to her and not let go. He couldn't imagine Laurel being anywhere else but here in his arms. He unlaced his hand from hers to touch her hair. The soft strands flowed through his fingers. Everything worked out the way it was supposed to, she continued. If I hadn't lost all my money, I would have married Charles, and if you had had more money back then, you'd have married Miriam. Poor Junior would be non-existent. Us meeting and marrying in Reno must have been fate. That was one way to look at it. Or he could blame Henry for having them get married on his birthday, but Brett preferred Laurel's way of thinking. Must have been. She rolled over and faced him. What do you think fate has in store for us next? Brett caressed her cheek. No woman had a right to be this gorgeous. She glowed. What do you want to happen? As if weighing the question, Laurel closed her eyes. I want. She parted her lips, the only sign he needed. He brushed his mouth against hers. At the sweet taste of her, he knew Laurel had been right. Fate had brought them together. But Brett didn't want to push. He backed away. As he outlined her lips with his fingertip, she stared up at him, her eyes full of desire and longing. He wanted to kiss her again. But only if she wanted that, too. He wasn't sure what to do next, so he waited. Laurel kissed him. Her lips moved over his, taking all he had to offer. Brett wanted to be gentle, tender, giving. But he wanted her so much, too much. His hunger took over, but Laurel didn't flinch. She matched him kiss for kiss without any hesitation, without any question. Her eagerness had him spinning out of control. As he kissed her neck, soaking up the scent and taste of her smooth skin, she moaned. The sensuous sound nearly pushed him over the edge. She needed his shoulders and back. The feel of her hands on his muscles. He'd longed for her to touch him like this, like she had in Reno. Her caress felt better than it had then. He didn't want her to stop touching him. Not ever. As she trailed kisses from his mouth to his ear and then showered teasing nibbles on and around his earlobe, Brett thought he would explode. A few more minutes. Who was he kidding? Another couple of seconds. He pulled away. Laurel's flushed cheeks and swollen lips made him realize how out of hand things were getting, or would have gotten had they continued. His heart pounded in his chest, and he struggled for a breath. He wanted to blame his reaction on the situation, the high emotion of the day. Wanted to chalk up his feelings to the physical nature of their kiss, though a kiss seemed like a weak definition of what they'd shared. Everything he'd felt in Reno, he'd felt again. But being with her now was better. More satisfying. He'd wanted to get married for the baby. That had been his only motivation to propose. He wasn't going to have his child grow up without a father like he had. That was still true, but something was changing with Laurel. The way he saw her. The way he felt about her. The vision of his future with her in it. The realization frightened him. Unsettled him. Laurel had said she wasn't the same woman she'd been in Chicago. Her current situation had played a role in that happening, but what if her circumstances changed for the better? Would Laurel still want Brett if she didn't need him? No matter how he was feeling, he couldn't afford to get too attached.
Chapter 8. On Saturday morning, Laurel sat on the floor of the nursery. As she laid out the 4-inch-high wooden alphabet letters, a heavy feeling settled in her chest. Stop thinking. She double-checked the letter colors against those in the comforter and crib skirt. A perfect match, but that didn't stop tears from clouding her vision. No matter how much she pretended everything was okay, it wasn't. Her insides were tied up in knots. Over the 2 weeks they'd be waiting for the test results, over the kiss, make that kisses, yesterday with Brett. She couldn't do anything about the wait except have faith everything would work out for the best, but Brett. The memory of last night was so vivid. Thinking about those kisses made her lips tingle. The way he'd held her, comforted her, talked with her. She'd almost believe what happened in Reno and between them in her bedroom had been real. Something beyond physical attraction and chemistry. Something she was afraid to define. He'd made her feel cherished and safe, loved, and accepted. All those things she didn't need to feel or want to feel. Yet, she'd felt them. It worried her. She didn't want to rely on anyone but herself, but Brett was becoming the other constant in her life besides Junior. He was the father of her child, so that was understandable, but Laurel's growing affection for him had more to do with Brett, the man, than Brett, the father. If only she knew what to do about those feelings. Nice outfit. He stood in the nursery's doorway. A shiver of awareness traveled along her spine. Laurel glanced at the black and orange Oregon State University sweatshirt and the navy sweatpants she wore. Quite a difference compared to his khakis and a blue button-down Oxford shirt, but she preferred sweats, a ponytail, and bare feet when she wasn't working at MGI. Funny, she'd never worn sweats except for gym class. Laurel hadn't known what she'd been missing. "The clothes are comfortable," she said. "But I'm sure you know that. Those never looked as good on me as they do you." Flutters filled her stomach. Was that a compliment? She'd take it as one. "Thanks. If you get tired of my clothes, I can loan you the money to buy maternity ones." The idea of shopping made her mouth water, but that was the old Laurel. Mommy-to-be Laurel knew how dangerous retail therapy could be to a budget. She wasn't the same person she'd been in Chicago. That person wouldn't have been a good mother for Junior. "I appreciate the offer, but these are fine." She couldn't afford impulse purchases she'd never wear enough to justify buying. 1 or 2 pieces on sale or from a thrift shop would work well. "Sarah's giving me her maternity clothes, and Danielle's checking with her sister-in-law to see if she has anything." His mouth twisted. "Hand-me-downs?" The distaste in his voice surprised Laurel. He'd been in a similar financial situation when he was younger. "Not as bad, but—" "What if I charge you interest with the loan?" he asked. "No, thanks." Saying that was so satisfying. "I'm happy to borrow whatever clothes I can." He frowned. "You'd rather wear used clothes than buy new ones? Beggars can't be choosers." The lines on his face deepened. "You'll never be a beggar." "Never say never." His snooty tone irritated her. She didn't like seeing this snobbish side of Brett. "Don't forget, I'm on a budget." He sat next to her on the floor. "Your maternity clothes are one thing, but I want all new things for the house. No old or used items." "What about antiques? Remember that shop we went to on the other side of the river? You liked several pieces in there." His face fell. "I thought we were just window shopping. I didn't realize you were going to buy used things for the house." "I wouldn't call the antiques we saw used. They would fit the style of this house perfectly, and they were heirloom quality." "I knew heirlooms." "That's an oxymoron." Laurel didn't get it. "What's gotten into you?" He stared at the floor. "You wouldn't understand. Try me." She wasn't letting this go. "You grew up rich." She didn't understand what he was getting at. Growing up rich doesn't mean your life is problem-free.
Yeah.
Right. "I climbed trees and peeked into the windows of the big house, so I know how the better half lived." An edge of bitterness hardened his voice. "My mother did the best she could. She was paid a decent salary, and we lived rent-free, but she was always so worried about money and being able to send me to college that she saved more than she spent. She patched my pants, then bought the rest of what I wore at thrift stores and garage sales. At least you had clothes. Sometimes I wished I hadn't." The hurt in his voice was palpable. "Imagine wearing your new outfit only to find it was a neighbor's cast-off." Oh. That explained why not buying used mattered so much to him. Her heart ached for Brett. She'd teased a classmate for buying an off-the-rack dress for a formal dance. Laurel had never considered the girl might have been on a scholarship at the expensive private school and not able to afford anything else. Kids can be cruel. You have no idea. Adults can be the same. She'd learned that lesson from her so-called friends in Chicago. But Brett's pain still lived inside of him. He might be grown up, but that didn't stop him from hurting. Badly. Laurel struggled not to take him into her arms and kiss away the bad memories, both his and hers. His jaw tensed. "I was the outsider. My clothes and shoes were one more thing that told people I didn't belong, and everyone let me know it. That was then. You live here now. You have more money than most of them. You belong." Brett's childhood had been difficult, but he'd overcome and achieved so much. Surely that erased many of the wrongs of his past. Laurel touched his hand, but then pulled back her arm. She didn't trust herself around him. You've come full circle. Exactly. Which is why I don't want to go backward. His dark gaze met hers. You may think I'm being picky or eccentric or whatever, but I've worked hard to get where I am. I want only brand new things for my house. Okay, but if you change your mind about the antiques. I won't. Brett's decisive tone left no doubt. I'm not the kind of man who changes his mind, ever. She felt a pang. His words reaffirmed what she knew in her heart, hoping for anything romantic to develop between them was futile. They may have come further than she'd expected with their friendship, but they'd never reach the end of the journey. Not together. I don't remember seeing this pattern in the sample books. He picked up the comforter. Is this for the crib? Yes. His question returned her focus to where it should be, on the baby. Junior had brought them together. Nothing more would happen. The cuddling and the kissing couldn't continue. She ignored the twinge of disappointment. I found the set underneath other ensembles on sale. She noticed his surprise, and her confidence wavered. It's okay, if I buy new things on sale, isn't it? Sales are fine. Thank goodness. Otherwise, she'd never finish decorating the house under budget. He picked up a cranberry red A, motioning to the rest of the letters. What are these for? See the blocks with letters in the fabric? She placed a French blue D next to the bed skirt. I thought these would work well as a border. I'm going to put up a white share rail on the top and bottom to define the alphabet. The color matches perfectly. I used craft paint. Concern flashed in his eyes. Non-toxic acrylic paint, so don't worry, she added. What color will the walls be? He asked. Ivory. Brett surveyed the room as if seeing it for the first time. The nursery is going to be amazing. I think so. Laurel had no doubt. She wasn't sure how she knew, but decorating came easier to her than the job at MGI. She also found interior design more fulfilling than being a personal assistant. The letters will be fastened to the wall with Velcro, so we can play and spell words with them once the baby is old enough. You've thought everything out. She shrugged. The baby won't have a room like this at my apartment, so I want to make the nursery here special. As his gaze caught hers, Laurel swallowed the quarter-sized lump in her throat. Remember, the warmth in his eyes means nothing. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Laurel. Butterfly wings flapped in her stomach. No, more like tiny bubbles being set loose. She hadn't expected Brett's offer to affect her that way, but she couldn't. Thanks, but I need to live on my own. The bubbly feeling happened again. Her lips parted. Not Brett. The baby. That was the only thing the feeling could be. Brett leaned toward her. Is something wrong? She touched her belly. The baby moved. Are you sure? I think so. She placed his hand on her stomach, happy to share this moment with him. Times like this were meant for both parents. Of course, once she moved out, sharing milestones would be almost impossible. She brushed aside the guilt creeping up her spine. Another flutter. Did you feel that? No. Isn't it early for you to? Laurel repositioned his hand. What about that? No, he said. She moved his hand again. Anything? Sorry. Maybe it's too soon for you to feel the movement, but something's going on in there. I'll trust you on this one. He removed his hand, and she missed the warmth of his touch. Some things only a mother can know. My father used to say, her voice faltered. Images of her dad flashed through her mind. Hey. You okay? She nodded, but thinking about her father had brought back painful memories of how much he'd hurt her and her mother. And then to have her mom do the same after Laurel discovered she was pregnant. The gap between her and her parents would never be bridged. She hadn't heard from her mother in weeks and doubted any contact would be made again. That meant the baby would only have Brett's mom for a grandparent. Laurel had known that logically, but she hadn't grasped what that would mean long term. What do I tell the baby about my parents? She ran her fingers along the drawstring of her hoodie. How do I explain to Junior that grandfather and grandmother Worthington want nothing to do with us? Brett's easy smile didn't relieve her heartache, but it lessened her pain. You won't have to deal with that for a long time. But one day, I'll have to tell the baby the truth. Maybe by then you and your mother will have resolved. My mother wants nothing to do with us. The words rushed out before Laurel could stop them. She's your mother. Not any longer. Brett deserved to hear the entire truth about Serena Worthington. Laurel wet her lips. Before my mother used the last of her frequent flyer miles to travel to France, she told me to call her a Serena instead of a mom, because being the mother of a 25-year-old pregnant daughter would interfere with her ability to snare a rich husband. Her words, not mine. I understand she suffered through a living nightmare with my father, but you'd think she'd want to hang on to her only daughter and grandchild. Come here. Brett pulled her close. Laurel buried her head against his chest, relishing the security of being in his arms. He was so strong. So much stronger than she was. Your mother doesn't know what she's losing, he added. She doesn't care. The truth shattered Laurel's heart into a million pieces. She couldn't understand her mother then or now. Not when Laurel was going to be a mother herself. He brushed his lips over her hair. I care. Thanks. But she couldn't forget the hard lesson she'd learned from her parents. She might want to be close to Brett and gather strength from him, but she couldn't. Not now, not ever. He'd made both his intentions and his feelings clear. He wanted to marry for Junior's sake, to give their child a family. Laurel appreciated his honesty. She also desired to give Junior a family, but she would never marry for any other reason but love. She knew that in her heart and in her soul. Using an enormous amount of willpower, she backed out of Brett's comforting embrace. She would never be like her mother. Never.
After a rocky 2 weeks at work, Brett wanted nothing more than a quiet day at the office. The stock market opened nicely before dropping and then continuing a downward spiral until the closing bell. The phones kept ringing as investors let their emotions and fear grab hold of them. Brett and his staff tried to lessen high-strung clients' worries. Easier said than done because he didn't leave the office until after 7. Driving out of downtown Portland, he was grateful Danielle had taken Laurel home at 5. She didn't need to put in long hours, though she would have asked. Her willingness to work hard, whether on the house or at MGI, continually surprised him. He hadn't expected a pampered heiress to have that kind of work ethic. He respected her determination to succeed. She might be better at decorating his house than office work, but she gave her all to both jobs. Brett didn't know if the anxiety over waiting for test results was fueling her productivity, but that was better than worrying. He wished he could push aside his concerns and find that same level of energy, but he couldn't stop thinking about when they'd get the results. He parked his car in the driveway. Work had always been his sanctuary, where he could lose himself and forget about everything else in the world, at least until Laurel Worthington stepped into his life. Now work was another place to see her, to think about her, to want her. She'd gotten under his skin, she'd invaded his dreams. He hadn't expected that to happen. Yes, Brett wanted her to be a part of his life, but by his rules. No one else's. As he walked toward the front of his house, the door opened. Long day? She asked. One of the longest. But seeing her relaxed him. She'd changed into black leggings and a loose-fitting pink shirt. Beautiful. New outfit? Eyes bright, she nodded. I found the pants and shirt on sale when I went out to lunch with Sarah yesterday. I never thought I'd be able to afford anything new, but I could thanks to the budget you helped me set up. Sticking to it is paying off. Brett bowed. Mr. Budget at your service. She chuckled. You should write another book for people like me. Like you. People who don't have a clue about money. She sounded resigned to her fate, only she couldn't be more wrong. You're no longer clueless, he countered. That's because I have a good teacher. You could write about all the things you've taught me, from budgeting to saving, everything someone would need to know before they're ready for your book on personal investing. That's not a bad idea. It's a great one. She smoothed her hands over her protruding stomach. See how much Junior is growing. Her tummy was becoming round, her chest fuller. Her hair seemed thicker and shinier. The mother-to-be was turning into the sexiest woman he'd ever seen. After the last kiss they'd shared, Brett had been afraid of what might happen if he kissed her again, so he'd kept his distance. With each passing day, though, staying away from her became more difficult to do. You finally look pregnant. I'll take that as a compliment. It's meant as one. He closed the front door before setting his laptop case in the foyer. The smells of basil, garlic, and oregano lingered in the air. Did you cook? You're going to ruin one of my surprises. One of them? Close your eyes. She took his hand. Come with me. Brett did as he was told, enjoying the feel of her soft skin over his. He missed touching Laurel, being close to her. He ran into her backside. His hands went to her hips so she wouldn't stumble. Are you okay? Fine, she said without missing a beat. I shouldn't have stopped, but please keep your eyes closed. He did. The familiar minty scent of her hair tickled his nose. He wanted to feel the silky strands over his face. Over his chest. Over him. He wanted her. Period. One more reason to stay away, far away, from her. Laurel needed to come to him, on her terms. So far, she'd kept her distance, too. But once she was making it on her own and feeling confident, that would change. Until then, he had to be patient. This way. She led him to the left. Okay, open your eyes. Brett opened his eyes. What? The dining room had been transformed into something out of a magazine or HGTV show. An oval cherry table, splat-back Chippendale chairs, a server, and a china cabinet with buffet filled the once empty room. Botanical prints, candlesticks of varying heights, rich gold and red draperies, and fresh flowers completed the luxurious decor. He stared dumbfounded. Am I in the right house? I hope so, or we'll both be arrested for trespassing. He moved to the table set with his grandmother's china, but those were the only pieces he recognized. The gold chargers, damask placemats, and crystal goblets and glasses were new. He ran his fingertip along the back of a chair. Wow! Anticipation filled her eyes. She shifted her weight between her feet. Do you like it? I love it. He'd wanted to have a home where he felt comfortable yet could still entertain. Laurel had achieved both goals. You did an incredible job. She blushed. Thanks. I had help pulling it together tonight. She motioned to one of the place settings. Sit down, or your dinner will get cold. You cooked yourself? Laurel nodded. But with everything else going on, dinner's more of an afterthought. I hope you don't have your sights set on a 7-course meal. Saturday, whatever you made will be fine. I'll be right back. Seeing her excited pleased him. He glanced at the table. A tossed salad filled a silver bowl. Crystal salt and pepper shakers sat nearby. He picked up a sterling silver fork, unable to believe this had been an empty room this morning. How had Laurel accomplished this after working all day? She carried in 2 steaming plates of spaghetti with meat sauce. A basket of garlic bread was tucked under her arm. After she placed everything on the table, Saturday, dinner is served. Brett filled their wine glasses with the bottle of sparkling cider sitting next to the salad bowl. Nothing had been left to chance. Laurel had thought of everything to make this dinner special. A toast. He raised his glass. To making this house a home. She tapped her glass against his. A high-pitched note hung in the air. Here, here. Laurel took a sip before raising her glass again. I'd like to make another toast, to a healthy baby. I'll second that. He lifted the glass to his lips. You don't understand. Her gaze met his. The test results came back today. Junior's fine. Our baby is healthy. His mouth gaped. He nearly dropped his glass. Everything's okay. Eyes twinkling, she nodded. Relief flooded him. He rose from his chair, hurrying to Laurel. When we hadn't heard anything, I thought something must be wrong. She smiled up at him as bright and happy as she'd been on their honeymoon night. Nothing's wrong. Bending over, Brett wrapped his arms around her. As she hugged him back, a piece of his heart melted. If only they could do more of this. When she let go, an odd emptiness grabbed hold of Brett. His heart missed the feel of her against him. Don't read too much into the hug. This was a reaction to Junior being healthy, nothing more. Healthy. Brett focused his attention on that. The weight of the past 2 weeks lifted. He noticed the same thing with Laurel. Relief shone in the depths of her blue eyes. Nothing was forced. No pretending. I wanted to tell you at work, but Danielle said you were having a rough day, so I decided to wait. If I'd found out the news at work, I'd have been useless the rest of the day. The way he would be tonight. He wanted to celebrate. Dessert and dancing. He would spin Laurel around the room until their feet ached. Then he would lower her into a dip and kiss. She beamed. I'm glad I waited. Me, too. Brett wasn't satisfied waiting for her any longer. She needed a push, a project to show her what she could accomplish on her own. Something that would enable her to shine at MGI and at home. An idea struck him like a line drive to third base. A way to accomplish what she needed and him, too. What do you think of hosting a party for our premium clients? Her face lit up. Great idea. There must be elegant places in Portland. I want to have the event here. That was key. Would you be interested in planning the party and being the hostess? Her features changed. Her lips thinned into a narrow line. Forget appearing happy. She appeared as startled as a deer caught in the headlights with rush-hour traffic speeding toward her. But the house isn't ready. The words, one on top of the other, tumbled from her lips. The living room furniture is on order. Renee doesn't know exactly when items will arrive. The bookcases for the library won't be installed for 2 weeks, and have Renee pull strings and bump up delivery dates if possible. Do what you can before the party, and wait on the rest, he said, hoping to appease Laurel's concerns. You'll need a month or so to pull the party together. Think you can handle it? Yes. There wasn't the slightest doubt in her voice. Good. Her confidence was attractive. I'll give you a head count and a budget. On Monday, check my calendar with Danielle and pick a date. Everything will be up to you. Brett liked the way her eyes twinkled. He'd done that. Not with compliments or gifts, but by putting her in charge of an event. Since this is for MGI clients, we can lighten your regular workload. You can devote your efforts to the party. Her mouth slanted. I don't want any special treatment. You're not getting any. Trust me. He appreciated how she didn't want special favors or for anyone to go easy on her. Just make sure whatever you do appeals to our premium investors. Their backgrounds range from a retired airline mechanic to billionaires like Henry Davenport. But each one is important because without them, MGI would have never grown and been hired to oversee pension funds. Grinning, she clapped her hands together. This is going to be fun. He nodded. Fun and a step closer to marriage. Still, her enthusiasm and genuine happiness at being given her own project made him realize there was so much more to Laurel Worthington than he'd originally thought. Why don't you jot down ideas, then we can talk about it in a few days, he asked. I don't want to wait too long for the party, but I don't want you overwhelmed. Hire the help you need so you don't overtax yourself. Don't worry, I'll be fine. She didn't bite her lip as she usually did when nervous. That was good. I have complete confidence in you. And he did. You don't know how happy I am to hear you say that. This would be a big step for Laurel, but this event would play to all her strengths. You're making the house into a home, and the party will be the talk of the town. Her smile widened. Go ahead, put more pressure on me. He laughed. I'm here to help you in any way I can. All you have to do is ask. I will. Her tone suggested she would. He sensed this party would lead to a change, a welcome one, in their relationship. By the time she'd finished hosting the party, any doubt she had about her abilities would be gone. She would see there would be no need to strike out on her own since she would have proved she was capable and strong, able to take care of herself, and able to manage money. Mr. and Mrs. Brett Matthews. That was the end goal, to get the family he wanted for their child. They wouldn't only be good co-parents, they would also be compatible spouses who complemented each other. She might not be a wealthy and connected Worthington any longer, but she would bring her own talents and strength to the marriage. Yes, this would work out better than he expected. It was his turn to smile. We're in this together, Laurel. Never forget that. I won't. Her gaze met his. His heart bumped. Neither would he. Chapter 9. The days turned into weeks. Watching Laurel blossom with self-confidence as she planned the party touched something deep inside Brett. Now that the day of the event had arrived, he couldn't wait to celebrate all she'd accomplished. Brett stood in the doorway of her bedroom. I have something. The words died on his lips. All he could do was stare. She wore a dress shirt of his. Water from her damp hair with the fabric. The shirt wasn't completely buttoned either, so he forced his gaze elsewhere. Wrong move. Nothing covered her long legs. Her skin appeared soft and smooth and begged to be touched. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry. The door was open. It's okay. I just showered, and I'm getting ready for the party. Her pink tongue darted out to moisten her lips. Can you believe it's tonight? No, he forced the word from his dry throat. Imagining what Laurel wore, or wasn't wearing, under his shirt short-circuited his brain. Did you need something? She asked. Oh, yes. He needed something, all right. He needed her. Brett sighed. Not now. Especially not tonight. He'd been patient, afraid he might push too hard, afraid he might blow whatever chance he had with her. This was her time. A means to an end for both. But now, when she was so close to success, when she looked so sexy, when he smelled the scent of her soap, her shampoo, her. Get control, Matthews. Brett struggled to stop the pounding of his heart, the racing of his pulse, the boiling of his blood. Remember why you're here. He moved to retrieve the long white box tied with a yellow satin ribbon he'd stashed outside the door and then gave it to her. This is for you. She took the present. You didn't have to. I wanted to. Eager to see her reaction, he motioned to the box. Aren't you going to open it? If you're going to twist my arm. Laurel set the box on the bed, untied the ribbon, and raised the lid. I wonder what it could be. She pulled back the tissue paper, and a small gasp escaped her lips. Oh, Brett. Her smile was more than worth the price of the dress. Her fingers ran over the shimmering fabric. It's beautiful. I thought the color would be good on you. Okay, that wasn't the entire truth. He'd been heading to the office after lunch when the midnight blue dress in the window of an upscale maternity boutique had grabbed his attention. Long-sleeved with a scooped neck, the dress didn't have any elaborate detail or stitching, but it appeared to have been made for Laurel. Brett had purchased the gown on the spot. I know you want to buy your own clothes, but tonight's a special occasion. You've worked so hard. You've earned this. She lifted the dress by the shoulders. I did earn it, didn't I? You did. He grinned, happy she hadn't declined his gift. You pulled together the party and the house, and you still managed to get work done at the office. She blushed. You'd better be careful, or I'll ask for a raise. I'd better be careful, or I'll give you one. Laurel's eyes glistened. Thank you so much. Her gratitude tightened his throat. It took so little to make her happy. He couldn't wait until they were married, until he could give her so much more than one dress. You're welcome. Her gaze traveled from him to the dress. We'd better get ready, or we'll be welcoming our guests dressed like this. Brett nodded, but he could think of worse things at the moment. Much worse.
Laurel practically floated down the stairs, feeling like a princess, a pregnant one, but a princess nonetheless. She'd rented, buying a gown was out of her budget, a dress that would have been suitable for the party. But this, well, this one was perfect. Dressed in a black tuxedo, Brett greeted her at the bottom of the stairs. Gold specks she'd never noticed before danced in his brown eyes. You're stunning. Laurel's breath caught in her throat. So handsome. So male. So Brett. You, too. Let me see the dress. She twirled. As she spun, the skirt flared. What do you think? You're more beautiful than the house. As long as I don't look as big as the house, she joked. Brett laughed. You have a long way to go for that. She peeked into the living room to make sure everything was ready. Fresh, vibrant flower arrangements filled the air with a light floral scent. Nothing was out of place. Even the decorative throw pillows had been fluffed. Anything else you need to do? He asked as they moved into the dining room. She checked her earrings. The pearl studs were the only real jewelry she had left, a gift from her grandmother, and she didn't want to lose them. I think that's, her gaze ran the length of him. No, wait. I need to straighten your bow tie and cummerbund. As she stepped toward him, he removed his jacket. Everything is wonderful. I feel as if I'm in a dream and not in my own house. Me, too. Especially standing so close to him, her hands on his waist. A tilt of her face and she could brush her lips across his. Her heart thudded against her rib cage. Moments like this kept happening, but Brett hadn't touched her, hadn't kissed her, since that afternoon of the amniocentesis. Not giving into the physical attraction was for the best. But she couldn't deny how another part, her heart, perhaps, wanted one more kiss, one more taste of him. That desire, temptation, had nothing to do with logic or sensibility. No happily ever after was waiting for them, but that didn't stop her from wanting a future with him. Now more than ever. His charming, toe-curling smile sent flutters erupting in her stomach. She smiled back. Her fingers, however, wouldn't do as her brain commanded. Somehow, she adjusted his cummerbund without making a complete fool of herself. Now to fix his tie. Better now? He asked. He was so close to her. Only her pregnant belly kept them from getting any closer. Almost. She ignored the warmth emanating from him. Ignored the beating of his heart when her arm touched his chest. Ignored his soap and water scent that threatened to drive her wild. Holding her breath, Laurel finally straightened his bow tie. All finished. I'm not. Brett's lips touched hers. Everything she'd been holding in, pretending not to feel, rushed to the surface. An eruption of emotion and feelings that couldn't be contained a second longer. She tried to tell herself she didn't want him, that he hadn't mattered to her, that he was only the father of her child. But she did, and he had, and he was so much more than that. He deepened the kiss, and she followed his lead, willing to go wherever he wanted to take her. There was no yesterday, no tomorrow. Only now. As she leaned into him, he pulled her as close as her tummy allowed. Heat pooled deep within her, making her want what she couldn't have. Don't think about that. She savored the feel and taste of him. Brett drew the kiss to an end. For luck. For keeps. Her senses heightened. Every nerve ending tingled. Laurel struggled to regain her breath, her control. Her pulse rate slowed, her heart stopped pounding. If only she could control the situation as well. The doorbell rang. Brett's grin widened. Perfect timing. That was a matter of opinion. An odd mix of emotions ran through her. Disappointment, relief, confusion, and regret. He shrugged on his jacket before extending his arm. Ready to welcome guests to our not-so-humble abode?
2 hours later, Brett spoke to guests, letting them know how much MGI valued them. The party was going great, but he'd lost track of Laurel. She had to be here, but where? Great party, Brett. Ryland Geyer, aka Ree, the face and future CEO of Geyer Gear, patted him on the shoulder. They hadn't seen each other since the tacky wedding and reception in Reno but had spoken over the phone. Thanks for the invite. My father sends his regrets, but he's looking forward to seeing you at the next board meeting. Give him my regards. Brett noticed Ree favoring his right side. The bronze medal winner at Sochi had injured himself during a World Cup race, and he'd missed competing at the Winter Games in Pyeongchang. Will you be there? Probably. Laughing, he rubbed the back of his neck. Spending lots of time in Portland these days. That sounded like the last place Ree wanted to be, but Brett understood. The guy was used to skiing and training year-round, not being stuck at home. When will you be back on skis? A few more months. His eyes brightened. I can't wait, but I'm trying to stay busy doing PT, hanging out at Geyer Gear, and watching my investments grow thanks to you. Brett bowed. Ree and his dad both had personal accounts with him. We aim to please at MGI. Keep it up. Don't want to have to work forever. Ree winked. Congrats to you and Laurel. Thanks, but you know. I might be a jock, but I can count months. Ree joked. The two of you made a striking couple at the reception, but who would have thought one of Henry's birthday adventures would lead to the two of you having a baby? Not Brett. Life works in mysterious ways. Just like Henry, Ree said. See you around. As Ree walked away, people stared at him. Not surprising given the guy was a world-class athlete and model. Brett worked his way through the house searching for Marvin Crenshaw, one of their biggest investors. The elderly man had made his money in timber and real estate. He owned a ranch and a winery in the Willamette Valley and a resort in Bend. He was also a royal pain in the neck, but his account balance more than made up for his salty attitude. Brett caught sight of the tall, lean man wearing his trademark Stetson. Standing at Mr. Crenshaw's side was a grinning Laurel. Brett's heart rate sped up. He thought he'd imagined her looking like a goddess earlier, but he hadn't. His breath came in gasps. She glowed, her skin radiant. Her updo accentuated her graceful, ballerina-like neck. Her only jewelry was a pair of pearl stud earrings. She didn't need anything else. And the dress. The scooped neckline accentuated her chest. The flare of the skirt didn't hide her pregnant stomach but complemented the belly bump. The definition of elegant. She was so close to being his that he could taste it. Just as he could still taste her sweet kiss. Laurel said something to Mr. Crenshaw. The man's weather-beaten rough face crinkled into a smile, and he laughed. A real laugh. Brett had worked with the guy for 5 years, and he'd never seen the old geezer smile. Growl, yes. Grimace. That, too. Laugh, never. Crotchety Mr. Crenshaw could make the unflappable Alex Niles nervous, yet Laurel appeared completely at ease and in her element speaking with the wealthy investor. She was an asset, but her people skills were going to waste behind a desk at MGI. Once they were married. Brett walked over to the pair. Good evening, Mr. Crenshaw. Matthews. Nice party. And those bookcases in the library. Might have to get me a few of them. Mr. Crenshaw turned his attention back to Laurel. Don't forget what I told you, young lady. I won't, Marv. Marv? Brett's jaw dropped. No one at MGI dared call Mr. Crenshaw by his first name, Marvin, let alone Marv. She touched the older man's arm. Be sure to let me know how BK is doing. As appreciation filled Mr. Crenshaw's gaze, he nodded. Speaking of which, I'd better get home. BK doesn't like me to stay out too late. Mr. Crenshaw nodded to Brett before kissing Laurel's cheek. Stay off your feet. You don't want those pretty ankles of yours to swell. I'll be careful, Laurel said with genuine affection. Don't forget to call me. I won't. Good night. The grizzly old man tipped his hat before heading to the front door. Brett stared in disbelief. That couldn't be the same Mr. Crenshaw who kept threatening to close his account. The Marvin Crenshaw who wanted his phone calls answered immediately, didn't like being put on hold, and demanded outrageous returns on his investments. He's such a nice man, Laurel said with an almost wistful tone. Nice? Saying that was like eating sand. She nodded. Did you know he has a cat named Big Kitty? Tomorrow Big Kitty, or BK as Marv calls him, is having surgery. Marv's worried. You should send him flowers. The cat? She sighed. No, Marv. Brett rubbed the back of his neck. Why would I do that? For the same reason you had this party. To show your premium clients how much they mean to MGI. Brett rubbed his chin this time. You think this would make a difference to Marvin Crenshaw? An enormous difference. The sincere tone of her voice told Brett she was serious. That cat means everything to him. If you've had issues with Marv in the past, that's because he's a lonely old man wanting some attention. Make him feel special. Valued. Brett tilted his head. He had to be missing something. Over a cat. A cat who's the sole heir to $1 billion estate. Point made. I'll have flowers sent. She gave him a pointed look. If you think you'll forget, I'll do it. At that moment, he would have done whatever she asked. What was happening to him? I'll send them. Myself. She beamed. Thank you. No, thank you. For so many things that had nothing to do with MGI and its clients. The partygoers faded into the background. All Brett could see, all he wanted to see, was Laurel. His breathing hitched. He inhaled deeply, but that only brought the scent of her signature perfume closer. She hadn't worn the fragrance since the day she'd arrived in Portland. Funny how he remembered that. But details about her became etched in his brain. Brett wanted to steal a kiss. Who was he kidding? He wanted so much more than that. You're really something. Rising on her toes, she whispered, so are you.
The evening was passing quickly. Based on the smiles, guests seemed to be enjoying themselves. For the first time since starting at MGI, Laurel felt as if she contributed something worthwhile to the bottom line. A part of her felt like Cinderella at the ball minus the glass slippers and flat stomach. People kept complimenting her. Not only on the party, but also the house. 2 guests asked if they could speak with her about decorating. But she didn't let their praise go to her head. Not when she had to explain she worked at MGI and would pass their business cards on to Reno, the interior designer who'd assisted Laurel. Still, being asked thrilled her. Maybe once she had her own place, money and savings, and trustworthy childcare, she could do interior design jobs on the side. Across the solarium, Brett's gaze met hers. The music from the string quartet quieted. The conversations of the partygoers dropped. The scent of the delicious food prepared by a world-class caterer vanished. The only thing that mattered was him. For a moment, she could revel in the thought of them together. Forever. A daydream? Yes. But thanks to the child growing inside Laurel, her and Brett's futures were entwined. The only problem? She wanted more. She wanted him to be a part of her life, too. She wanted it all: marriage, a husband, a family. Tonight had shown her what she'd known in her heart. The appealing images of the two of them in the future holding hands, sitting on the couch together, and kissing goodnight played in her mind. Except, her shoulders dropped. A happy ending wasn't going to happen. Laurel had been engaged once for the wrong reasons and then married Brett as part of a joke for Henry's birthday bash. Treating marriage so flippantly was wrong. She couldn't do that again. Following in the footsteps of her mother and grandmother wasn't happening. She wouldn't settle for anything less than the best for her and Junior. That was why she had to remind herself she could only marry for the right reason: love. True love. If such a thing existed. Touching her belly, Laurel walked away, needing to put distance between them by losing herself among the guests. "Aren't you radiant tonight?" Henry Davenport, wearing a tuxedo sans bow tie, touched her shoulder. "Henry." She greeted him with a hug and a kiss. "When did you arrive?" "A little while ago." Handsome with sandy brown hair and hazel eyes, Henry used charm and charisma. Some called him a lazy trust fund baby since he'd never worked a day in his life, but he donated money to causes close to his heart and never hesitated to pay the bill when out with friends. "I prefer to arrive fashionably late." "I thought you were spending a few months in Europe." "It kept raining, so I decided if I had to be wet and see dreary gray skies all day, why not be at home?" He took a step back. "Let me look at you." His blatant appraisal made her blush. She bit her lip. "I see you have a bun in the oven." "Congratulations." "When's the timer going off?" Leave it to Henry not to mince words. "December 23rd. "That won't do," Henry announced as if he had the final say in her pregnancy. "You must have this baby on Christmas Day to keep the holiday birthday tradition alive." He spoke as if having this baby on December 25th were as simple as making dinner reservations. To a billionaire like Henry, maybe he assumed it was. She nearly laughed. "Babies have their own sense of timing, so don't get your hopes up." What would this world be without high hopes? Henry furrowed his brow. Halloween is the next holiday coming up. What would you and Brett think about a masquerade wedding? The possibilities are endless. "I bet they are." She wanted to change the subject as subtly as she could. "Tell me about your trip." "No wedding." "No," she saw the concern in his eyes. "It's okay." "But he's the father." It wasn't a question. Still, she nodded. Henry took a sip of his champagne. "I hear you're working at MGI?" She nodded again, thankful Henry had let the subject of a wedding drop. "And you actually like to work?" He said work as if it were a foul word. To someone in Henry's position, it was. She'd felt the same way not too long ago. "Yes." He raised an eyebrow. It's okay," she added. "It's Henry you're talking to." He gave her an encouraging smile. "Tell me the truth." "I'm sure working will get better once I've been there longer." She tried to sound diplomatic, not whiny, but office work wasn't her forte. Or wasn't yet. "I had fun putting together this party. And I loved decorating Brett's house." "You did all this?" Henry glanced around. "Forget the job and MGI. Become an interior designer instead. Decorate houses? Full-time?" He nodded. "You obviously have the talent. You turned this shell of a house into a home." Doubts assailed her. "I don't have any formal training. I have no money or savings to start my own business." Henry brushed aside her concerns as if he were shooing away a gnat. "You have innate style and taste, two things that can't be taught." Hope flared until reality set in. "I'm going to have a baby. Who's going to hire me when I'm getting bigger and waddling more each day?" "Me," he said without any hesitation. "That mausoleum of mine reminds me too much of my parents. God rest their souls. I want something that shouts, Henry." "I couldn't." As soon as she spoke, she realized that wasn't true. A part of her wanted to jump at the opportunity. To take a chance and do something she loved. She remembered the business cards she'd collected earlier. You could. And should. You did an incredible job with this house. Of course, mine is bigger and more outdated. You'd have your work cut out, but I promise to compensate you highly. Renee wanted to talk to her about joining her staff, but Laurel hadn't wanted to discuss a job offer. She felt obligated to stay at MGI. Brett had done so much for her. She owed him her loyalty, didn't she? You don't have to give me an answer now, but think about it, Henry continued. You need a way to support yourself and the little one. You also deserve to be happy. I will. You will what? Brett stepped in between her and Henry. Think about using Henry as a first name if the baby is a boy, Henry said before Laurel could answer. Davenport would make an excellent middle name for either gender. Laurel laughed, thankful for Henry's quick thinking and humor. Thought this out, have you? Henry nodded slowly as if to emphasize the point. It's only fitting for my godchild to be named after me. Godchild, she and Brett asked at the same time. Who else would you ask to be the godfather? I'm assuming this seedling was planted on my birthday. If it weren't for me, you two would have never, you know. Nudging Brett with his elbow, Henry winked. I should be rewarded for my highly refined matchmaking skills. What about the dice? Brett asked. Henry raised his chin, his expression more like a 10-year-old's than an adult's. They were my dice.
After escorting the remaining guests to their cars, Brett headed back into the house. Compliments from guests and employees swirled in his head. His smile wasn't going away anytime soon. The party wasn't only a victory for MGI, but also a personal victory for Brett Matthews, outsider extraordinaire. His personal clientele ran the gamut from retirees to a gold medalist skier. Tonight Brett had impressed even those old money Portlanders, the ones who'd made fun of him and his mom when he was growing up. Such a sweet feeling. When he added in Laurel's dedication to her work, he didn't think the night could get any better. She'd succeeded with the house and tonight's events, proving how much she could accomplish on her own. Now nothing was stopping her from marrying him. He'd taught her the skills she needed to learn. Now it was time for him to get what he wanted. His footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor. In the kitchen, Laurel was talking to the catering crew who were on their way out. As soon as she finished, she leaned against the counter and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Her face was pale, but she had no dark circles under her eyes. If anything, she appeared unruffled with that strand of hair now back in place. That didn't mean she wasn't exhausted from being on her feet for hours. Ready to call it a night? Almost. She stretched her shoulders. There are a few things. Come on, Miss Hostess with the mostest. Taking her hand, he led her to the sofa. Those things can wait. But I need to. The housekeeper will take care of it tomorrow. I don't believe what I'm hearing. Laurel touched his forehead. You don't have a temperature. Why are you acting so strange? What do you mean? You organize your books alphabetically and place the food that will expire first on the top shelf of the refrigerator. No way could someone like you leave a mess overnight. Her shocked expression made him laugh. Believe what you want, but you're sitting down and putting your feet up. He removed her shoes and placed her feet on his lap. Slowly, he rubbed them. Each toe, the arch, the ball. As he did, Laurel sank deeper and deeper into the sofa. Her lids heavy, she wiggled her toes. You're the master of foot rubs. Brett moved to the top of her foot and around her ankle. He enjoyed the feel of her soft skin beneath his fingers. You've earned the 5-star special. The evening went off without a hitch. Not quite. Her voice held a tinge of regret. The string quartet arrived late, and the fruit could have been fresher. He wanted her to be happy, not be concerned about what hadn't been perfect. No one noticed those things. She stiffened. If I did, someone else did. The evening was a complete success. He ran his hand up and down her smooth calves until she relaxed. Anything you aren't satisfied with, you can do differently next time. Her mouth formed a perfect O, next time. Once they were married, he wanted to entertain more. I was thinking Christmas might be the perfect time for a party. Sounds like fun, except I'll either be out to here, she placed her hand a foot in front of her stomach, or have a baby to care for. Junior. Brett couldn't forget the delivery date in the not-so-distant future. We'll have the party at the beginning of December. Laurel hesitated. I suppose. You don't sound as if you want to do it. She stared at the blank television screen. It's a little strange. What? This. Us, she said. At MGI, everyone knew we were married, but it's only recently they've realized we're having a baby together. Employees were asking questions. I wasn't going to lie. I know that, but they treat us normally. Well, as normal as possible, given the situation. But tonight, the investors assumed we're a couple and treated us as one. Does that bother you? Bother isn't the word I'd used, but it's getting harder for me not to think the same thing. Yes. Brett fought the urge to pump his fist. I mean, we spend all of our time together, she continued. And we have kissed. Sometimes it feels like we're a couple. She nodded. He had to go slow. SLOW. This was the chance he'd been waiting for. Laurel had finally opened the door, but he needed to proceed carefully. Is that so bad? Yes, no, I don't know. She sighed. When I'm around you, no. But then, when I'm alone. You don't ever have to be alone again. She raised her chin, defiance flaring in her gaze. I know you want to be on your own. He backtracked. But you have to realize by now I'm the last person who'd try to take away your independence. Thanks to my mom, I've seen what women can do by themselves. You've shown me what you can accomplish on your own. He wanted to know what she was thinking, but all he saw in her eyes were pools of blue any man would gladly drown in. She bit her lip. How far do you see this, us, going? All the way. Until death do us part. Forever. Brett swallowed. As far as we both want to take it. Junior deserves a family. A mother and father who are married and live together. She took a breath. What about parents who love each other? Love? That wasn't part of the deal. He felt her gaze on him. Saying those three little words would be so easy, but he couldn't lie, not even to get what he wanted. They had come too far for that. But maybe not far enough for Laurel. He forced a smile. I care about you. I care about you, too. Lines formed on her forehead and around her mouth. But I don't know if that's enough. Brett wasn't about to give up. Not when he was so close to getting what he wanted. He could picture their lives together. The two of them bringing home their baby. Playing together in the backyard, eating dinner together while catching up on everyone's day, watching movies after dinner, and just being a family. Isn't caring for each other better than nothing? He asked. She looked away. Would you rather I lie and tell you what you want to hear? He asked. Her gaze snapped to his. No. I didn't think so. He laced his fingers with hers. I might not love you, Laurel Worthington, but I care for you deeply. More than I thought possible. Isn't that enough for you to give us a try?
Chapter 10. 3 days later, less than 72 hours after agreeing to give us a try, Laurel sat at her desk at MGI, trying not to yawn. The day had gone well, but she was tired, as usual. Hey. Brett placed his hands on the front of her desk, leaned forward, and brushed his lips over hers. I'm going to miss having dinner with you tonight. She ignored the way her lips tingled from his kiss. I'll miss you, too. I shouldn't be too late, but if you're sleepy, go to bed. As he walked away, he glanced over his shoulder and smiled. Her heart pounded. Oh, no. Laurel covered her face in her hands. She'd agreed to give them a try, but she didn't need to because she was in love with Brett. Love? Laurel wasn't sure when she'd fallen for him, but she had. Hard. She'd had an inkling the night of the party, but she hadn't wanted to admit the truth. Until now. The chills, the tingles, and the flutters turning her stomach into a butterfly refuge couldn't be ignored. She loved him. The realization concerned her. This could be bad. Really bad. Loving Brett gave him control over her, over everything, including their baby. That was the last thing she wanted after what had happened with her parents. What was she going to do? When she was at Brett's house later that day, she still hadn't stopped worrying. Not even the sight of Henry Davenport dressed as if he'd stepped from the pages of a men's magazine as he stood on a stepladder, hanging curtains in the nursery, made Laurel smile. How do they look? Henry asked. She studied the drapes. Too much of the top ruffle is on the left. He went back to work. Not an easy task, considering the window was over 6 feet wide, but he didn't complain. Needing something to do, she adjusted the forest green cape in between the white chair rails. Falling in love with Brett Matthews went against everything she was working toward and wanted to be. The worst part? He didn't love her. He wouldn't love her even though he wanted her to marry him. Logically, falling for him was stupid. Except, how could she not have fallen in love with him? He trusted her to decorate his house, relied on her to plan MGI's investor party, taught her to handle her own finances, and supported her through the good and bad times of her pregnancy. Loving him came as natural as breathing. Yet Laurel questioned her feelings. Were they real or not? She needed to know even if the answer scared her. One thing was becoming clearer. Ever since arriving in Portland, she'd allowed Brett to take care of her. She wasn't succeeding on her own. Not by a long shot. That was painful to acknowledge. Are they straight? Henry asked. Laurel glanced up at the window. Too much of the ruffle is on the right now. As he returned to the curtains, she checked the 26 letters to make sure all were securely fastened to the wall. She was working, budgeting her earnings, and saving money, but under Brett's guidance. She relied on him for everything, from her job to the roof over her head. If she allowed this to continue, she'd be giving up her dream of making it on her own. Laurel's father had sheltered and controlled her and her mother. Just as her grandfather did with her grandmother. That was the Worthington way. She had no idea about her mom's side of the family. They'd never been a part of Laurel's life due to a fallout that happened before she was born. Allowing that to happen with Brett would be worse because he wouldn't only have control over the money, but also her heart. Not happening. It was time to break the cycle and take charge of her own life. Not only for herself, but also for her child, too. Laurel had to be sure of herself. She had to know for certain her love for Brett was more than a desire for security. That her love was real and strong enough to build a foundation upon for their marriage and their family. Once she knew that, maybe Brett's caring would turn into loving. He would finally be able to see what they could have together. Henry sighed, one that sounded more tired than frustrated. What about now? She checked both ends and the middle. They're perfect. He climbed down to examine them. I like the teddy bears. So do I. The simple rod and pocket drapes made from fabric covered with stars, moons, and teddy bears were adorable and coordinated with the bedding. Thanks for your help. Anytime. He folded up the stepladder. Are you going to tell me the real reason you wanted me to come over tonight? Or did you only want me to hang the curtains? I wanted to speak with you, too. So much was at stake. She was determined to make this work. With Brett at a business dinner, this was her best chance. She'd met Henry when she was 16 at a debutante ball. He was 7 years older and had treated her like a little sister. Since then, he'd visited her in Chicago. Once she turned 21, he'd invited her to his infamous birthday parties. She trusted him, which she couldn't say about many of the people she'd once considered her friends. "Were you serious about hiring me to decorate your house?" "Yes," Henry said, much to her relief. "Are you considering it?" "I am." Confidence overflowed so much she almost didn't recognize her voice. She picked up the tiebacks and then fastened the first one to the wall. "I spoke with Renee Bernard, the designer who helped me, and she wants to hire me as her assistant. I would have medical benefits, and she doesn't have a problem with maternity leave. She offered to help pay the tuition for design classes, too. And if you presented me as a new client. I haven't mentioned you to Renee." Laurel didn't want to give Henry the wrong idea. "I wanted to make sure she wanted me, not your business." Henry grinned. "You've come a long way." "I'm trying, but I have further to go." Laurel had no choice but to succeed with a baby on the way. She attached the other tieback to the wall. "I only wish I'd realized it sooner." "What does Brett think?" Henry asked. She blew out a breath. "He doesn't know yet." Henry's smile faded. "He's not going to like you leaving MGI." "He might," Laurel countered, but her heart knew the truth. "Okay, he won't, but I don't see any other way. If I don't stand on my own 2 feet, we won't stand a chance at love." Nodding, she touched her belly. Junior had brought them together, but she and Brett had to figure out a way to remain that way long term. That meant she had to do her part first. "I believe we can be a family, but I need to be sure of a few things before that can happen. When you accept your position with Renee, get me a copy of her contract and find out the amount of retainer she requires." "Oh, Henry." Laurel blinked back tears of joy. She hugged him. "Thank you. That's what friends are for. You're a great friend." She felt renewed, confident. Nothing could stand in her way. Laurel took a step back. "Now I have to find an apartment. I have a 2-bedroom guest house. It's small, but charming in its own, the pioneer woman meets Martha Stewart kind of way. It would be perfect for you and the little one." "I couldn't." "You could, and you should. You'd be down the street from Brett. Think how convenient the location will be after the baby arrives." "It would be convenient. But she wouldn't gain her independence by leaving Brett's house, only to rely on Henry. I'd want to pay rent." He laughed. "I'd expect you to pay rent." Part of her wanted to jump at the offer, except Henry wasn't known for his frugal living. She could only imagine how much living in his guest house would cost. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm sure the rent would wipe out my savings." Henry's forehead wrinkled. "I thought the ring would cover your debts and leave you with a little nest egg." She tried to make sense of what he was saying. Tried and failed. "What are you talking about?" "Your wedding ring from Reno." "You mean the Titanic sinking iceberg of a cubic zirconia?" "Oh, no." Leaning against the wall, he rubbed his forehead. "Do you still have the ring?" Henry's pained expression worried her. "In my room." "Get it." She hurried to her room, grabbed the ring, and returned to the nursery. "Here." He took the ring. "You, of all people, should be able to tell this isn't a cubic zirconia." She studied the ring, the pure color, the faceted cut, the heavy weight, no flaws. Of course, she didn't have a jeweler's loupe. "If it's not zirconia, what is it?" "A diamond." Her mouth dropped open. "But that means it's worth." He nodded. Her chest tightened with an odd combination of relief and regret. If she'd known about the ring in April, her life would be so different. Laurel would be, too. She wouldn't have had to sell everything she owned. She wouldn't have had to leave Chicago for Portland. She wouldn't have fallen in love with Brett. Henry slipped the ring onto her finger. "The ring was your reward for participating in the tacky wedding adventure." Laurel stared at the sparkling stone with disbelief. "The diamond is real?" "Yes." Colorful prisms of light reflected off the stone, dancing on the walls. And it's mine? Yours. Her vision blurred. She felt as if she were dreaming. At any moment, the alarm would blare and she'd wake up. No ring on her finger, only a cheesy bauble tucked away with her pearl earrings. Does everyone who participates get a reward like this? Some get more than others, he said with a hint of mischief. Henry had money to burn, but why would he spend so much on? Her gaze jerked from the ring to his eyes. You knew I was broke. I knew. Only one other person besides her parents. Charles told you. Henry nodded. Her rat of an ex-fiancé. She clenched her teeth. He promised not to tell anyone what was happening with my father. Kingsley lied. He called to tell me about breaking up with you, and to inform me I should uninvite you to the April Fool's Bash due to your financial and family situation. Henry frowned. I only wish you would have told me yourself. I thought we were good enough friends. Oh, Henry, we are, but I thought if I was poor, you wouldn't. Ashamed, she stared at the floor. I may be a snob, but I'm a loyal snob. With his fingertips, he raised her chin. I'm here now, aren't I? Yes, you are. His caring expression reassured her. I was wrong to judge you the way I did. I forgive you. A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Leave it to Henry to get a kick out of this. And now that you have the ring, you can afford whatever rent I charge for the guest house. The ring was really hers. She wouldn't have to rely on Brett. Oh my. Are you okay? Henry held onto her arm. Is it the baby? She covered her mouth with her hands. I can do this on my own, can't I? Yes, you can. And then reality hit. Laurel forced herself to breathe. I need to do this myself. She removed the ring, took a deep breath, and handed it to Henry. If I accept the ring. You earned it. He slipped the ring back on her finger. The roll of the dice selected the couple. Whoever ended up the bride was destined to get the ring. Whoever. His sheepish grin told her the answer. She shook her head. You rigged your own adventure. He started to protest before raising his hands in the air. The dice were loaded, but don't let foolish pride stand in the way of getting what you want and giving your baby a family. Each participant gets a reward. The ring was yours. If she got one, then so did. What was Brett's reward? Henry's grin spread to his twinkling eyes. You.
The dinner with community leaders dragged on too long, but Brett considered the time well spent. On his way home, he stopped and picked up flowers at the grocery store. He needed to speed up their trying, because Brett wanted to marry Laurel before Junior was born to give both his last name. As he entered the house, voices sounded. He hurried to the family room. Laurel sat on the couch next to Henry. The cozy sight sounded warning bells in Brett's head. As his stomach clenched, his fist tightened around the bouquet he held. Don't read too much into it. Still, his collar threatened to strangle him. Hi. Laurel's warm smile did nothing to take away the chill inside him. How was your dinner? Every muscle tensed. Long. Henry rose. That's my cue to leave. I'll speak with you tomorrow, he said to Laurel. To Brett, he said, good night, and left. Brett waited until the door closed. What was Henry doing here? Helping me hang the drapes in the nursery. My balance has been a little off. I didn't want to climb on the ladder. I would have done it. I figured you'd be tired when you got home. He was, but he didn't want Henry taking over in his house. Brett was the one who should be hanging the curtains in the nursery. How do they look? Perfect. All that's missing is a crying baby. You mean a sleeping peacefully baby? Isn't that what I said? She motioned to the flowers in his hand. Are those for me? Brett handed them to her. Yes. Thank you. She stood. They're lovely. As she walked to the kitchen, he followed. They reminded me of your perfume. Laurel sniffed the colorful bouquet before pulling out a vase. They do. How sweet of you. He didn't notice any other flowers. At least Henry hadn't come bearing gifts. She filled the crystal vase with water and then arranged the flowers inside. I've been thinking about my job at MGI. We both know I'm not the greatest at office work. He leaned against the counter. You've been holding your own. Barely. She bit her lip. I doubt I'll ever get beyond where I am. I've decided I'm going to resign. That's wonderful. Brett's tension disappeared, his muscles relaxed. Thank goodness he'd purchased an engagement ring. If only he had the diamond solitaire with him instead of in his safe upstairs. You're making the right decision. She wet her lips. You think so? Yes. His support seemed to surprise her. How could she think he'd let his wife work? There's no reason for you to continue working. I'm going to keep working. He didn't understand. Where? With Renee. She wants me to be her assistant. He tried to comprehend what Laurel was saying. Why would she work once they married? I can take design classes and learn. What about the baby? He asked, interrupting her. Oh, I'm not talking about starting classes next week, she explained. I won't go to school until the baby is old enough to be left alone for a few hours. Brett wanted to be supportive, but he thought she would prefer staying home full-time with Junior. He wanted her to do that. You enjoy decorating that much? I love interior design, and I want to make it my career. Her eyes shone with a confidence and passion he hadn't seen before. Brett might not want this, but Laurel did. Marriage took compromise. At least that was what he'd read somewhere. You'll be great. Thanks. Gratitude filled her voice. I also want to move out. See how things go with some distance between us. His gaze darkened. We don't need any distance. I'm talking space, not miles. She rearranged a lily so the flower was at the center of the vase. I won't be that far away. Just down the street at Henry's. At Henry's. Brett's defenses went up. No. Laurel did a double take. What did you say? His throat thickened. I won't let you. Eyes wide, she stared. Excuse me. You're not living with Henry. I'm not living with him. I'm renting his guest house, she said as if she were spending the night in a hotel. It's the perfect place for me to live since I'll be working on his house. You're not working on Henry's house. Brett would enroll her in the best interior design program around. Laurel was his. No way he would let Davenport win this time around. I can offer you more than whatever Henry did. Her forehead creased. This isn't about you or Henry. No, the word shot out as fast as a bullet. Brett's heart dropped to his feet. He finally understood. It's about you and Henry. Brett had lost. He'd never stood a chance with Laurel. She may have pretended his past didn't matter, but Laurel Worthington was no different than any of the other women he'd known. Money, make that old money, was all that mattered to her. You finally realized what marrying a Davenport would do for you. The words left a bitter taste in Brett's mouth. Marrying Henry Davenport would be like living in Disneyland. She laughed. It might be fun, but after a while, you'd want a break from Fantasyland. With Henry's money, you of all people wouldn't need a break. She narrowed her eyes. Okay, this isn't funny anymore. I'm not joking. Brett crossed his arms over his chest. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, after all. Your mother will be thrilled with your latest catch. Unbelievable. Glaring, Laurel slapped her palms against the granite countertop. After everything we've been through, that's what you think of me? You're the one with her sights set on Henry. You're way off base. She planted her hands on her hips. I'm doing this for us. No other reason. Yeah, right. Brett didn't believe her. He'd known that once but had forgotten. He gave her credit for her acting abilities. I'm sure all of Henry's money. Money isn't the most important thing. Money is everything. She'd come to Brett for a job to earn money. She was the one leaving him for. She was leaving him. His legs gave out. He fell back against the counter. His insides, his heart especially, felt as if a man-eating tiger were devouring them. A tiger with the initials LW. As you've implied, over and over again. Her eyes darkened. You know, you can't take your fortune with you. Your father did. The color drained from her face. Her lower lip quivered. Staring at the flowers, she took a deep breath. Brett hadn't meant to hurt her. Well, yes, he had, because she'd hurt him. He'd allowed himself to fall into her trap again. To trust her when she said she believed in him, in the two of them, in a family. The silence increased the tension between them, pushed them further and further apart. You're jealous, she said finally. He expected her to sound angry, but she wasn't. Her tone was sympathetic. Calm. Brett didn't want her sympathy. He didn't need it. I'm not jealous. She shook her head. You're still that scared little boy with patches on his jeans, peeking in the window to see how the better half lived, never realizing he was the better half. Not the people inside the big house. Her disappointment in him was unmistakable, but he didn't care what she thought. You don't know what you're talking about. Laurel frowned. I feel sorry for you, Brett Matthews. You could have anything you want in the world, yet you focus on what you can't have. Money isn't everything. Who you are is so much more important than your net worth. I started to believe, no, I did believe, we had a chance to be a family, but I was wrong. No, he'd been wrong. Utterly and completely wrong. And he was losing the most important thing in the world because of it, his child. Brett's stomach burned. He felt physically ill. You don't love yourself, she added. How could you ever love Junior or me? I never said I loved you. No, you didn't. How noble of you. Tilting her chin, she stared into his eyes. Well, I loved you, or at least I thought I did. She loves me. A part of him wanted to grab onto her and never let go, but that was his foolish half. Brett couldn't believe anything she said, especially a declaration of love. He glared at the flowers to keep from watching the lies roll off her tongue. But love isn't always enough. Her voice broke. I'd rather live in poverty than let wealth define who I am. I won't allow you to taint my baby with your misguided beliefs about money the way my father did with me. Here. She removed a ring from her finger and then handed it to him. Did you know this is a real diamond? The rock-sized jewel from their Reno wedding rested on his palm. Why are you giving it to me? Because you need the money much more than I do. The door slammed, the sound echoing through the house. Brett stood in the entrance to the living room. The only thing that seemed to be working was his heart that somehow kept beating. His lungs were functioning, too, since air went in and out, but everything else. One phone call from Laurel, and Henry had come running. The man hadn't spoken to Brett, simply carried Laurel's suitcase out of the door. After all these years, Henry was still coming out on top. Some friend he'd turned out to be. Not a friend. That was the problem. Brett had never been good enough for anything other than investing Henry's fortune. Their relationship was a working one, never a friendship. Emotions churned within Brett, relief at learning the truth about Laurel and dread at what the future held. No matter how he and Laurel had parted tonight, their lives would be entangled because of Junior. She would not keep his child from him. Brett would do everything in his power, no matter the effort or the cost, to be a part of Junior's life. As Brett trudged to the front door, his footsteps thudded against the hardwood. He clicked the deadbolt into place, sealing the finality of Laurel's departure. Tomorrow, he would change the locks and reset the security code. He would call his housekeeper to make sure she didn't let Laurel or Henry into the house again. As he headed toward the kitchen, he stopped to flick off the light switch in the living room. Despite all the furnishings, he sensed an emptiness. Yet, touches of Laurel were everywhere, from the paintings on the wall to the pillows on the sofa. He loved how she decorated the room, the entire house, but the reminders of her would be too much. Maybe Renee would refer him to another decorator who could redo the house from top to bottom. Brett wouldn't go back to living the way he had. He didn't want a place where he stored his stuff. He wanted a home. That was what Laurel had created with her decorating and her presence. She was gone, but that didn't mean he had to stop doing the things he now enjoyed, like spending more time here than at the office, cooking dinner instead of eating in restaurants, and reading baby name and childcare books. He would be doing those things alone, but that was better than doing them with her. Climbing the stairs, he straightened a photograph of himself and his mother that Laurel had hung. At the top of the stairs, he picked up one of her slippers that she must have dropped on her way out. The door to her room, make that the guest room, was open. He stepped inside to leave the slipper there in case she wanted it back. Except for the stripped bed, the room looked unused. The closet doors were opened. Only empty hangers remained. He tossed the slipper onto the floor below them. She was gone. Gone for good. The truth hurt more than it should. Something on the nightstand caught his eye. He took a closer look, a snow globe. His breath caught. It was the one he'd given to Laurel on their wedding night after seeing her admire the tacky souvenir at the chapel, a wedding gift, so to speak. He couldn't believe she'd kept the snow globe and the ring he'd placed in his shirt pocket earlier. She'd left him 2 reminders of their folly in Reno, while she'd taken the most important one with her. Junior. Brett wound the snow globe. As the music played, he closed his eyes, picturing Laurel walking down the aisle to him. One day, she'd be doing the same with Henry. No, she wouldn't. His eyelids flew open. If she'd wanted to marry Henry, why had she come to Brett in the first place? And if she were only after money, why had she given him the ring? Because Henry had enough money. No. What had he done? Said. His heart seized. A black hole spread throughout him. He'd been wrong. Caught up in the past and his out-of-control emotions. Laurel Worthington wasn't after Henry. She was following her heart, reaching for her dream. She wanted to be a good mother, a role model for Junior. Most importantly, she wanted to do it on her own, not become a carbon copy of her mother. Laurel had shared those things with him, but he hadn't listened. With his ears, yes, but not with his heart. He hadn't heard her. Not really. No wonder she hadn't wanted to marry him when she first arrived in town or now. He'd never given Laurel the right reasons to marry him. He'd offered her the world, but not himself. Not his heart. Brett had been doing everything for the wrong reasons. Not only with Laurel and Junior, but throughout his entire life, too. If he'd felt sick before, that was nothing compared to the twists and knots forming inside him. Laurel had told him she loved him. Instead of believing her, he'd assumed she was lying and been cruel. His foolishness pressed down on him. Holding on to the snow globe, Brett struggled for a breath. He'd been a fool. A jealous fool. By clinging to the heartaches and so-called injustices of his past, he was missing out on the present and also the future. All he wanted was to be accepted and loved for who he was. Laurel had done both. But he hadn't cared, hadn't realized. Brett wound the knob on the bottom of the snow globe again. As the 2 doves spun around and the wedding march played, he sank to the floor. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. His words mocked him. He'd accused Laurel of being like her mother, when he wasn't so different from his father who'd done the wrong thing, too. How had that happened? Brett had strived to be the polar opposite of the man who'd fathered him, yet he'd failed. Failed Laurel and Junior. Being a father wasn't only about providing income, buying things, or being a figurehead. A father also needed to support, to nurture, to love. As did a mother. Junior needed a mother and a father. Laurel and Brett had been half wrong, but together, they were right. Together. How could he have been so stupid? Because he was misguided. He thought money would make him happy, but all the wealth in the world couldn't buy the most important thing, love. Somehow, he needed to show Laurel what he'd learned. The question was, how? Chapter 11. For most of his life, Brett had followed a plan. Not tonight. He had no plan. No strategy. Nothing but a driving desire to see Laurel. Now. So what if it was late? He'd never be able to wait until morning. As his car idled in front of the closed ornamental steel gates protecting the Davenport estate, he keyed in the security code he remembered from his youth. The gates opened, parting like the Red Sea, and Brett drove inside. Regrets assailed him. So many years of entering through these gates. So many years of wishing this place was his home. All this time, it had been. The above-the-garage apartment where he'd grown up was his home, the lush estate grounds and gardens his yard, but he'd been too obsessed with living in the big house to see how lucky he'd been to have what he did. The porch light illuminated the formal double-door entrance. Potted plants graced each side of the doorway. He pressed the doorbell. Bells chimed. A middle-aged woman, the housekeeper Brett assumed, opened the door. "I'm here to see Laurel Worthington," he said. "Miss Worthington is asleep." She slammed the door in Brett's face. Not the welcome he'd expected, but he wasn't giving up. He rang the bell again. No answer. Again. The door finally opened. "Evening, Brett," Frank, the Davenports' longtime chauffeur and handyman, said. Brett fought the urge to shift his feet. "You know why I'm here. I can't let you in." He wasn't giving up. Not when his heart was at stake. "Let me talk to Henry, please. He's retired for the evening." Brett wanted to force his way in but knew better. "Henry never goes to sleep before midnight." "I'm sorry, Brett." The sincerity in Frank's eyes was clear. "I really am. I know." Frank had gotten old. Deep lines carved his once unwrinkled skin. Brett thought back to the times they'd played catch or worked on cars together. But that companionship hadn't been enough for a boy who wanted only someone like Mr. Davenport to pay attention to him. "Thanks. There's always the old tree." With a wink, Frank closed the door. Leave it to Frank to provide a way. Brett had forgotten guests stayed in the East Wing, but he remembered climbing the oak tree. He wasn't 10 years old anymore. That was probably how old he'd been the first time he'd done this, but if he could climb the rope at the gym, he could do this. To reach Laurel, he'd try anything.
Laurel rolled over in the luxurious king-sized bed. She couldn't get comfortable. Not with Junior doing somersaults, cartwheels, and flips in her stomach. She wanted to blame her sleeplessness on the in utero gymnastic routine, but she couldn't. Not when thoughts of Brett were what kept her awake. It was over. Whether she wanted to work things out didn't matter. She couldn't fix their problems alone. She wouldn't want to try. And Brett. A vice gripped her heart. He was too caught up in the past. Too concerned with money to see what was important in life. The truth saddened her. She rested her hand on her stomach. That seemed to quiet Junior. Like her parents, Brett didn't know what he was missing out on. Tears stung her eyes, but she blinked them away. Brett didn't deserve to have tears shed over him. That didn't stop her heart from breaking, for her, for Brett, for their baby. The three of them would never be a family. But that was not okay, but the baby needed her even if Brett didn't. She would make her own family. Her and Junior. A party of two. An arm or a leg passed beneath Laurel's palm. Despite her aching heart, she marveled at the life growing inside of her. It's just you and me, little one. But I promise we're going to make it. She knew they would. Walking away from Brett proved she was different from her mother and grandmother. Laurel could have taken the easy way out, married well, and secured a comfortable life for herself and Junior. But she hadn't. She'd left that behind the minute she'd called Henry. No, even before that, the second she gave Brett the wedding ring from Reno. Doing that hadn't been without a great cost. Not monetary but to her heart. Still, she took pride in how far she'd come. She'd changed so much from the spoiled heiress who'd once been satisfied to be engaged to a man she didn't love to a single, working, soon-to-be mom with a hard road ahead of her. She would never go back. She didn't want to be the old Laurel again. The new awareness comforted her. Her heart would heal. In time. A tap sounded at the window. A tree branch or a bird. Ignoring it, she tried counting sheep. Anything to stop the jumble of thoughts racing through her brain. Another tap. She repositioned the pillow between her legs and the one under her stomach. Now to count backward from 1,000. A third tap. What was that? Laurel flicked on the light, crawled out of bed, and drew back the curtain. Brett's face greeted her. Her jaw dropped. What? Open the window, he mouthed. She unlatched and raised the window. What are you doing? I was in the neighborhood. Get inside. The brisk autumn air rushed in. Not even her flannel pajamas kept the chill away. She wrapped her arms around herself. Before you kill yourself. I'm perfectly safe out here. He crawled through the window and then closed it. Used to climb this tree all the time when I was a kid. Stunned at his appearance, she studied him. He was still wearing his tailored suit. Armani or Brioni, she guessed. He'd ripped one of the knees. The least he could have done was put on jeans or sweats if he was going to be climbing trees. One part of her wanted to tell him to leave. She didn't want to hear why he was here, but the other. Curiosity won out. Why didn't you come through the front door like normal people do? They wouldn't let me in. She could imagine who they were. Henry had only the best of intentions, but he could go overboard. Though she told him she never wanted to see Brett again, so Henry was following her request. I had to see you, Brett spoke quickly, the words falling from his mouth. As he gazed into her eyes, her stomach fluttered. Didn't matter. Nothing could change what had happened earlier. Reliving the pain of what he'd said. Laurel couldn't go through that again. She raised her chin. You've seen me, now go. Please. I can't do this. Ignoring the pleading tone of his voice was hard to do, but she had no choice. Looking out for herself and Junior was her priority. Not now. Maybe not ever. I'm sorry for what I said. He stepped toward her. Please let me make it up to you. He grabbed her hand, lacing his fingers with his. As his thumb rubbed against her skin, a pleasurable shiver shot up her arm. Laurel pulled away. If he touched her, her senses would go haywire. It's too late. Regret filled his eyes. It can't be too late. The rawness in his voice tore at her heart, but she said nothing. The mix of emotions coursing through her confused Laurel. The things I accused you of, his gaze dropped to the floor before he stared into her eyes. I was wrong. You tried telling me the truth, but I wouldn't listen. I didn't hear what you said. My brain shut off, and my sad heart took over. I'm not good at dealing with emotions, as you found out tonight. But what I do know is I don't want to lose you. I can't lose you, Laurel. His anguish was palpable, but she needed to keep her heart immune from him. Lose me? You never had me. Even as she spoke, she knew her words weren't completely true. I don't need you to succeed. You don't, he admitted, his expression crestfallen. You're capable of taking care of yourself. You always have been, even before you arrived in Portland. You could have taken the easy way out when your father took off. You could have married the first guy who stepped into your life. But you didn't. You picked yourself up and kept going. You didn't wallow in your misfortune but made a fresh start for you and the baby. Whereas my whole life, I wanted to be like Henry. Who am I kidding? I wanted to be Henry. Pretty pathetic. But I've grown up in the past couple of hours. A glimmer of hope took root in her heart. Brett. Let me finish, please, he said. I know you don't need me, but I need you. Time stopped. Everything else did, too, including Junior. No one had ever needed her. Laurel's heart beat so loudly she was sure Brett could hear it. She kept her breath steady. He reached out, touched her hand again. I need you, Laurel. I really do. This time, she didn't pull away. She didn't want to. Hope grew into a bud, a fragile rosebud waiting for the opportunity to bloom. I thought I was the expert, teaching you about money, but it was the other way around. Brett half laughed. I didn't know I let my feelings about money color what I did or thought. It tainted my view of everything, including you. Wanting to encourage him, she squeezed his hand. When you arrived at my office, the only reason I said I wanted to marry you was the baby. I didn't want to be like my father. Didn't want my baby to grow up hating me the way I hated him, whoever he was, and that's why I pushed for us to get married. But as we spent time together, I realized this wasn't only about Junior, and my growing feelings for you scared me. I believed you would never want me. When he shook his head, the edges of his mouth curled slightly. You were right. I'm still that little boy trying to prove his worth to everyone. I was afraid I couldn't prove it to you, so I ignored how I felt. Tears welled in her eyes. Oh, Brett. Who you are is more than enough. The past. The amount of money you have. None of that matters to me. Not now. Not in the future. I know. He kissed the top of her hand. That's one of the reasons why I love you so much. She gasped. Hearing him say he loved her was more than she could have imagined, more than she could have dreamed. She swallowed around the lump in her throat. You love me? I do, more than anything. I want to marry you. Not because it's the right thing to do or because Junior needs a father, but because I love you. It doesn't take a baby to make a family. You and me. We're a family right now. A family. Her family. She swallowed. Hope blossomed into a beautiful rose, an eternal bloom that would never wither and die. I'm far from perfect, but I'll do my best to be a good husband and father. His earnest tone matched his smile. I trust you with my heart, with everything I have. I don't want a prenup. I want you to be my equal partner whether we're in bed, cooking dinner, or doing business. You won't ever have to worry about not having money of your own. It's yours. No strings attached. I won't question what you do with the money, spend, give away, or save. You can burn it if you want. Understanding money wasn't everything was a huge step for Brett. Her heart filled with joy. She wanted to laugh, she wanted to cry. She smiled instead. But you still have to rely on me, he added. What? She asked. Just like I have to rely on you. He grinned. That's what being in love is all about. Being there for one another. I'm beginning to understand that. And so much more. I love you, Laurel Worthington. I love you, too. There, she'd said it. The love she felt for Brett was 100% real. Her heart wasn't making a mistake. You're more than I ever hoped to find in a husband or for the father of my child. You've helped me to reach my goals, you're giving me all I could ever ask for. I thought the night we shared in Reno was magical, but this goes far beyond magic. Brett flashed her a devastating smile before kissing each of her fingers. Way beyond. She nodded. I want to be with you, but I need some time on my own to prove I can do it myself. You don't need to prove anything to me. There was no hurt or censure in his voice. I need to prove it to myself, she admitted. Pretending I was making it on my own when I lived with you was so easy to do. You were so supportive and caring. I felt safe and secure with you around. That's the way it should be when two people love each other, but I need to follow through with what I planned on doing when I first arrived in Portland. Do you understand? I understand. His eyes shone with love, and Laurel soaked up his affection. Take all the time you need. I will. She would be able to love him and be her own person, too. She'd never felt so empowered. But I'm giving you fair warning. You'd better be prepared to marry me once I'm ready. His eyes widened. Are you, Laurel Worthington, proposing to me? Worthington women always survive. Laurel was going to do better than survive. She was going to take control. She was going to thrive. Wondering if Grandmama was rolling in her grave, Laurel raised her chin. Yes, I am. Isn't that what independent women do? You tell me. Her gaze met his. Will you marry me, Brett Matthews? I will. Uh-oh. What? He asked. I wasn't prepared for proposing. I don't have a ring to give you. That's okay. He pulled the diamond ring she'd worn in Reno from his shirt pocket. I hope this will do for now. The ring I bought is at our house. Our house. That was music to her ears. She extended her left hand. I love you. And I love you. He slipped the ring on her finger. As his lips touched hers, she understood that nothing else could compare to what she was feeling, an all-consuming, heartfelt love, and she never wanted the feeling to end. The baby kicked. Hard. Brett laughed. Do you think Junior's trying to tell us something?
Chapter 12. As the days passed, Brett kept waiting for Laurel to propose again, but so far, she'd mentioned nothing more about their future. That meant relying on every ounce of his patience. He understood her need to be on her own, but he loved her. He wanted to be with her. Going on dates was fun, but not nearly enough when he wanted to go to sleep and wake up next to her. Soon. That was what he kept telling himself. During a business trip to San Francisco, he stopped by Cassandra's attic. He glanced around the bookstore, amazed at the changes since the last time he'd been here. The new children's section is fantastic. The cafe and reading nooks were a big hit, so this was the next step. Cassie McKnight spoke with pride. It's something I always imagined having. And now we have a weekly story time, too. The first time Brett had been here, the store had a quaint charm. That feeling remained, but rearranging displays and shelves had made the place easier to navigate. The smell of fresh brewed coffee and baked goods didn't hurt either. Well done, you two. Cassie leaned against her husband, Troy. It took both of us. Two brains are better than one, Cassie added. Troy nodded. Two hearts, too. A lump formed in Brett's throat. He'd only been away 2 days, but he couldn't wait to see Laurel. Are you going to be writing a book about investing for college now that you'll be a dad? Troy asked. A dad. Warmth flooded Brett. He couldn't wait, but the idea of Junior being old enough to go off to college made his stomach churn. I might, but right now I'm working on one about personal finance, budgeting, saving, investment options, and retirement. Laurel had given him the idea, and his publisher agreed the subject was a worthy follow-up to his first book. A section about saving for college would fit nicely, so thanks for the idea. Cassie's face lit up. You can do a book signing here after it's out. Or better yet, have your launch party here, Troy suggested. She and Troy were opposites, but their personalities complemented each other so well. Their love was palpable. Brett would be jealous if he hadn't found Laurel. Sounds like a plan. I'd love for you to meet Laurel. Troy nodded. And the newest member of the Matthews family. When is the baby due? Cassie asked. December 23rd. Though Henry was still pushing for the 25th so each of them would have a holiday birthday. The 24th would count, too. Speaking of which, Kara said she'd set aside a couple of baby food cookbooks for me. I think there's more than a couple waiting for you. Cassie glanced over at Kara, who sat behind a book concierge sign. Her brown hair was long and wavy. Even from this distance, her green eyes shone brightly. Kara takes her job seriously, and the customers love her. Her recommendations have added 6% to our sales, Troy, a former venture capitalist turned small business consultant, added. I'm not surprised. And Brett wasn't. The books she's selected for Laurel and me have been spot on. Happy to hear that. Cassie's gaze traveled to Kara again. I just hope she's happy here and doesn't want to return to work as a librarian. Getting her to stay is easy to do, love, Troy said. The affection in Troy's voice made Brett miss Laurel that much more. One more day. What do you mean? Cassie asked. Everyone has a price. That might be monetary or not, Brett offered. In Laurel's case, she needed time to succeed on her own. You just have to figure out what Kara needs to keep her at Cassandra's attic. Too bad he hadn't taken the same advice with Laurel sooner, but better late than never.
Laurel had no regrets over the decision she'd made that night Brett crawled through her window. Doing things on her own was what she'd needed to do. Not that she was alone with Brett and Henry nearby. Thinking about the two brought a smile to her face. They seemed more like brothers than friends. Maybe that was what led to their competitiveness and frustrations, a sort of sibling rivalry. No matter how either might act, the two men cared about each other, even if they'd never admit it. Henry's account was one of the few that Brett personally managed at MGI. Henry seemed genuinely pleased about the upcoming baby's birth, showing a gentler, quieter side of himself these past weeks. Life was good. Laurel enjoyed having her own place to live. She was learning so much about interior design from Reno and couldn't wait to take classes in the spring. That seemed the best timing with the baby and the work being done on Henry's estate. Laurel hadn't been on her own long, but her confidence in her abilities and strengths had grown as much as her stomach. Excited for her dinner date with Brett tonight, Laurel grabbed her jacket off the back of the chair and stood by the front window. Eager much? She laughed at herself. Brett had spent the past 3 days in San Francisco. He'd called Laurel each day, often more than once, but she missed not being able to see him. Living down the street from him had spoiled her. Staring out the window, she rubbed her round belly. Something, however, needed to happen sooner rather than later. Headlights appeared, and her heart leaped. Brett. A growing baby in her stomach didn't stop the flutters from forming. He'd been patient, not pushing or pressuring her into more than she was ready to give. She'd been the one setting the tone and the speed of their relationship, but now she was ready to kick things up a notch. Or 10. Living in Henry's guest house and working for Reno had provided the independence and success Laurel needed. She not only felt like she was succeeding on her own, but she also had the confidence to take that next step toward the future she wanted. She wriggled her toes in anticipation. The baby kicked. Excited, Junior? She asked, unable to keep her smile from spreading. Me, too. I can't wait to hear what your dad has to say. As Brett walked toward the guest house, Laurel opened the front door. Tingles battled the flutters for supremacy. She clutched the doorknob. Hi. She sounded as breathless as she felt. Did you have a good trip? Yes, but I'm happy to be home. His gaze ran the length of her before he stepped inside. He handed her a present wrapped in white paper and tied with a tangerine ribbon. This is from the staff at Cassandra's attic. They gave me a gift? His eyes softened. It's for both of us. Us sounded good to Laurel. She removed the ribbon and then unwrapped the present. The title made her laugh. This is the perfect book for new parents. Brett tried to see the front cover. What's the title? Keeping the Romance Alive After the Baby Arrives, Laurel read. Sounds like a must-read. I want to read it, too. We'll share, she offered. Or we could read the book to each other like we've done with the baby books. His gaze met hers. Electricity flowed between them. A beat passed. And another. Laurel remembered to breathe. I'd like that. A lot. He lowered his mouth to hers. The kiss was softer than she expected. Wanting more, she pressed her lips against his. He tasted warm with a hint of peppermint and a dash of salt. Her stomach kept her from getting too close to him, but the kiss was enough, for now. Brett backed away. If we keep that up, we'll be late for our reservation. She was ready for so much more. The question was when to tell him. I missed you. Surprise gleamed in his gaze. I missed you, too, and I won't be going anywhere else until after Junior is born. Her lips parted. Really? Nodding, he touched her belly. Not taking any chances. Warmth flowed through her. Thank you. Brett helped Laurel put on her jacket and then kissed her forehead. What was that for? She asked. His brows drew together. What? He hadn't realized what he was doing. That made the kiss more special. Never mind. Let's go.
Sitting across from Laurel at his favorite downtown Portland bistro, Brett covered her hand with his. The dinner plates had been removed, and though he'd enjoyed his meal, being with Laurel was all that mattered. Her skin glowed. Her smile only added to her beauty. I spoke to my mother last night. She's coming for Thanksgiving. That was only a couple of weeks away. You told her everything. He and his mother had few secrets, but he hadn't been ready to talk about Laurel or the baby until now. It was time. Laurel took a slow sip of water. Is your mom upset? Not upset. A carousel of emotions had been expressed during the call. His mother had yelled at him for keeping the news from her, as well as not marrying Laurel right away, and then cried a mix of worried and happy tears. We talked about my father. Something Brett had tried to do in the past, but his mom had always shut down the conversation. She hadn't this time, and she'd admitted to being too embarrassed those other times. He was a musician, the kind of guy girls swooned over as soon as he stood on stage. Apparently, he'd needed a place to stay, and he moved in with my mom 2 days after they met at a bar where he'd played. She thought it was love at first sight but later realized he was using her for a free place to crash. After she got pregnant, he moved out when she was at work. Took all his stuff and anything of hers that was valuable. She tried to find him, but he'd been using a stage name. She had no idea what his real name was. Laurel sighed. Your mom must have been heartbroken. Brett nodded. But she managed. Somehow. And here I am. You're nothing like that musician. Her eyes were fierce. The man doesn't deserve to be called your father. I know that now. He was a sperm donor at best. Brett rubbed his thumb against Laurel's soft skin. My mom's excited to be a grandmother. She doesn't know whether she should be called Grandma, Grams, Grammy, or Nana. Tell her to pick one. She'll be Junior's only grandparent. Laurel sounded resigned, not sad. Which is for the best. He didn't nod, even if he agreed. Henry's offered to host Turkey Day. It'll make the day easier on you not to have to plan anything or cook and clean up. And you'll be able to escape to the guest house early if you get tired. Sounds good to me, except, she bit her lip, a serious expression on her face. Brett's shoulder muscles bunched. He forced himself not to grip her hand. What? I was hoping I'd be living at your house by then. My realization hit like a left jab. Only this didn't hurt. Far from it. You're ready. She nodded enthusiastically. Marry me.
2 days after Thanksgiving, Laurel stood next to Marv Crenshaw at the top of Brett's staircase, which would soon be hers, too. Her wedding day, the real one this time, had arrived. As she adjusted her fingers around her bouquet of roses and lilies, waiting for the harpist to play, joy flowed through her. "You're a radiant bride," Marv whispered. "Thanks." Laurel squeezed his arm. Neither of her parents had acknowledged being invited to the wedding. She'd been prepared to walk down the aisle by herself until the older gentleman offered to escort her. Saying no never crossed her mind. Not because he was Brett's client or was bringing her interior design business, but she considered Marv part of her new family, the one she was creating in Oregon. "I appreciate you being a part of this." Marv beamed. "The honor and pleasure are all mine, my dear. BK sends his regards." She laughed. The beginning strains of the wedding march sounded. She pushed back her shoulders. "Ready?" Marv asked. Laurel nodded, a mix of contentment and anticipation flowing through her. She'd never been hit with bridal nerves or jitters. She just had an intense desire to say "I do" for the second time to Brett. At least the ceremony would be brief and the definition of non-tacky. 1 step, 2 steps. When she reached the first floor, she inhaled deeply. The scent of flowers filled the air. The wedding was small with a limited guest list, but thanks to Henry and Renee, the atmosphere shouted, "Wedding of the Year." Furniture had been moved to make room for white folding chairs. She acknowledged Alex, Cece, and Sarah, who sat together. Danielle, who was the maid of honor, was standing to the left of the makeshift altar. Even though Laurel no longer worked at MGI, she'd stayed close to her former co-workers whom she considered friends. Across the aisle, Renee sat with her crew from the interior design firm. Cynthia Sterling and Ree Geyer, who'd been part of the Reno wedding, were seated in the second row. A few of Brett's other friends and some MGI people were there, too. In the front row sat Brett's mom, a lovely woman who'd been a huge help since she arrived earlier in the week. His mom had never had a daughter, and Laurel no longer had a mom, so the two had helped each other get ready for the wedding. That time together meant so much to Laurel, an extra dose of magic on her wedding day. Standing next to the officiant, Brett looked gorgeous in his tuxedo, but his wide smile captured her full attention. His gaze met hers, the love flowing between them palpable. Smiling proudly, Henry, the best man, stood next to the groom as he had during their first wedding. Marv placed Laurel's hand in Brett's. Before the older man went to his front row seat, he kissed her cheek. Brett sighed. "You're stunning." She stifled a giggle. "You, too." The officiant cleared his throat as if to remind them why they were there. They faced him. She took a breath. And another. This was the moment she'd been waiting for since she'd walked down the aisle in that chapel in Reno. The beginning of their happily ever after. The start of their forever. Epilogue. Merry Christmas, darling. In the labor and delivery suite at the hospital, Brett leaned over and kissed Laurel's forehead. "I love you." Her heart swelled with joy. "I love you, too." Holding their daughter in his arms, he kissed her tiny, knitted cap-covered head and caressed her cheek with his fingertip. "Merry Christmas, my little Noel." Laurel had never been happier or felt more content seeing her wonderful husband and perfectly healthy baby. Yes, she was sore from the delivery, but sacrifices had to be made for the birth of their baby daughter in the wee hours of Christmas morning. Seeing Noel cradled in Brett's arms was worth every contraction and push. A beautiful mix of love and life filled his gaze. "She's almost asleep. She's had a busy day. You have as well." He laid the baby in the bassinet, picked up the snow globe, and turned the small knob. The wedding march played. This will lull her to sleep. Now she knew why Brett had been so insistent they packed the snow globe in her hospital bag. The wedding march? Wouldn't Brahms's lullaby be more appropriate? Let's call it the wedding lullaby. His affectionate smile filled her with a warm glow. Noel will never know the difference. As the door to her hospital room opened, bells sounded. Jingle bells, to be exact. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas, a cheery voice called out. Santa Claus, wearing a red velvet suit, black leather belt, boots, and white beard, entered the room with a cloth sack slung over his back. I was checking my list, and saw I missed a brand new baby girl who hasn't had the chance to be anything but nice. As soon as Santa saw the baby, the bag on his shoulder fell to the ground. He froze, jingle bells included. Is that her? Laurel nodded. Would you like to hold your goddaughter, Uncle Henry? Wide-eyed, Henry stared at Noelle. I don't want to wake her. It's okay, Brett said. Henry removed his fake beard and then picked up Noelle as if she were a fragile Faberge egg. Make sure you support her head, Brett said. You don't need to tell me what to do. Henry rubbed his fingertip along Noelle's chin. I took a class on caring for newborns. Laurel exchanged a surprised look with Brett. Someone has to babysit her, and you'll leave her with a stranger over my dead body. Henry rocked Noelle in his arms. You're the most beautiful baby in the entire world. Brett smiled. She takes after her mother. She does. Your mommy and daddy did well, my little princess. Henry grinned. They did so well. Happy to have her family together, Laurel sighed. Henry made a coochie coochie coo sound. You're going to have so much fun with your Uncle Henry. I'll put Auntie Mame to shame. Wait until your first trip to New York. We can go shopping at Tiffany's, visit the American Girl store, and have tea at the plaza. Brett's forehead wrinkled. Let's not. Laurel squeezed his hand. This wasn't the time for him to be an overprotective father. Noelle is lucky to have you in her life, Henry. Tears glimmered in Henry's eyes. He blinked, and they disappeared. Noelle. His smile widened. What a perfect name for a Christmas baby. I told your mommy you had to be born on December 25th, and I was right. Uncle Henry is always right. Uncle Henry is sometimes right, Brett corrected with a grin. We'll discuss that later. Henry laid Noelle back in her bassinet. Santa asked me to do him a favor. He was busy last night. From his sack, he pulled out brightly wrapped packages with gold bows and handed them to Laurel and Brett. Next came a giant teddy bear with a red satin ribbon tied around its neck. This is for Noelle, as well as something else that is very special. Henry emptied a purple velvet drawstring pouch into his palm. These are yours, Noelle, when you're old enough to know not to swallow them. Laurel tried to see what he held in his hand but couldn't. Brett laughed. I don't believe it. Earrings, a ring, some other piece of jewelry? Knowing Henry, the gift would be something outrageous and expensive. What is it? She asked. Gold-plated dice, Brett said. Laurel didn't get it. Dice? Not just any dice, Henry declared. One day, my princess, when you're old enough to understand, Uncle Henry will explain how a roll of these dice brought your parents together. About the author. USA Today best-selling author Melissa McClone has written over 45 sweet contemporary romance novels. She lives in the Pacific Northwest with her husband, 3 children, a spoiled Norwegian elk-hound, and cats who think they rule the house. They do. If you'd like to find Melissa online, visit her website, https://www.melissamclone.com/. Thank you for listening to The Wedding Lullaby. One Night to Forever, Book 2. Written by Melissa McClone. Text copyright 2018 by Melissa McClone. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa McClone.